hologram rooms or whatever,
Yeah.
and they were like that whole. I don't even know if I should say it. It's the 17th letter of the alphabet.
I gotta look it up, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and she's like all into that stuff, and I'm like, you realize that this is just as bad as mainstream media, right?
Oh
Or
man.
worse.
Oh man. Yeah, people were saying like that Iwar Anon guy is also he was like part of this 17th letter. So that's like also why, I've also kind of realized he's a little suspect, but yeah, I
Yeah,
mean,
I mean that shit's just to me. That's just it's like another Joe Rogan or
yeah, yeah,
Alex
yeah, yeah.
Jones.
It's a containment. It's like basically it attracts like the truth seekers and then keeps them contained in some like
Yep.
nonsense
Yeah,
and makes them
keep
look
them at
crazy.
bay.
It makes them look crazy. I mean, this 17th leather stuff was like, I think it started like on one of the chans, like 8chan, and then
Yep.
basically
Yeah, it did.
like Glowies just like took it over, and then they like, I think it's not even like a real. I think it's just an AI now, and it just like says like all the same lines over and over, and then the boomers just want something to believe in, so they just eat it up. I mean, it's like it's crazy, and there's all these grifters who are
Well, I
like,
mean, and like the thing is, they're so good at being like, see, see, we told you this was gonna happen,
yeah,
and
yeah,
now
yeah.
it's happening. Even though,
Oh
like,
my,
yeah, they're making predictions, kind of like how The Simpsons does. They're making
exactly.
a bunch of fucking predictions, and they're just a couple of them hit, and they're right, and they're like, see, we knew it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
Trust the plan.
yeah. But yeah, dude,
We
I'm really
trust God's plan here. Well, I mean, most of us. I don't know. Not all of us, but
glad.
we're not gonna say names now. All right, all right.
Yeah, but dude, like 23. Wow, you're really young. As far as like, I'm very impressed. It took me like much longer to get to anywhere near like the level of understanding you have now. I mean, that's how did you
Well,
like?
I was 18. Well,
That's even
just
more insane.
like a week before I turned 18, I was a flat earther. That's
Dude,
it
that's
literally took one video and I was like, because it's like I always knew, a lot of people say this, but like I always knew that something wasn't right, and like we were being lied to. I knew the pharmaceutical industry was just terrible, and
Mhm.
like all these things that were wrong, and I was into Monsanto and the stuff that,
Mhm.
that they've done, and I just it was like immediate immediate realization after watching the Dave Murphy interview. And I can't get myself to like turn back like for a while I was like, okay, yeah, I'm a flat earther, and then I was like, well, maybe I'm not, and maybe I'm just saying I am and stuff, and then I'm like,
Mhm.
I would just watch more videos, and I'm like, no, no, I got this spot on.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll never forget. Just, I mean, it was like I was like you. I was sort of like, okay, when I first heard Flat Earth, I first heard the Flat Earth Society, of course. Like my sister just like brought it up, and she's like, "Oh, look at these idiots." But she showed me the Flat Earth Society like webpage. I was like, "Oh, those people are idiots." And I saw people like posting memes online, and then like I saw like the weather balloon footage, and then basically I eventually got to like Eric Dubé's videos, and then I was sort of in this like weird like kind of limbo where I was like, yeah, they have a point, and then it's like, but I haven't like totally accepted it. And then there was just like one day I just decided to like watch this one other video, and then I think I forgot if it was Eric or maybe it was Jared. I don't know, but anyways, then it just sort of clicked, and it just like felt like there's like this flood of like this new kind of understanding of like how the world works. I mean, it was crazy to me, but I was so much older than you. I mean, I can't believe, like, I can't imagine 18 being able to process that. Like, I don't know if it's the like the social media maybe like
I
helps you
mean,
more.
it might have helped that I dropped out of high school. That might have helped. I'm not
That
I'm not sure exactly. I'm not stupid though. I went and got my
you are
GED.
definitely not
Well,
stupid, and um, dropping out of high
I've
school,
always hated school, man. It's just retarded.
it's not for smart people. School is not for smart people. It's
Yeah.
made so yeah. Don't ever let anyone tell you it's like, oh yeah, like, you didn't finish high school. It's like, no, because you were too smart for school. Literally, I mean that's I
Well,
can't
yeah,
even.
I mean, I couldn't. So, like, a lot of my classes in high school, I don't know if yours were like this, but like the weight of the assignments
Mhm.
was like lower than the testing weight, but the amount of assignments was ridiculous. And I would
It's
never do the assignments. I was like, fuck this shit. I'm not going to do that. But then I'd take the test. You know, I passed the test. And it's like,
yeah,
I'm passing these tests out of 80% weight on my grade, and I'm acing them. But you guys are still going to give me a D minus and like, tell
yeah.
me I have to retake the class in summer school. I got so tired of that shit, dude. It's like, I'm not going to keep wasting my time. And then by the time I was in like 11th grade, I was still at like ninth grade credits.
Yeah, the
And they're
system.
like, you're gonna be they
Go
put me
go.
in an alternative school. And they're like, you're gonna be in here until you're 21. And
Yeah,
I'm
fuck
like,
that.
fuck
Yeah,
this, I'm out of here.
yeah. No, fuck them. I mean, they just want to keep you under their control as long as possible, and all these assignments and stuff is just to make you brain dead. Basically, just make you exhausted, so you don't have time to do anything else. Like it's
Yeah, man, and I felt that even with my college classes, and that was just like a ridiculously little amount of work. I put maybe like an hour, 2 hours in a week on 3 classes, and I aced them all.
yeah. I mean, that's how it should be. I mean, in other countries, basically the test is all that matters. Like, so you don't have to do any of the work as long as you can just pass the test. And I mean, at some point you realize also like these college classes themselves are just there to force you to like focus, but like you can just learn the material yourself, like literally, and it's the same thing. It's like sure you have the guy
Yeah,
to talk.
I'm gonna be starting generals for an associate's degree, and I've been looking into this thing where you can just uh, sign up for the classes, and then
Mhm.
they just send you the material in the mail, and then you just work through it on your own time, and then you send it
Mhm.
all back, and then you have your credit.
Yeah, no bullshit. Yeah, yeah, there you go. I mean,
Yeah, but are you learning anything?
And
Or do you even care
it
about that?
doesn't fucking matter. Once you have your degree, you don't even use the shit you learned. So,
Well, yeah,
yeah,
but what are you getting the degree for?
I
well,
mean, engineering, but like from what I've
Oh,
looked into, like most engineers, they will even say, I don't really use anything I learned in school at my job, except for
bingo.
like the skills, like the communication type things and stuff like that. It's like any job you get in your field, you're still going to be trained on the job. You're still going to learn about the job. You might have, knowledge of that area, like more knowledge, but you're still going to be taught how to do it,
So,
you know.
Stormfire, the degree is just a stamp that it's like the main value of a degree is that it's a stamp of approval that like someone is saying that you know this material and some kind of accredited like authority saying you know this material. But it's exactly as Conrad says, like once you get it, you don't really use like the knowledge you got from that degree. Like you just use like engineers, they just use the same math everyone else uses, right? Or the same like physics everyone else uses.
Unless you are an astrophysicist, then you literally just regurgitate every fucking thing that you've read.
Yeah, I mean, even that, I mean, it's you need to know what to study. So, like, the way these courses can help you is they like focus you on the right thing. They point you in the right direction because it might be hard if you want to learn astrophysics. Like, how do I start, right? But like, it's literally just more structure, and it's like in theory, if you had access to the knowledge, you could just learn it yourself. Like any of this stuff. And like maybe you need someone to like soundboard off of, like to ask questions and like just talk to. Like that's sort of another thing that these like classes are good for. But
Yeah,
literally,
I'm excited to take physics classes because it's like I got a pretty good understanding of how shit works just by hanging out in here. So it's like
I
I'm gonna definitely be throwing some shit at the teachers, man. Like, so why does this work like this? If you say that this is supposed to happen, you know what I mean?
I feel like if you hang around, let's say, this server for like a year, you should just get like a master's degree in physics or something. Like,
Honestly, or just fucking watch Quantum Erasers shit.
yeah,
That guy
but
seems to know his stuff on that. I've never watched his videos, but when he comes in here, I'm like, he seems to have a good amount of knowledge on it. I don't know, maybe he's just regurgitating all the stuff he's read too, and actually hasn't learned anything. But at the same
The only
time, if
reason he
he's a
did it
flat,
was so he could talk to all these retards.
right, right. And that's another reason too. I want to learn about physics just so when I'm trying to debate somebody that's knowledgeable on the topic, that I can understand what they're trying to tell me. Because a lot of times when people start getting into the terms in physics, I start to go, okay, all right. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. I could if you explain it like I'm five, but then they're gonna just call you stupid because you don't understand a big word.
it's the worst part about academia is that they just invent lingo to gatekeep knowledge, basically. So, like, when you got one of these like slimy weasels, like not naming names, Matthew, but like they'll just start saying like some like term, and basically they just want you to like stumble, not know what it means, and then they can sort of just get away with saying putting whatever they want on top of it, right? But it's like there's no content to the term itself. Like they could explain it if they actually understood it. They could actually just explain it in down to earth terms.
Yeah, yeah.
But
See,
they're hiding behind
that's
it.
how I was with refraction for a while. I was like, man, what the fuck is that? And then I learned about it, right? And then just the other day, a guy came in here and he said a term I'd never heard before. He
I
said
think I was there.
perfect. He said perfect
Oh,
refraction.
yeah,
So
Jim.
now
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, do I
Well,
even know anything about refraction? I didn't even think it could be perfect,
what's
but
important about
I guess it can.
refraction is that everyone knows what it is. They just don't know that word.
Exactly. So they don't know that like
And I
the
mean
word.
everyone. Kids, you name it. Everyone sees it all the time.
Yeah, so just a way for them to get like control of the discussion if they just force you to use their language, right? But it's a concept everyone can get as long as they know what you're talking about, right?
Yeah, I remember asking my mom in the car, why is the road look like it's moving way out there far away? And then she just was like plain dumb, like she didn't want to try and even answer it. Like she was like, what are you talking about? The road's not moving. Like, and I was explaining it to her, I'm pointing at the, distance, and I was like, right there. And then we'd get closer to it and it would disappear, and then it would be further away again. And I'd be like, no, and I'm like, Mom, it keeps moving. Like, what is that? And I don't even think she knew a term for
You
it.
probably didn't know the other relative, the frames of reference and such, but I think it's weird how kids actually ask really good questions. So like I think the best thinkers, the best problem solvers, they sort of learn to sort of never give up this kind of childhood kind of mentality of curiosity, right? And just not
That's why
being
they
afraid.
wait till like first or second grade to show you the ball.
Oh
Because
yeah.
I remember not learning about any of that in kindergarten, and then I got into first grade, and then that's when they busted it out. Right? So I'm guessing in kindergarten they get the kids kind of ready to like sit and just listen and not question, and they get them to a point where they just hear what the teacher says and they just believe it. And then by the time they get into first grade, the teacher's like, "Oh yeah, this is where you live," and they're like, "Okay, okay, cool, cool."
Imagine you tell a toddler like that you're on the globe, and then they'll just say, "Nah," and then
Yeah,
they'll throw Play-Doh.
I might ask my 3-year-old next time I see him.
Oh, you have a 3-year-old. Yeah,
Yeah, I got him every other week, so it's my week off right now. But
oh, I see.
next time I see him, I'll be like, "Hey, what do you think about the shape of the Earth?" Like he's pretty smart, so he'll somewhat understand what I'm talking about. But he
He's
hears me talk about it so much, he'd probably just say it's flat, just because he hears me say it so much.
he's got a good dad, so yeah.
Well, his mom knows too, so it's like we
Okay.
both know. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he's
Yeah,
going to
man,
be.
I woke her up. I woke my mom up. I woke my stepdad up. I woke up. I'm about
Oh,
to wake
dude,
my dad up,
you need
but
to write a
he's
book,
so
man.
stubborn,
You know how much
man. My
money you'd
dad,
make?
he's
Yeah. Listen to
nah.
Stormfire. It's a good idea.
Seriously,
If I were
bro.
to
If you've woken that
if I
many
were to
people
make
up
money
in your
writing a book,
family, that's
I
impressive.
mean, I could write a book on how to, but like I don't have time, dude. I don't have time.
You you have more
I
time. You
could write a short story in my composition classes that I'll be taking here at the end of the month. I'm sure I'll have tons of assignments where it'll be like tell a story about a
Don't you already have a
time when you
YouTube
did
video or a
this.
YouTube channel?
I got a YouTube channel, yeah.
Dude, just put a short video up.
yeah.
Waking
You don't.
people up
Well,
101.
I don't want to put like I understand that this is like
You don't want to
live
give the
stream
enemy
and stuff.
information?
Well, no, I just don't want to put my, I obviously already have, but I don't want to like put my mom
Hmm.
out there like on my YouTube channel,
You don't have to.
just because.
You don't have to put your actual family members. I think Stormfire is just asking for like a general guide for like how to like wake up your family members because like a lot of us are having a lot of trouble with that. At least I am.
Yeah, dude, I've been doing this for 5 years, right? So my mom took like 5 years, so it's like it's not easy. But don't
Yeah.
give up though. That's
Oh,
like my
okay,
my
I hear you.
biggest word of advice is to not like maybe if they don't like to talk about it or whatever, just don't bring it up for like a year. And then
Yeah.
bring it back up and be like, it's still flat. And then like, or just wait till they bring something up about like space or whatever. That's what I did. I kind of just waited around for the conversation to go in that direction, and then I would throw my, well, this is actually what's going on, and this is how I see it, and if you guys looked into it, you'd probably see it the same way, and
I see. I
but there's
see.
still, like my one of my sisters just despises me over it. Like like
Yeah.
she just man,
Good.
and she I don't think she can ever be I think I see a huge difference in this sister versus a different one,
Right.
and like just how they respond to me talking about it. And one of them is very, very polite and respectful, and then this other one is just hates it. The other two don't care. They're just like, yeah, whatever. But like these two are like one of them, like yeah, she'll listen to me and she'll ask me questions and stuff, and the other one is just like, we all think you're stupid. We all think. And like I'm like, really? And that was at a family event with like extended family and stuff. Somebody called me out for being a flat earther, and they're like, "So what? You're
Ooh, I
so
can't
so
wait
you're
for
like a
that.
flat earther?" And then I'm like, yeah. I'm like, the Earth is flat. And then she chimes in, and we all think you're stupid.
Appeal to masses. She's insecure in her own beliefs and then just needs everyone else like to validate her.
Hey, hey,
She's amazing.
she's like the most educated out of my siblings. Like, like
Hey,
she's done the
Johnson.
most college, yes, exactly. She's done the most college classes and her husband is a pastor, and it's
Oh
just
man,
stupid. And they're all juiced up, man. There's no saving those guys. I feel bad for them.
they're
I feel
cuckoo for
bad for
cocoa
them.
puffs. Cuckoo for cocoa puffs.
It's like, did you even read the book you believe in to understand that the juice is not good? It's like it's literally don't drink the Kool-Aid. It's a don't drink the Kool-Aid moment, and they
It
just
really is.
lined right up for a big old glass and a second glass. They got the second
It
glass
was
too.
so easy for me to just like ignore the situation.
Dude, I mean,
I
and
don't
that's what
know.
it should have been like with everybody, but it's like, come on. I'll admit, I wasn't, I was like, at a point in my life where I was dealing with a lot of like, legal issues and just relationship issues and stuff when this all started, 2019, end of 2019, early 2020. So I was really struggling, and I kind of felt like just the state of mind I was in. I fell into it where I was like, "Whoa, this is bad." And then the longer it drug on, the more I realized I was like, "No, this is just another one of their propaganda pieces." Like, and then what really did help with that too is the guy that originally showed me flat Earth. I mean, we still hang out like once a week, but right away he's like, nope, 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 nope.
Smart guy.
That's all bullshit.
Yeah.
He called it.
How long did it? I'm just curious. Like you and Stormfire, how long did it take you to realize that everyone was cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs when the cereal first came out?
Dude, I was
Probably right away. I didn't know
Okay, you
how
guys are
far they were gonna
faster than
go.
me.
I didn't know how
so
far
so
they were
like
gonna
I
take it,
said,
and
I
when I
was kind
found
of
out,
like,
I was so against it. Go ahead.
yeah, I was kind of like nervous about the whole situation. Like I thought like a lot of people were just gonna bite the dust, not from the juice, but they were just gonna y- you know pass away from an ailment, getting sick.
Too much sugar from the cereal.
Well, yeah, I thought that that's what was gonna happen. This guy I worked with was like, no, dude, they've been doing all this research into how to make the stuff, and they've been doing it all, and they got this new technology, and then I started looking into that, and I was like, whoa, this is not even close to what they've been doing with these types of things in the past, and it's like completely new, and then they rushed it. Like I was like, this is bad. And I told him, I'm like, dude, this is just as bad. Like they really just want everybody to get scared into taking this thing, man. That's
Yes.
what it was. And
As
and that's kind of when I realized, and then I talked to I'm gonna call him Mikey because that's his name. I talked to Mikey about it, and he's like, yeah, dude, this is. He started showing me stuff, and like, um, yeah, I can't really say the stuff he showed me, but like,
I know,
I
I know.
realized pretty quickly, that it was all just a planned event that they were using to gain control. That's basically what it was.
Yeah, when I
And it worked real damn good for the majority of the people.
yeah when I heard that they had this new like serial technology, like I didn't hear about it at first because I don't like listen to like the news at all. But then when I heard everyone was like saying, "Oh yeah, they have this new like cereal technology and it will like distribute sugar throughout your body like in this whole new way," and it's like trust the science. Then I was like, "Whoa, that's a huge red flag." And then I found out that like one of the Rothschilds like patented like the Cocoa Puffs like a long time ago. So yeah, it was planned for sure.
Yeah, and when I saw the video of the cereal actually taking the quote
The sugar.
unquote bad sugar apart and then making the new sugar inside of the bowl, man, that just really blew my mind. I was like watching the video, and I'm like, they can really take the structure of sugar and reform it into a new
Yeah,
structure, and it still works. Like, how does that still work? How does the sugar still work properly if it's not even sugar anymore?
it's just I can't believe how people were just so quick. Like literally the time frame when they released like when they announced that they had the cereal and then they released the cereal and it's all good is like 2 months or something, right? It was like 2 or 3 months. It was like hyper
It was a
quick. I mean, I don't.
year.
Was it
It
a
was a
year? I don't.
year. It
All
was
right,
a
I don't.
year. So
Dude, I
they
don't
went
even.
out. They had they okay. So yeah. I mean, we should probably not even get into this, but yeah,
I'm flattered.
it was like a whole year, but it was extremely fast tracked.
Yeah.
There's like never in history has it even come close to being that fast.
Yeah, I
Like
never get cereal yet. Yeah.
the regular cereals that we've all gotten in the
Mhm.
past, those cereals took like 30 years to make, man.
Yeah, definitely. Except for the special like the special brands of cereal they release every year. So I used to get that, and I would get sugar sickness basically every winter when after I got that, like pretty bad. And then this year, after all this like Cocoa Puffs escapades, I did not get the seasonal cereal, and I didn't get sick. I didn't get sugar sickness for the first time, like probably in like 2 years. Yeah, so
Yeah, dude, I've never taken the seasonal
yeah.
cereal ever before that I can remember. I know I've had it in the past, but as an adult and in high school, I never really went and got that stuff because
Yeah, you're
I didn't really see it as necessary for me, and nobody in my family really did. But like, I still got like terrible sugar sickness until
Mhm.
all this started. I haven't gotten like any sugar sickness at all, which is crazy because I used to get so bad, like on the verge of type 2 diabetes. You know what I mean?
Wow, okay. I don't know what is. I guess. I mean, did you get the Cocoa Puffs? Like, then maybe it made
No,
you. Oh.
no, I had I checked the brands and stuff multiple times. I ended up with some sort of cereal, but I
Mhm.
checked the brand with their master cereal tester,
The barcode,
and,
yeah.
and the cereal tester, man, that thing is very very painful and scary. But I did not. They can find no trace of Cocoa Puffs in
Okay.
me. I don't know. They didn't really check what kind of cereal it was, but as long as it wasn't Cocoa Puffs, it wasn't a big deal.
It's like, yeah, you got this other, you got like Frankenberries, and you got
Dude, I couldn't even go to work, man. I couldn't even go to work, and I'm telling my boss, it's not Cocoa Puffs, but I still feel the sugar, so I don't know. And he's like, well, I'll wait a couple days and go take another cereal test.
yeah, it's a people are really just cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs at this point.
Yeah, and well, it's kind of calmed down in my area. People are really, really relaxed about it. There's, not much Cocoa Puffs around here that I know of. But I do know of people going to like traveling out of state and then
Mhm.
encountering Cocoa Puffs that out of state and not being able to travel back for a certain amount of time,
Oh yeah,
which is
yeah,
interesting to me because coincidentally, they're traveling to places that are like they have
very.
the like higher speed internet activated in those areas.
Interesting.
Yeah,
Yeah, yes. That's all just a coincidence, though.
that is a coincidence. That's a huge coincidence, and it was thought to even just be a bogus at first, but now
Yeah,
it's just a coincidence.
it's a
At, at,
coincidence.
at first, everyone said, no, there's no possible way that stuff's connected. But now it's just a coincidence. You
Yeah,
know,
it's just like
it isn't. It isn't. It still isn't connected at all. There's no way. I mean, there's
at least.
no possible way that stuff's connected. It's been a coincidence all along that these crazy theories have came out that don't make any sense at all.
Yeah, yeah. So stop looking into it because you're just gonna find more coincidences, and
Right. And the
it's not good for your health.
coincidences are bad for you. It'll
Yeah,
turn
they're
you
really
into a
bad.
coincidence theorist, and then you don't want that.
You don't want to become a coincidence, do you? Like, part of the next coincidence.
I mean, isn't it just a coincidence that we're having this conversation right now? I mean,
Oh yeah, totally, totally, totally.
yeah, man. definitely keeping that guy up tonight. He's probably watching like all the flat Earth videos. I'm just like thinking about it. Like he was with, it was like a older than me, but like maybe like mid 20s, late 20s, and then like a guy in his like late 30s, early 40s. So I'm guessing it was like father and son, and they were doing yard work for a guy. And I was just walking up to my moped, and the younger guy's like, "I like your scooter," and I was like, "Oh, thanks, man." And I was like, "You guys ever look into flat Earth before?" And they both were like, looked at me, and they're like, "No." And I'm like, "Oh shit." And I haven't really flat smacked random people like ever. This is kind of one of my first experiences. I have here and there, but not like where I'm actually trying to like convince them or whatever. But they said no, so I was like, all right, so I got to make this like as simple as I can. And I'm like, okay, so basically, the lake was right behind me. So I'm like, water always finds its level. And I like referred to the lake. And then I'm like, so what they tell us is we're on a spinning ball that's shooting through space at like thousands of miles an hour, and 70% of it is water. It's all sticky to it, right? That makes absolutely no sense. And then I brought up the second law of thermodynamics, and then I'm like, so yeah, I have these cards if you guys want some more information. And I like kind of pointed to them in my front shirt pocket, and then they're like, I was like, yeah, but if you want, I mean, I'm not gonna force you to take it or whatever, but if you want one, and you want to look into it more, you can. And then the younger guy like looked at the older guy like almost as if like asking for permission to take a card from me. And the older guy like nodded his head, and he's like, oh yeah, and I handed it to him. I'm like, yeah, there you go. I'm like, this is a YouTube channel. It's not mine, but it has some really good information on it. And then there's some videos on there, and yeah,
Were
just
they?
question everything, man. It's like I was like, I've been looking into this for 5 years, and I can't find anything to prove myself wrong. So, and then the guy that runs that YouTube channel has been doing it for even longer. So, check it out if you have the time, if you're interested. And I bet he's losing sleep. He
I
he
bet
really seemed when I first said both of them when I first said water always finds its level, they were like, "Whoa!" Like yeah, like that, like I saw like a kind of like epiphany
Spark.
moment or realization in their eyes, and they're like, huh. And then they started listening more intently, and it's like, yeah. I tried to
How
do it
old
to
is
this other older guy, and he was like way older, riding a bike. And all I did, I don't know why I even tried to do this.
the
I just
boomers?
walked up to him with the card in my hand and just like tried to hand it to him without saying anything. And he just looked at me. He's like, "No thanks."
Yeah, I mean, I feel like once you're that age, you're just kind of
Some
rigid. Like,
people will take. Some people will just take a random card handed to them, though. I mean, some people will. So I just figured he looked older, and I was like kind of maybe like a hippie type guy, or used to
right.
be a hippie back in the day. So I was like, he might be interested. He might just look at it. But yeah, he just blew me off. I was like, all right, well, fuck you then.
It's hard to
Go
tell. I
ride your
mean,
go ride your bike around this flat water.
if he's like a bike rider, maybe he's like a commie or something. So then he'll probably be closed-minded. But I don't know.
That's true. He could have been. He did kind of look like a commie. Not gonna lie.
It's hard to tell. You can't just judge a book by its cover, but like with
Well, I've
leftists,
seen that guy around a lot. He's
oh, I do.
always out riding his bike too. Because I live in a small town, so if somebody's like frequently out around the lake, because the lake is literally like the main attraction here. So if they're like around the lake, you know who they are if they're out there like a couple times a week, because you just see them on your way to work or just driving to the store or whatever. Because it's like the whole town is centered around this fucking lake. So.
Yeah, I'm sure that. Yeah, I've been thinking about like what's the most effective way to kind of maybe not flat smack people, but I don't want to say proselytize either, but kind of like get them to look into flat Earth themselves, like in public.
It's just the passive, dude. It's what I'm doing. That has to be the way. like, just putting the cards down and somebody has to pick it up and read it, because like in my area, there's people that go around and clean up garbage, like it's their job. And they don't do it every day. They'll do it like maybe once a week and stuff, and they'll go, and it's only certain areas. But like I always make sure if I'm leaving a card that it's like within like 20 or 30 feet of a garbage can, and
Right.
like it's not like really littering. I'm leaving it on benches and stuff for people to read. It's not going on the ground. And in the spots I leave them, they stay there unless somebody moves it. Like they will not move unless somebody moves them. The wind can't blow them. So,
Yeah, I mean,
like somebody has to pick that up, and somebody like whoever picks it up is gonna at least look at it. They
So
might
whoever,
see it says flat Earth and then throw it away, or they'll see the part that says question everything with the depiction of flat Earth and then the CGI picture of the globe, and then or they'll pick it up and they'll read the side that says water is level and it debunks the globe Earth lie. So it's like anything could happen to anybody that picks one of those up. They got four sides.
you should probably put it in Spanish too. This sounds kind of bad, but like, I mean, I don't. Depends where you.
I live in Minnesota, so it's like there's not that
Oh, you're good.
many.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like there is, but like for the most part, they know English too. But at the same time, they're like I've seen it more common lately where people are coming here and they don't know any English. We've actually had immigration come to one of our factories and
Do you
deport a
have
bunch of
Somalians?
Mexican
Like
guys.
Mexican? Okay. I thought there were some like Somalians were like settled in
There,
Minnesota.
oh yeah, oh yeah. We got
Yeah.
all sorts. Like my son is Sudanese, half
Oh,
Sudanese. So it's not actually. You wouldn't say Sudanese. You'd say Nuer. That's the tribe.
so
So
is he gonna be super tall? Do they have like?
well, we're already tall in my family, and his family is like taller than my family. So yeah, he's
Oh
gonna be
yeah,
fucking tall.
you gotta get him
He's
to.
he's 3 years old, right? He's 3 years old, and I have at my house a little like thing where we marked how tall we were when we were younger. It's the
Hmm.
same house I grew up in, right? And I got my markings. He
Hmm.
is as tall. When he turned 3, he
Hmm.
was as tall as I was when I was 3.5.
Okay, yeah.
When
So
he
he's gonna
turned
be.
3, so he's been 6 inches taller than me.
Yeah,
Like
and
since I've been measuring him, which is like mind blowing. And like not even just that, his head has been off the charts like since he was born. Like
the
they're like
heads.
his head, they're like to the point where they were worried about him being able to hold it up. That's how big it was. And it
Yeah, the
still
head
is.
size.
Like,
The head
but
size
we
is a big
stopped
issue.
taking him to the doctor.
Good idea.
Yeah, cuz we're doctors. We are all doctors. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're not giving medical advice here. Only
Yeah,
professionals are allowed to do that.
only
Medical
professional.
professionals, and none of us here are professionals in the medical field, as far as I know.
Yeah,
And yeah, so, but yeah, we don't take them to the doctor for religious reasons because we're kind of a holistic belief system in my family. So yeah.
yeah. The fact that they always like try to discredit all that holistic stuff is a good indication that it's right. So yeah, I would just stick with that.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing
Anything?
wrong with holistic, especially if it's religious, and
Oh
that's
yeah,
kind of strictly where we lie with it. We believe in what the Bible says, and that we believe that plants are medicine. So
right.
we try to use all sorts of natural things that help your body, help your immune system and stuff. I'm not going to say specific things or anything like that, but we do
Yeah,
use a lot of natural herbs that are very helpful that we've found. We're not sure exactly what the exact studies on them are, but we know they work for us. So, and as far as
yeah.
like medicine goes, we still do go to like Walgreens and stuff for we get homeopathy homeopathic medicines there. They're all
Right,
natural. Yeah.
Right.
It's basically just like taking vitamins, man. It's like it's
I
not
see.
like any chemical or anything, you know. But
Yeah, I've been mostly operating, it seems, my life under the thumb of big cereal for quite some time. So until this whole Cocoa Puffs thing, but then the homeopathic stuff. I mean, I've been a
dude,
little
I
more.
traveled to Africa, right? And they gave me some crazy cereal that I'd never even heard of before. And I was like, I don't want to take this. And they're like, you don't have to, but this cereal's gonna be really good for you when you're there. You know, it's gonna keep you very, very satisfied the whole time you're there. And they said it wasn't required, but it would have been very helpful for me to have that cereal. And so I took it. I took the cereal, right?
Mhm.
And the sugar sickness I got in
Was
Africa
horrible.
was just ridiculous, dude. And I didn't even think that they got sugar sickness there because it's like hot, you know.
Yeah, yeah,
And
yeah.
no, it was crazy, and nobody else that I was with there got the sugar sickness like I did, man. Like everybody
Funny
got
coincidence.
kind of everybody got like food poisoning, kind of like from like I don't know, probably like unsanitary food and stuff. But like I was the only one that got like sugar sickness, and it was to the point where like I was like almost thinking I should go get checked out because I've never even been like okay, so like imagine the sugar sickness we get, the common one, like the really common one that everybody gets like here and there, and they don't have a specific cereal that gives it to you, but like you know it just
Right.
happens to people. And it was like that, but it was amplified like a
Wow.
1,000 times, dude. Like I would wake up and I would have to hack up sugar, dude. I was hacking
Damn.
up sugar like for a solid like hour after I woke up, and I never like had that bad of like sugar coated in my lungs, man. I was
Yeah.
like trying to get the sugar out and I couldn't.
What the fuck did they give you? Oh my god.
Yeah, it was weird, man. It was really weird. And there was like a few different like different cereals that I got, but there
Hmm.
was just there's this one specific one that hurt really bad, and I was like, that's the one, that's the bad one.
Damn.
I knew it was bad too because I was like I was already anti cereal, man, because it's not healthy, man. Cereal really at the end of the day is not good for you. You know, it's like full of sugars and
Hmm.
stuff like that, and then you don't want it. You know, you want to eat some nice eggs or some fruit for breakfast. You
Oats.
never want to resort to cereal.
Right, right,
Oats,
right.
exactly. Oats, whole grains, man. You don't
There
want
you
none
go.
of that
That processed
refined.
sugar.
Yep, yep.
Yeah. The
Man, this
more
is
you
the
will.
this is the most dead it's been in here the last couple of nights, and I feel like it's because of the conversation we're having.
God damn it! I was trying to. This is what happens when I when I talk for like an hour or so. All right, let's try to bring. Let's see. Okay, see, I came back as soon as I. Okay,
Hey,
someone's.
Anuj, is he verified?
Where is
He's
he?
not
Let's.
verified. Well, shit. You
She.
can talk to him. You can talk to him in the VC.
Let's see.
Wait, no, you can't. You're not silver. Damn, none of us
I'm
can.
not.
GD Seeker,
I could just see
you're
people like.
verified.
I could see people leaving. Like as we were having the conversation, I was getting like feeling more and more bad. I was like, shit.
I got the cog dis roll. I wonder if that makes it so I can talk in the VC. Probably not.
Flatty, save us.
I'm here. I could talk to him in VC check-in.
Yeah,
But
but
that's
you
it.
can't verify him though.
I can't verify them then. So it's
Yeah.
almost.
Hey, buddy, Anuj, you're gonna have to wait, man. If you want to talk, you can listen. You can type up in the lobby, and you can go at mod ping, and then you can try and get a mod that's online to come in here and verify you if you want to talk. If not, that's fine too. GD Seeker, are you here? You listening?
Yo,
What's up, man? What brought you to the server?
just listening about cereals.
Yeah, dude, we're not supposed to talk about cereal, but sometimes we can't help it.
Yeah, I gotcha. You guys are funny.
So what's your stance here? Are you just trying to learn more, or do you sway to a certain side? Is a shape flat or round, or you just don't know? Or, you gotta think, you know. You gotta think it's something, right?
It's a snow globe.
Well, yeah, I mean, it very well could be, but it's definitely not filled with water because the snow globes are filled with water. See, we're not swimming right now. There is a large amount of water inside this container that we're in, but it's not filled, and I don't think it can be shaken. I'm not sure if it can be shaken or not, but yeah, we don't know what if it's a snow globe or if it's a box or what, but we do know that it's container. There's a container, and we can't get out per se like they tell us we can. Jeez, Vladdy just said, "Fuck this shit." Not even a gold in here to check the guy in. He just left. Said, "I'm out."
I'm here if anybody needs to get verified.
Hey, Anuj, if you want to go to the VC check-in one, KJ can verify you if you want to get permission to unmute your mic. So just go over there and then she'll meet you in there. But you don't have to if you don't want to. You can just listen as well. Oh, he's just listening.
Alrighty.
Just another agent.
Another coincidence agent. Yeah, dude, I'm pretty dead. I think I have to go to bed, but I'm sort of feel bad for just leaving you.
You're good. I should probably go to sleep too. I've been
Why is it so
lacking
dead?
on the sleep lately.
Yeah, I think we all are. Yeah, so
Yeah,
dead.
well, I mean,
Mhm.
I work till 1 a.m. So it's 2 a.m. right now. So I
Right,
mean,
right.
like, it's not that late for me. But I still got to get up and work on my garden in the morning. I go garden every morning, and I still haven't gotten the Keen Gardener role. Damn it! Any mods that are on the live stream, where is my Keen Gardener role? I know I'm not supposed to ask for roles, but god damn it, I have a whole garden. All right, and I got fruit trees. So what the hell? I bet people have that. Like Stormfire. Stormfire's got the Keen Gardener role. I don't think I want to see a picture of his garden. I want proof. I want proof where he doesn't have one. Maybe I shouldn't have said that. I was kidding. I don't care about roles. I mean, I do enjoy the Cogdis role, so I can go like in there. But other than that, I mean, I can't really do. Silver would be nice to talk to the people in VC check-in, But I feel like I'm not far enough. I need to get my fluidity down with my speaking. I feel like sometimes I jump all over the place. So, and I ramble. I'm doing that right now. Fucking rambling on and on.
There should be a Rambler role.
There should be. There should be. And you know what? The first person that should get that one, Shanna. Shanna. Sorry, Shanna. But you
Oh, man.
ramble. You ramble more than I do, that's for sure. But
Holy
hey,
crap.
it's alright.
Like, if you didn't stop her, she'd just go on for, like, forever.
Well, like, she comes in here when we're talking about off-topic stuff, and then she'll
Yeah.
start talking off-topic stuff, and then one of the mods will be like, yeah, Shanna, you gotta go to chill chat. I'm like, damn, we weren't on topic. Like, why are you telling her she gotta go?
I love it. It's like, we're talking about, like, irrelevant nonsense, and she comes in and she talks, and then, like, people get angry at her, and they, like, kick her out, and then it's just, like, dead silent right after, because there's nothing to talk about.
Yep. Nobody said, yeah, she'll leave. Like 5 people will follow her because they actually want to talk to her too.
Yeah. It's just, like, dead.
I do really like Shanna. I do. But
It's fun on me.
sometimes she does kind of derail the conversation a little bit. And I can see where that's problematic, but also sometimes it's not really derailing the conversation when it's not on the topic we're supposed to even be talking about. So,
Yeah. She kind
like,
of,
if
like,
someone were to come in here right now and start talking flat Earth, I mean, let's go. I'll talk about flat Earth all night. But shit, I don't even. There's nobody in here like, what a dead night. Wednesdays are usually like this, though. Oh no, I guess it's Thursday morning, but
I think I expect some Europeans or something to come in by now, but
yeah,
I think
usually the
maybe
Australians will be in here by now. I
the
mean,
Aussies. Yeah. I don't know. I think it's because it's like the middle of the week. Maybe there's like, they're probably in the midst of like work or whatever. And then
Ricky's on, Flatty's on. I wonder what server they're in.
they left
Rook-
as soon as.
Yeah, they're on a different server. Where are they going? Because I'm on Rookie's server, right? And I'm not. What the hell? They're not in there.
Do you have
They're
Battle Mod server?
No, is it in the thing? I'm kind of trying not to join a bunch of servers because of the BS that's going on. But
Yeah, I can send you an invite. Their server is pretty good, I think, about rules. I've only been in there a couple times, but usually pretty good conversations.
right on. Yeah, I might have to go check out some other places. Well, I don't know if I should even say this, but it's so dead right now. I'm gonna say it. I made a sock account to go and like try and infiltrate, find out where these trolls are at, man. I gotta figure it out though. Like, I don't want to join this server on that account because I don't want it to be mutual servers with somebody, and so they see that. So I'm trying to go in there and like troll them bad, man. I'm gonna get them hard. I got
Sounds
a whole
good.
plan. I got a whole plan. I probably shouldn't even say it. I probably shouldn't even said what I said, man, because there's probably somebody listening. They're gonna be hearing my voice. Hey, Glatt does audio stuff, right?
Yeah, he's an audio engineer.
Does he know how to make does he have like good voice changer options or something, or is
Um,
that,
I don't think so. He makes
or does
beats
he
and
might
mixes
know how
audio.
to, yeah, I've talked to him a little bit about it, but like he might know how to do that, right, or no?
I don't think so. If you want like a voice changer thing, probably talk to Justin because he has a website he knows about for that.
Okay.
Maybe
Yeah,
even
because I feel like my
CB, but
voice is
definitely.
like they're definitely gonna know who, like, just the sound of my voice. I feel like is very identifiable.
Mhm.
I was glad to see that Sasha 2.0 was in here today because someone accused me of being him like a while back. I was like,
Yeah,
I'm
Sasha,
not.
he brings entertainment.
Yeah, I was listening for a while, but I've been in here for like my whole shift almost the past like couple weeks. So I was like, I need to listen to some music and like clear my head.
Yeah, I'm here like listening when I do my work, and I'm here like every day, but sometimes, yeah, I'm just like, all right, music break.
Oh yeah. Hey, yeah, I'll just message you. I'm not gonna talk about that over here over this. It's just about another animation or graphic I was curious
All right,
about.
right on.
And I'm not like bashing on like your quality or anything, but does it like, are you capable of doing like more like 3D type stuff or no? Is it just mostly 2D?
I basically just do 2D because the program I use doesn't really offer that. So I haven't really worked with 3D.
No, that's fine. I just like, I don't even know who else to ask for anything like that. I know I could do it myself, but I'm just lazy and I don't have that much time. And you do it for a job or for a hobby or something. So yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, there
You
are
made
apps you could download if you wanted 3D, like if you wanted the 3D version of yourself or something like that. There are apps for that are free. In case if you wanted an avatar, or something like
right
that.
right. You made the one Glat has, right? Or no?
No, he found that on the internet.
Oh, I was like, oh, that looks kind of like, I don't know. It just looks kind of like you might have made it, and it seemed like he changed it like right after I had changed mine.
Yeah, I thought it looked kind of sweet.
Yeah, it does. It's super cool. I like it. FE man, it's FE for life. And that's what it is too. Like anybody that's a flat earther, they're flat earthers for life. That pertains to everybody. I feel like I guess I can't just speak for everybody because I know there's some people that supposedly have turned and went back to the ball, but I feel like that's more, honestly, just more for a publicity stunt.
Well, I was a flat earther back in 2018, and I think I was a flat earther for a week, and then I went back to being a glober for like a couple years.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Hmm. What turned you back to the globe? Just the more quote unquote evidence they have.
It was really stupid. It was mostly peer pressure from family, mostly my dad. But it was also like I couldn't answer certain questions because when I got into Flat Earth, it was basically the biblical aspect of it because back then I was a Christian. So I didn't have like scientific answers, especially when it came to the moon, like the whole Earth's shadow on the moon type thing. I
Phases,
thought, oh
yeah,
yeah,
man, that one pissed me off for a long time, and that I had the
yeah,
same issue too. Because the first thing I did was like, it's in the Bible. To my family, I'm like, it's in the Bible, because they're all super like religious in a sense.
yeah.
They all like we all grew up in different Christian type denomination churches or whatever. So I was like, it's in the Bible, and then I was like, and they took Enoch out, like Enoch, the book of Enoch, and then they're like, my mom is like, Enoch is from the devil. I always learned Enoch was from the devil, and then like that's what she was taught growing up, and then my sister's husband, that's a pastor, was like, well, there's really a reason. There's a reason why the things are in the Bible and things got taken out. So, you have to look at the credibility and the reliability, blah, 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 blah. And he's just like, acting like he knows it all because he went to school for it. And it's like, dude, like, okay, I never knew this at that point, but like, I'm probably going to ask him the next time I see him. Why does one of the oldest versions of the Bible that we know of that exists today recognize the Book of Enoch? Okay, why? And it's still around, and the people that believe in that sort of denomination still believe the Book of Enoch to be true. So explain that, Mr. Pastor.
Yeah, I've read the Book of Enoch, and I've read a lot of the apocrypha books back when I was religious, and I forgot what it was about the Book of Enoch, but I found something that was contradictory to the Bible. So that's what made me
Yeah,
turn away from it.
Yep, and then there's Enoch 1, 2, and 3, so
Right.
it's just like I've had somebody that knew way more about it, like kind of school me on it, but it was just so much information crunched up into like 3 minutes, and I was like, I didn't pick like hardly any of it up, except for the fact that Enoch 1, 2, and 3 were all written by different people.
Mm-hmm.
So that to me is like, okay, so at some point, it went from being the truth to, possibly not being the truth, or went from, possibly not being the whole truth to not being true at all, or like, how do we know if any of it's true? Because it's not even written. Like, the other books of the Bible were written by the people that they're named after. Enoch did not write Enoch.
Right.
Right?
Yeah, I
Am I wrong there?
remember, sorry, go
I'm
ahead.
pretty sure that's correct.
Well, I
I might have
remember
to fact check
finding out
myself.
that there was Enoch 2 and Enoch 3, and I was like, huh, okay, well, I'll read the first one. And then I later found out that 2 and 3 were written by two other people. And I was like, okay, I'm not going to waste my time reading those. So I read the other Apocrypha books and found a lot of interesting information, a lot of things that just weren't mentioned in the Bible, and I just thought were amazing at the time, the daughters of Adam and Eve and the ages of certain people and the descriptions of Enoch, seeing all of the earth and the firmament and everything. I really was into it, and I loved it all.
Yeah, it's super cool stuff. I should actually read it through completely. I've watched videos on it and stuff, but I've never actually read it. Um, I know there's some truth to the Bible. I know it's been like convoluted really bad, but like I've seen like I've had dreams, and I've had and even after and during praying, like I have visions. So like I know there's some truth to this, but like I don't know the exactness of everything, because I know it's been so like ripped apart, and like the language changes and all the different versions and stuff. It's like I know we're created, and I know we have the Bible, and we have all these other stories of religion and creation, and we have all these. This is information for us to kind of like, we're supposed to look at all of it and figure out what aligns with like right and wrong. It's not about like following the rules. It's about realizing good and evil, and like right and wrong, and like being a good person.
Well,
So
it really depends on which part of the Bible you want to believe in, because the Old Testament, which is the Tanakh, is separate from the New Testament. It was like the Old Testament is mostly about all of
They
these
were
rules that you
savages.
are supposed to follow. Like
They were
I forget
savages in the Old
600
Testament.
and yeah, 613 rules you're supposed to follow and all this stuff. It's just like, all right. Then you read the New Testament, it's like, hey, don't worry about it. Just be a good person and yada, yada,
Yep.
yada. Long
Yeah,
story.
well, I mean, that's like they say it changed because Jesus and stuff, like that there was like a change. But I don't, yeah, that's where it gets tricky. That's where it gets tricky for sure. But like, you can still understand that like things were different before in the Old Testament, like the way it's written, like things were a lot different in those times. So that's maybe why the rules were so different. But like, um, the system was so bad. It was like Jesus was like a reset. I don't know if it happens the way it happened, the way it did, or says it did in the Bible, but like there was some sort of reset there, and it lines up with other religions too, in a sense. I don't know exactly how, but like I do know that like all the religions kind of like follow some of the same like guidelines for creation and things like that. So to me it's just like
Yeah.
everybody's telling the same story just in a different language and just how they
Yep.
saw it in their area. So how do we know? Yeah, we don't know what if it's the Bible or what, but I know that it was definitely created by some power that's like higher than our power. I don't know, like beyond that, I pray and my prayers are answered, and like I've even realized I have to be careful about like what I pray about because things have happened that I've prayed about that like I've even been like, and I don't care if this happens, it's whatever, like, I just want this to happen and like please like help me do this or whatever. And then like the thing that I said I didn't care about happened, right? And then I realized I actually really do care, like it really does bother me that this thing happened in my life, right? And I prayed and to this powerful being and said I don't care. So like I wasn't being honest with myself and with this higher power. So like it was a way of this power showing me that I need to be more honest, is definitely a huge lesson. I've learned a lot just in the past 2 years about like becoming more connected with like the creator. Like there's a way to do it. There's a way to do it, and like I don't know. I've heard you talk about like like your beliefs and stuff, but it's like and it takes because you said you used to be a Christian, so like that's something that takes faith, right? And believing in any creator, it's gonna take some faith. It's even the people here that say, "Oh, I know that there's a creator because all this works so perfectly." Well, they're still putting faith in that because they can't prove it. They can't actually prove it, so they're putting faith in the fact that they say they know.
Yeah. Yeah, I spent, most of my life Bible believer because I was raised into it, and my dad was very forceful with the whole belief thing. So it was like I really didn't have a choice. I felt like it was just so normal to be religious and go through with it all and go through Sabbath and Passover and all that, Old
I
Testament
was
stuff.
I was raised in a like modern church at first,
Hmm.
so like kind of like new age, but it was still kind of like traditional at the same time. I think it was Baptist. I'm not exactly sure what the denomination was, but we moved away from that into like an Assemblies of God church, and that was like the kind of like the same thing, like a modernized church. Then I went into a Lutheran church, and then I was like, this is weird. And it put me off, like,
Mhm.
from the whole idea. And I was like, this is just wrong. You know, I'm like,
Yeah.
what is up with this? And so I went way far, and I was almost atheist before Flat Earth. And I probably could say I even was, because I was like, we can't figure that out. We don't know that stuff happened. That's a book that's been
Mhm.
written, rewritten, and printed in the millions. And, I was like, that religion is just used to control us. And I was just like thinking to myself, like, I was more on the lines of like karma and things like, do good things happen, do bad things happen. But like, yeah, I found Flat Earth, and everything clicked back into like it all made sense again, and it didn't for a while, but then it did, So
Yeah,
it's a process for sure.
for sure. Yeah. I was I was raised Seventh Day Adventist, so it's
Okay, yeah, they're way
known
way
for being
different.
pretty strict.
Yeah, I was thinking about going to a Seventh Day Adventist just to see what's going on with that, because they actually recognize Saturday versus Sunday, which
Mhm.
I agree with that, but it's like, man, they're wild.
Yeah, so it's like um there's this woman prophetess, Ellen G. White, and when you honestly when you dig deep into her writings, you'll find out that she was like a white supremacist, overall kind of racist, and she came up with all of these rules that you have to be vegan, you're not allowed to eat cinnamon, you can't play tennis, like all of these random things, because she's like, you gotta do this or else you're not gonna make it to heaven, and yada yada yada. She's pretty much psycho, but the whole denomination accepts her as like the 28th prophetess, and overall it's like they worship her as
None of them
God.
prophets are even real, man. Like the mainstream
Right.
prophets. Like I was trying to watch this thing, and they're like, all these prophets, supposed prophets, got in a room together, and they're like like they came up with all these things that were gonna happen, and it all was like, well, we had the majority of us prophesize this, so we know that this is gonna happen or is highly likely, or it's just like they're just literally coming up with ideas that anybody could come up with. It's predictions.
Yeah,
I can predict that, I can predict that the United States is going to be going to war. And
sure.
within the US is going to war the next 10 years. And you know what? It could happen. And if it doesn't happen in 10 years, is anybody going to remember I said that?
Right.
Like, probably not. I don't know. Maybe if I'm like a famous prophet, but like, still, they're still gonna be given credibility based on the supposed prophecies they've gotten right that have given them the, like, what's the word? That basically have given them the title prophet. So hey, Captain Dan is muted. Are you able to unmute him, or is he muted for a reason?
Um, I know the reason, I'm pretty sure. Um, I'm not gonna say what the reason was. So I'm not gonna mess with that. No offense to
Captain
you,
Dan.
Captain Dan. Wish you well.
Captain Dan, you said the wrong thing, man. You don't say the wrong thing in here. I don't know. It's like you gotta say the right stuff, and they won't shut you up. Hey, I know you're cool, man. I've talked to you a little bit before, but the thing is, you might be cool to me, but maybe not to the person that muted you. And that's something you're gonna have to take up with them. I don't know who muted you, but Yeah, I've been muted in here. Hey, man, I've been muted in here before. I've been muted before. Usually it's for hot miking though. I don't know. Were you hot miking real bad? Were you hot miking, Captain Dan?
I think that was what it was. Like really bad hot miking, like heavy breathing and all this multiple times.
Hursty sore. Yes. No, actually, I don't believe the Earth is flat. Sorry, I read that wrong. I know that it's flat. If you want to go to VC check-in, KJ can check you in probably if you want to get voice permission. I can't do that. I can't give you permission to speak, but KJ can. So if you want to go in there and maybe get unmuted, that'd be cool. If not, you can message me and I'll respond to your messages. But now you're gonna send me bullshit like that, dude. What the fuck is that? A megatherium. Here, I'm gonna
The
post this
fuck?
in the live stream. Here's what he sent me. What a fucking joke, man. Do you have a full skeleton of that? I want to see a skeleton. Where the bones at, dude? What the fuck is that? A megatherium. All right, dude. Tell me, what is a megatherium? What
Oh wow.
is that supposed to be? Like a giant sloth? It's like a
It's like
big
a
old sloth with a rhino
yeah.
type head or something. I don't know, with no horn. Was that a descendant of a cow, or a ancestor of a cow, or what? A prehistoric cow, or it has stripes, so maybe it's a prehistoric zebra. Right, right. How many millions of years old is that thing, huh? Millions of years. Right? Millions, I bet. That's what he's gonna say. Or do you have anything else to say? Oh, okay, I got messages. You sent me all sorts of stuff. Okay, so you sent me a picture of a skeleton. Alright, buddy. So here's the thing. Fossil, whatever. Okay, so the thing is, can you prove to me that all those bones are real? Which bones of that fossil are exactly real? Probably about maybe 10% of them, 15%, or 20%. I doubt we're going to get higher than 20% of those bones being real or original fossils, all right? That's the thing. They give you sections, pieces. They give you a jawbone or something, right? You got a jawbone and some vertebrae. And then they tell the archaeologist, they give them a picture like what you just sent me, right? You give them a picture of that fucking thing in the live stream voice text, and they're like, this is what it looked like. This is what it looked like. And then the guy uses sculpting materials to create the bone structure off of like three fossilized bones. All right, so that don't try to even tell me that this fucking picture here. I'll put it in the voice text for anybody watching or listening. Do not try to fucking tell me that this skeleton right here is a full fossilized megatherium. Like what in the fuck? That does not. Those bones are not real, dude. Those fossil bones are not real. The jawbone looks like it could be some sort of fossil. As for the rest of it, you maybe got like a vertebrae or two in there that are real, right? Something like that. But the rest of that shit is sculpted. Don't come at me with that shit. Get out of here. None of these things are real. You're sending me pictures, dude. Go to VC check-in. Get verified. Get verified. If you wanna I mean, make yourself sound like an idiot, dude. Like you're just gonna look stupid.
The whole thing looks fake to me. Just saying.
I mean, right? That's what I'm saying. And like, look at the picture he sent me, right? That's probably
Mm-hmm.
the picture that was shown to the fucking archaeologist because they literally formed the fucking sculpture of
Yeah.
it. the same way. Like, it's got its arms in the same way, same stance and everything, dude. It's like, get the fuck out of here, man. Yeah, get to the VC check-in, dude. Otherwise, I'll just block your messages because I'm not gonna sit and respond to pictures, to little drawings and fake sculptures.
That's
I mean,
so
dude,
random too. Like, bro, do you have any Earth curve measurements or
right?
this stuff?
This is how the messages go. He says, "Hi, do you believe the Earth is flat?" Then he sent me that picture. This is a megatherium, a prehistoric ground sloth. And then the skeleton. And then a diagram of how tall and how big they are compared to a person. That's a fucking diagram, dude. Do you have a real picture of one of those standing next to a person? Oh, 3 million years ago? That's why. Right, we don't have any pictures of them, just drawings. And 3 million
Convenient.
years ago? And you figured that out from how exactly? Which bones, which fossils were tested? Can you show me the results? Can you show me the carbon dating and then the other types of dating that they used to verify that they had the correct date? See, that has to be these dating methods, right? To date a fossil, you got to be able to cross verify it with other types of dating. You know, you can't just carbon date something anymore. You got to be able to use other types of dating that I don't really know the exact names of, but I know they are multiple types of dating. So get the fuck out of here with that shit, boy. Please don't block. Well, go. I'm not going to block you if you want to get verified and come in here and talk about it, or we can talk about the Earth curve, which is the actual topic, or the shape of the Earth. It's the actual topic we talk about here. So, I mean, you know you don't want to talk about that shit, right? You know you don't. Otherwise, you'd already be verified if you wanted to talk about that. Otherwise, you've gone to resorting to sending me pictures. Okay, so now you sent me a picture of basically an elephant, but it's not an elephant. Okay, this is a Paleoxodon, the largest mammal of all time. Okay, so it was bigger than an elephant. So you're saying woolly mammoths laid eggs? Is that what you're saying? Woolly mammoths laid eggs? Woolly mammoths were not mammals. They laid eggs. Weren't woolly mammoths bigger than this elephant here, buddy? I don't believe in woolly mammoths either, but I'm just no, they weren't. Really, a woolly mammoth is not bigger than this elephant. We have a perfectly preserved woolly mammoth. Okay. Wow. You sent me a picture of a fuzzy elephant. Okay, so it's a baby. How do you know how big it got then? Dude, get out of here with this, man. You're not. I mean, I guess it's good. It's good content, but you're not posting in the live stream text because you're not verified. So go get verified, so we can have a little discussion. You want to talk about this? Let's talk about it. But I'm not gonna respond to any more messages from you, buddy. So it's a VC check-in or bust. You can try to
Who's the guy?
message Hursty Sore. Probably some fake
Terrible
account.
name.
Yeah, probably a fake account, some known troll around here. I mean, there's no avatar or anything. He came in here specifically to do this. I mean, hence why he's harassing me over my messaging, over my PMs versus going into the VC. I mean, don't harass me, dude. Stop harassing me with these fake pictures. This is harassment. Go get verified. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see this. Why are you showing me these size comparison? I don't care how big a fake creature is compared to a human. Like, why do I care? They're fake. None of these things are real that you're showing me. Alright? Like, I know crocodiles are real, right? I've seen crocodiles. Okay, where's a Parasaurus, huh? Where is one? Show me a picture of a living Parasaurus. Oh, they went extinct. Interesting. So how do you know that they're real if you've never seen one? Through fossils. Okay, like I already explained that to you. You're not going to respond to the fact that they take 1 or 2 or 3 bones and they build a whole rest of the body based off of a few bones, dude. Get out of here. Respond to that. You're not gonna. Cause you know you don't have a response to that. It depends on animals. No, it doesn't. They're all like that. Show me a complete fossil. Show me a 100% complete fossil of any creature. You can't. You cannot. You can't. Unless it's a crustacean or like some sort of mussel or insect. Okay? Show me a full fossil of one of these creatures. No. No, dude. Those no. No. Nope. Not responding to that.
I understand who you're talking to.
This guy keeps messaging me.
What guy?
Yeah, he won't go to VC, but I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go to Battle Mod server so I can talk to some fucking real people versus these fucking weirdos that wanna.
What guy?
This Hursty Sore dude that's in the live
Okay.
stream right now. Yeah.
Did
Go
you
harass Clay under seal. Go start messaging him. He'll respond
No,
probably the
I'll be
same
out of
way.
here.
It's
See you later.
bullshit, dude. Yeah, he's scared. He's scared to get verified. It's probably pee drinker, honestly. Alright, I'll talk to you guys later. Hey, thanks for coming on the mic, KJ. You never talk. Here and there, for ladies' night, but it's good to hear you get in, especially when there's nobody else. Nobody else to talk to. You just felt bad, didn't you?
Well, I mean,
Didn't
there
want
are
to hear me
times
talk
I
to
do want to
myself.
jump in. I feel like I can't because there are just a bunch of guys kind of talking, so kind of hard to do that sometimes, but I find my spots here and there, especially late at night. It seems like it's very quiet, so usually get a few words in.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I'll see you later, Captain Dan. I hope you're unmuted by the next time I come in. Maybe we'll have a little chit chat about the conversation. Seems like you wanted to get involved. So, take it easy, guys. Have a good night.
See you.
Hello, family. It's so quiet in here. Anybody here?
Good morning, folks.
All right. Hey, Brenda, did you bring with you any brand new globe proofs that you think are globe proofs with us?
All the old ones work perfectly good.
Oh, I see. Since they don't, do you have a new favorite?
Foucault's pendulum.
That's not new. I guess we could maybe talk about how that doesn't prove the Earth is moving because you have to start it yourself.
Wait.
But sure.
Let's talk about how you were hypnotized by the pendulum, right? Because you know that's a device that the hypnosis guy uses to hypnotize. Brenda, are you still in a state of hypnosis because of that pendulum?
Wait,
I am not hypnotized.
dude said he's a
hypnotized. Hypnotized.
What the hell?
See, I would just like to go over, like, how do you know that it isn't caused by, like, a rabbit's tail, right? How do you know what's causing it? Because I know you got observations. We all see it doing what it does, right? The pendulum swings this way, right? And we all know that, it changes degree, right? But how do we know what's causing that? How have you, like, ruled out all the other possible, I hate to say the word, but variables?
Basically, if the Earth is rotating, if the Earth is stationary, the pendulum will not diverge. The pendulum does diverge. Therefore, it cannot be stationary.
All right, so let me give you an example of affirming the consequent. Affirming the consequent. So the lamp isn't working, therefore it has to be the bulb. The lamp isn't working, so it must be the bulb.
That's
what if it's
not
unplugged?
what I said. That's not what I said.
I know that's not what you said. That's what I said. Right.
Yeah.
So what if the cat unplugged? What if the cat unplugged the lamp, or what if the dog chewed it in twain? Right? Is it possible that you're not aware of the Earth being stationary? So how would you know what it would do when it would be stationary in your worldview?
I just know that it can't be stationary, because if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge.
What pendulum?
Foucault's pendulum.
Where is that? Where is this pendulum that's moving? Where is it?
And wait, I have a question though. Before that, do you have an example of an Earth that is stationary where a pendulum does something different?
No, it's just that if it was stationary, the pendulum would not diverge. But it does diverge, but can't be stationary.
Wait, hold on. Let me break this down in a different way. So in order to know that what you're saying makes any sense, wouldn't you have to have two Earths, one that's stationary and one that's not, with two pendulums doing different things?
That is correct.
Why would I need two Earths?
Because then you would know that's the difference. You'd have one Earth to look at that's moving and the pendulum's doing this thing, and then one Earth that's stationary and the pendulum's doing that thing. And then you can see, oh yeah, so this pendulum doing this is an indicator that the Earth is moving and it's not stationary.
No, I don't think I need two Earths. I think I just need the modus tollens, which is that if the Earth is stationary, it will not diverge, and it does diverge. Therefore, it can't be stationary.
How do you know it doesn't diverge on a stationary Earth? What if there is some magnetic phenomena that we are not aware of, or we don't know? I mean, literally ask the illiterate people, because the literate people, they do know. What if there is some magnetic phenomena which actually makes that pendulum deflect? I think you mean deflection, not divergence.
Diverge and
They are
deflect.
driven by motors and magnets.
Diverge and deflect are the same thing. They're synonyms. And plus, the pendulum isn't made out of a magnetic material.
Yeah, it is. Read the
No, it
manuals.
isn't.
It's driven by magnets.
Diverge means to spread.
Yeah.
It's synonym with spreading.
Yeah.
But deflection means to change direction.
Yeah.
It's not a synonym.
As I am using them, they're the same.
Well, as you are using, but
Yeah.
you're using it wrong. Anyway.
No, I'm not.
You guys are desperate for a Glover.
Yeah.
Right.
So
it diverges or deflects from a straight line.
So is there anything else that the Earth rotates under, or just this one pendulum that's driven by magnets?
The pendulum isn't driven by magnets.
Yeah, it is.
You don't
If
know
you-
it very
hold on,
well.
hold on.
Some are. Some
hold on.
You don't know your globe proofsy very well, do you?
Guys, hold on. Brenda, would you please look into the live stream voice text if you're
Yeah,
able?
I see it.
I just posted a link from the Smithsonian Institution about the Foucault pendulum they have there. They say there's an electronic device, an electromagnet in it, and you're saying there's not. So who's wrong?
I'm not talking about that one.
Which one are you talking about?
Yeah, can you tell me the name of the pendulum you're talking about?
Any pendulum.
Where is it? Okay, well, I tried to make a pendulum, and what happened was it ended up diverging in different directions when I.
Therefore, the Earth isn't spinning. Then,
But
the
he's changing the
if it diverged, then it's.
You know, the Earth has a electromagnetic field that could also be the reason why a pendulum works.
Well, not if the pendulum is non-magnetic. It can't be.
So do these pendulums start themselves, or do they have to be started, Brenda?
They eventually just come to rest, right?
That's not an answer to the question.
That is an answer. He said. He asked
No,
if
he
they.
asked,
I
he
said
asked,
they
do you
do.
have to start them, and you said, well, they eventually come to rest.
No, he asked
do you
if
have to
they
start it?
stop. No, he asked if they stop.
No, you might have misheard the Scottish accent.
Yeah, I did misunderstand him.
Okay, so how do these start? Do they start themselves?
No, you have to start them.
Right. So, and then if you look at what's been posted, you'll see magnets and more energy is needed to continue them on their swing. Or
I'm
they
talking about
come to stop.
I'm talking about pendulums that don't have magnets.
No,
Okay,
you're
so
talking about
saying,
Foucault's
hold on,
pendulum. That's
okay.
what you said
I
to
have
start with.
to genuinely ask him something, please. You're saying that whether it's the
Well, he's
rotation,
lying.
what are you saying is happening, causing the pendulum to swing back and forth?
Well, there is a Coriolis force applied to the pendulum, which causes it to diverge from a straight line.
Coriolis is a
Right?
force. When did it become a force?
Coriolis is a force.
No,
right?
it's an effect.
It's an apparent deflection.
Yeah, it's a pseudo force. Yes, you're right, but it's still a force. It's a pseudo force, but it still counts as a force.
Pseudo force is. How can you say?
So wait, is Coriolis
a pseudo force as a force?
gravity? Is Coriolis density, gravity, magnetization?
No.
What is it?
Coriolis is conservation of momentum.
But so then you have to initiate the movement for it to keep going. You're talking about perpetual motion.
I'm not talking about perpetual motion. I'm talking about the motion of the bob on the pendulum, right?
It should be. Surely, if it's affected by the Earth, then surely it should be perpetual. We should be able to harness this
Why
energy.
would it be perpetual?
Because the Earth's constantly moving. In your model.
According
to Globe Earth.
You cut out there, sorry.
According to the Coriolis force, wow. Okay, I just don't believe that at all, honestly.
Coriolis is Coriolis. It's a pseudo force.
Brenda.
Well,
rotation, orbit around.
You're roboting. You're roboting.
Yeah, you're roboting hard, Sasha.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Yeah.
As always, as soon as you ask, "Can you hear me now?" people stop roboting. That happens every single time.
Listen to this. This is what Google says. If you don't like Google, I'm sorry, but it says in physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
So does that means this is a theory, right? Because this is literally using the word fictitious.
Yeah. Yes, it's a pseudo force or a fictitious force. Yeah. That doesn't mean it isn't real.
But is this? Are you subscribing to this? Are you willing to look beyond this?
No, they say I will raise my hand. I will raise my hand. My hand is upraised. I don't have a Bible with me. I will swear
no,
that
you're swearing on a Bible on science? Why?
It's an accurate. The Google definition that the guy just read is an accurate.
You can swear on the globe.
Definition of a Coriolis force that I subscribe to.
Can I tell you something, man?
You can
You don't
swear
have to swear on anything. This is just like we're just exploring stuff. Like
I'm just being
I have
a
a
little
quick question for the audience.
When you hear it,
I'm just being a little lighthearted to sort of cut the tension. That's all.
That's great, and that's fine, and that's fun. I just have a quick question. I'll go away. Listen, I'll have a quick question, and I'll go away. Brenda, what's the opposite of fact?
A fiction.
Thank you.
Boom.
Right.
As you were.
I don't
Yes.
even like using Google, but you know, the fact that they put the word fictitious in the definition of it is crazy to me.
It started out here that your proof was Foucault's pendulum. You found out that they're driven by magnets, and then you shifted the goalposts to, I'm not talking about that pendulum. So which pendulum are you talking about?
I'm talking about all of the pendulums that don't have a magnetic device attached to them.
Foucault's pendulum. What you started with. So not that.
Those are Foucault pendulums. They're just ones with.
Okay.
Okay.
One moment. One moment, please. Brenda, you said you're talking about all the pendulums which do not have a magnetic device attached to them. Now, I personally debunked the Foucault's pendulum, and I can teach you how to do it very easily.
Sure.
You make a pendulum, and
when are you picking up your Nobel Prize? When are you picking up your Nobel Prize in physics?
No, I'm not interested in Nobel
you'll
Prize.
do that if somebody can prove
Well, because you refuted Foucault.
What are you going to get yours?
If you want to get one, you do so. You try to
You
do so.
refuted a major conservation
I'm not going.
physics.
Look, listen.
Why don't you measure some
I tell
Earth
you what
curvature
to
and go
do.
get your Nobel Prize?
Can I finish at least?
Sorry.
Yeah, I've got a question after you. Go for it, bro. Go for it.
Now, when you change the pendulum's weight, if you use like iron balls, lead balls, you will observe that pendulum deflection. But
Pendulum, what? I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that?
When you use a pendulum which has a iron weight or lead weight metal, which you are swinging, you will observe that deflection. And the funny thing is, iron, gold, and lead, they don't deflect at the same rate. They show different deflection ratios. Now, the thing is, when you change the weight with two opposing magnets, you glue together two opposing magnets, and you use those as the pendulum weight, you will see that you swing them from left to right, and they will swing in that way, and they will not deflect. How do you explain that?
Yeah,
How do you explain this?
Yeah, I would not use magnets because they could be affected by any magnets or metal that's around it. And I wouldn't.
You would not use the proof
No,
that
you are not
cited
around
Foucault's pendulum.
metals.
Well, suppose I don't know that. I could be.
Magnets can be affected if you have some metals close enough to them.
Or they could be
or
affected.
strong magnets close enough. But if they are not close enough, they are just magnets.
Could they be affected by the Earth's magnetic field?
aren't the are
Wouldn't they?
aren't
Wouldn't they be?
all magnets in the world in direct?
So I wouldn't use magnets because they would be affected
They
by the
are
Earth's magnetic
present
field.
in. Listen.
So then you wouldn't use
When
Foucault's
you hold the
pendulum, which is the
magnet
thing
in
that you
your
cited.
hand, when you hold the magnet in your hand, that magnet is being present in the world's gigantic magnetic field. So it's already present in the magnetic field.
Right. So I want to eliminate that variable, so I wouldn't use
You
magnets.
can't. You
Well,
don't
that
have.
eliminates the
You
proof.
don't have a place. There is no such place in the world where you do not have
I would just use like
the world's magnetic field.
I would just use a material that isn't affected by magnetism, like say concrete.
Yeah, but then you wouldn't use
Okay.
Foucault's
In
pendulum.
a concrete chamber, a room, a concrete room.
Concrete plumb, the concrete, the ball at the end.
And you make this pendulum. You make this pendulum with you glue together two magnets. Yeah, and you hang them on that wire, and you swing them, and you will see that they are not deflecting.
I would not use magnets because they would be affected
Well,
by the
I
Earth's
ask
magnetic
you
field.
why the magnets do not deflect.
Probably because they're affected by the Earth's magnetic field.
Well, I'm not asking about probably.
You did.
I'm not
You
asking
did
about.
ask me.
No, I ask you if you know.
I would say that that's
How do you explain if you know?
I'm saying that's most likely the explanation.
Well, obviously, you are not an expert in Foucault's pendulum to know that it's actually a scam. Yeah.
How is it a scam?
Yeah. Official scientists, they explain how Foucault's pendulum is a scam.
Who?
Scientists.
Which
Physicists.
scientists?
Quantum
You just agreed
physicists.
No, they
you
don't.
just agreed that it's
Yeah,
not
they
proof
do.
anyway.
No,
He
they
just
don't.
agreed that it's not proof anyway, though, because he says that he wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what Foucault's pendulum is. So next.
Foucault's pendulum is not magnetic.
It is, buddy. Read the manual and
isn't.
check the live stream voice text.
No,
it is
it
driven
isn't.
by magnets.
It is.
Yes, it is.
isn't.
You're just wrong. You don't understand your own proof.
And
Brenda, it is.
Brenda,
Read the manual for it.
Doesn't. That's just for their pendulum. That's not for.
you said.
Oh, that's
pendulum.
what Foucault's pendulum. That's how that works. That was your
No,
proof.
that's not how
you didn't
things
know
work.
it was magnetic. You've now admitted that you wouldn't use a magnetic pendulum, which is what your proof is. So you got to move on now.
Proof isn't
Brenda,
that it's a magnetic pendulum.
Brenda, one
Yeah,
moment.
it is driven by magnets. Check
Brenda,
the
you
live stream
said,
voice.
And more.
Brenda, you said in the beginning that you're not talking about the Smithsonian pendulum, and then you said you are talking about all other pendulums except that one. Yeah,
Right.
the
Those,
Smithsonian.
I said
And now, when I presented you,
just a minute.
When I presented you a pendulum, which does not use magnetic devices, it uses two simple magnets. That's all it uses.
I would not use that one because in science.
Well, you will not, but you have to explain what's happening.
Because
why? And listen, when you put two magnets, listen, Brenda, when you put two magnets which attract each other, and you swing them, those magnets will deflect like any other metals, like all other pendulums. But only when you put them the way they repel each other, that's when you do not observe that deflection anymore.
I would not use magnets, period, because
you will not use magnets.
Okay.
Because it debunks
because I want to do a proper scientific experiment where I eliminate all possible confounding variables.
Okay, Brenda,
you haven't eliminated the magnetic field and the electric field, The ground is negative.
Things that are affected.
Listen, we live between two Gaussian planes, The ground negative and the sky positive.
You haven't got. That's not what I'm testing for. And we don't live between two planes.
Listen, you exist inside a magnetic and electric field.
That's your claim.
No, it's not my claim.
That's
This is
measurable.
scientifically explained.
That's why I wouldn't
It's
use
scientific
magnets.
fact.
That's why I wouldn't
Scientific
use.
fact, Brenda. No, thunder
So Brenda,
strikes from the
That's
cloud
why
to
I
the
wouldn't
ground.
use magnets.
Brenda, basically you're saying that if you don't use magnets, then you're not using Foucault's pendulum as one of your proofs. You're using what, John Smith's pendulum, or
that's not what I'm
Steve Wright,
saying.
or like who?
That's not
Well,
what I'm saying.
You're saying, well, the basically the information for the Foucault's pendulum is in the live stream voice text. You could take a look at it and see that magnets and motors are used, and it has to be
That's just the
itself.
Smithsonian. That's just the
Then-
Smithsonian one.
Then
No, I just posted
then
another
you've
one. Hold
got-
on, hold on. I just posted
then-
something. The original
then what about
Foucault pendulum was a lead bulb with brass. And then I posted a link from an educational site saying lead can be affected by magnetic field. So the
Brenda,
original,
what
hold on,
about-
the original Foucault pendulum used a material susceptible to being influenced by magnetic fields. The end.
So did he have
but all those metals, all those metals, lead and brass, they are both very good electroconductors.
Yeah, but they are not affected by
They conduct
magnetism.
electricity. Well, they are affected by electricity, by the electric
affected
field
by
that they are
magnetism?
present in.
Okay, let's move forward.
Magnetism.
Let's move forward, because now we
Agreed.
realize that one device one device can, how to say, we can with focus pendulum we can realize that it's earth rotating. Let's go out and find out, is that true?
Well, Brenda,
I'd like to point out a logical fallacy.
How do you explain? Sorry.
Brenda used
Brenda
the
reduced
logical
his own
fallacy
argument to a
begin
lie.
with. She tried to use the modus tollens, as in, she actually used an inverse fallacy. If not P, then
That's
not
not
Q.
a. It's not the. I didn't make a fallacious argument.
Yes, because
I
you
said,
did
I
say.
said if P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's
Yeah,
what
you
Owens.
did that.
Hold
You did
on,
that.
hold on, time out.
You inversed
Time out,
it.
just
No,
give me a
but
second, guys.
just let me finish for a moment, please. She inversed it because she was trying to
Modus
escape
tollens.
the assuming the consequent fallacy.
Modus tollens is not fallacious.
You inversed it. It's an inverse
If
fallacy.
P then Q, not Q, therefore not P. That's modus tollens. That's the argument I presented.
You are saying it as in, if not P, then not
That's not what I
Q.
said.
Great.
I said,
Yes, it
if
is.
P then
Brenda,
Q, not
So,
Q,
Brenda,
therefore
Thank you,
not P.
thank you, Brenda.
Yeah,
Because of this, that is the problem.
electric. Okay, he told you. Maybe he misspoke. Yeah. So
What'd
it's
I
been
say?
clarified. Get over it.
Brenda, hold it. But
What
can
did I
you
say?
explain, Brenda? Can you explain the Elias effect with these pendulums during
I
eclipses?
don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
That's where during eclipses, supposedly these pendulums alter their swing and possibly.
Has anybody been able to reproduce that?
Well, I mean, Google's
No, have they? Nobody's been able. Nobody has been able to reproduce. I understand. I'm familiar. I'm familiar.
You never knew about it. I thought you never knew anything about it.
Nobody has been able to reproduce it, have they?
Apart from who?
Elias.
So just one person.
Right.
Then
So
you
it hasn't
know
been.
you know every person in the world that's done this.
It's been tried. Nobody's been able to reproduce it.
But so why is it even a thing? Why is there people arguing it?
Well, people aren't. Not real physicists aren't. Nobody's arguing it.
What's a real physicist?
Yeah, nobody's arguing that.
No, but what's a real physicist? Like, as long as they believe in gravity that can't be proven experimentally,
right?
That these pendulums swing by themselves, and like all these things that you have to have faith in.
So the definition of science is repeatable, right?
No, it's a method.
Repeatable.
It's a
No, the
method.
scientific. Yes, that's right. Repeatable,
establishing
falsifiable,
cause and effect relationship.
verifiable. That's what science is. Repeatable, falsifiable, verifiable.
Brenda, if that's the case, then where's the experiment for?
If
Gravity.
What? Oh, people do that every day at Cavendish.
That's not an experiment.
Yeah, it
Doesn't
is.
follow the scientific
Brenda.
method.
Yes, it does.
What's the independent variable for Cavendish?
The distance.
The distance.
Yeah, the distance
so
between.
Your distance is your cause. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, you vary the distance,
your
and
cause
you
was gravity. You may be proving gravity, no distance.
Gravity varies with distance between the centers of the two masses. So you vary the distance, and you vary the strength of gravity.
Oh, did you prove gravity
show me
before
a
you claimed it?
Cavendish?
See, before you actually do claim gravity does things, you can't just say, "Well, gravity does this, so I'll do this experiment because gravity does this." You can't just.
It's a formally valid experiment, right?
Okay, how did you isolate gravity
you're
from the electromagnetic forces?
Yeah, the independent variable is the cause. If you're proving gravity, then that's your cause, obviously. No, your distance.
Well, the IV doesn't have to be the direct cause. It could be an indirect cause. So indirectly, by varying the distance between the two masses, you'll vary the effect of gravity.
But you never proved gravity in the first place. You can't claim
gravity is defined. Gravity is defined as proportional to the distance between the centers of the two masses.
And was it defined?
You're defining the thing you're trying to prove.
That it was defined before it was even backed up by experiment.
Right, because Newton was a genius, so he came up with. Yes, Newton.
Fuck Newton. It might not have even fucking existed.
So we let
Newton defined gravity as a force that varies with inverse proportion to the distance between the two masses.
But it's not a force. It's not a force. According to Einstein, you've not got a force anymore. It was supplanted by Einstein, I say, over a century ago, man.
It's a inertial force. Yes, you're correct.
So it's not a force, but it's a force.
It's a pseudo force. Gravity is a pseudo force.
Again,
so Brenda, what's the difference between a force and a pseudo force then? I mean, this language is very confusing and very hard to follow. What's the difference?
I can explain it to you. It means that it's not fun. This means that it's not fundamental. That it is caused by other underlying physical properties going on.
Okay, so what's the underlying thing for gravity? What's the real force underneath the pseudo force of gravity, or whatever
the bending of space-time.
Whoa, concept. You're giving concept.
To me, it sounds like there's a ton of questions, and for every question, you have another explanation, and that needs an explanation, and that needs an explanation. It's like it's just never ending with the fucking.
That's true. Well, it does end. It does end at a certain. There is an ending.
Brenda, where did space and time do concepts? Where did they get physical properties and be able to stretch a conceptual medium?
Space-time is not a concept.
Space is a concept. Time is a concept.
Yeah, but
the two
space-time
of them together. Who proved this?
Space-time is different from space and from time.
Who proved it with experiment? Following the scientific method. Tell me.
Eddington.
By
observing the bending of a distant star past the sun at the prescribed amount.
Does that include the photographic slides from the second telescope where it didn't bend around the sun?
No.
So right. So
there were two telescopes,
he showed
right?
It doesn't matter, right? So they showed.
Yeah, it does matter because they had a bunch of photographic slides, and they selected the ones where the light was bending according to their theory, and they threw out the ones that didn't match. That's called cherry picking. It's bullshit.
No, that they were thrown out for other reasons because they were just not good. They were just not good slides.
Come on,
space-time is
Google. How about that?
I mean, like,
I do not have Windows open,
dude. Like,
so we have space-time being a real
information.
I can't hear when everybody talks at once. I can't hear.
I'm just trying to say one thing. You're being presented a ton of information that doesn't align with like the basic model of the globe Earth. Like, you have to try to look past the ship for a second, bro.
Gravity doesn't have anything to do with the globe Earth or the geometric shape of the Earth.
Reasons, by the way.
Of course
what
it
reasons
globe
did they
needs
have for throwing away the slides? You said they had reasons. Can you specify?
No, I can't.
So why did you say they have reasons?
Because I just assumed that they did.
All right, fair enough.
And because they did subsequent observations afterwards. There have been other observations.
But can you remember when I asked you for experimental evidence for space-time bending and you gave me an observation? That would just be an observation. It's not an experiment. You cannot manipulate what's up in the sky, trillions of light years or whatever away. An observation's not an experiment, Brenda. Come on.
Sure,
it's part of the process, but you can't just say, oh, I saw something and I assume this and it backs up what I already believe, so fuck it.
Well, there have been plenty of other observations, and observations are used.
Bro, so sorry, Brenda, I'm asking you specifically for an experiment following the scientific method that proves the existence of this space-time.
Right, so observations are perfectly good for giving contradictory.
Can you give me an experiment rather than waffling about
observations are perfectly acceptable for giving confirmation evidence, confirmatory or disconfirmatory evidence to support or otherwise refute or disconfirm a theory.
Brenda, come on now. I asked you for an experiment.
I don't have to give you an experiment. I can give you observation.
You don't have one at all for either gravity. You literally have nothing apart from
That's not true. No, that's not true.
Dependent, independent variable and a viable hypothesis. No,
I already gave it to you.
Distance is the independent variable. Come on.
I already gave it to you. It's the Cavendish.
The IV is the cause.
Yes.
When the distance is not the cause, you're trying to prove gravity, not distance.
If the force varies with if the force varies in inverse proportion to the distance, then varying the distance would be varying the cause.
What force?
The force of gravity. It's a pseudo. It's a pseudo force. It's a pseudo force.
Exactly.
I'm a pseudo doctor, Brenda.
It's a different sense of the word.
Right, but what the problem is, what he's basically doing is saying there are invisible pixies pulling things down. If there are, then my lighter's gonna drop. Here, look, it dropped. So there must be pixies. This is literally the argument he's making.
That would be affirming the consequent, which I've not done.
Which is what you've done.
I used modus tollens. I used modus tollens, not affirming the consequent.
You're affirming the consequent if you're saying that the
no, I'm not.
If you're saying the distance is the IV, and you're claiming that distance,
not affirming the consequent. That's the IV.
Your IV is your cause. You're trying to prove gravity, not distance. I never asked you for an experiment to prove distance, did I?
Well, we know that the distance.
You don't know. You've not proven anything. You can't claim shit before you've proved it.
That's the hypothesis. The hypothesis is that the strength of the force varies in inverse proportion to the distance between the masses.
And the hypothesis is not been proven until the experiment is finished.
So then, if you vary the distance between the objects, you are varying the IV.
Wait, hold on. That's not true. Isn't it? I thought it had to do with like wind and air pressure. That's what the amount of density in the object doesn't change how fast it's going to fall to the earth. It's supposed to be like the amount of wind or something. Am I incorrect?
I'm not talking about things falling. I'm talking about gravity.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why do gravity
is the property that makes things fall?
Gravity is the property of two objects having mass being.
Gravity is a theory, by the way.
Just,
so
please, it's a scientific theory. It's a scientific theory. It's not just something.
No, it's not. It's not scientific whatsoever. There's no scientific experiment. You've not got science in either gravity. Neither of them are a theory.
I told you.
Just real fast. hold on, Brenda, just real fast. I want to put something in there. So, flat earthers are the ones that claim that things fall down, right? What the globe earthers are claiming is that balls circle each other in the sky like a perpetual motion machine without ever like falling away from each other.
No, that's not
And they fall
perpetual.
like, oh, really? When's it going to end?
Eventually,
Millions of years. Is it like 5 million years or some shit like
yeah,
that?
some shit like that. Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
I'll put that on my calendar, man, just to make sure.
Yeah, it takes a very long time, but eventually orbits decay, right? And the object will fall to the heavier object.
When did anyone ever prove anything of the sort when you're talking on time
With the
scales?
Cavendish experiment. With the Cavendish.
Okay, how does Cavendish isolate gravity?
Doesn't
How does Cavendish isolate gravity from electrostatic forces?
Nah, he thinks
by using non-magnetic materials. That's how.
You know the laws of natural
was
density
the
explains
observed natural
everything.
phenomena?
Like you don't need all this like explanations of gravitational pull and buoyancy. Like you don't need all that to explain it when you have natural density.
And
density is not a force.
Forces are present in all intermolecular interactions.
Yeah, but nope, that doesn't
What did
matter.
you do to
So
isolate? Yeah, what did you do to isolate your Cavendish from that?
from matter?
Buoyancy is a force.
Buoyancy literally contains gravity in one of the terms of the formula.
Yeah, even though you've not proved gravity.
Prove it.
It's literally in the formula. Another word for buoyancy is another word for
made up formulas.
It's not made up. It's based on observations and experiments.
Observations.
Who made the formula?
You've not got
I
experiments.
don't know who came up with the
got
formula for buoyancy.
Man wrote it. Isn't that the same reason why you don't believe in historical books, right? Like the Bible.
Well, humans do science. That's what humans do. Yeah.
Globers don't seem to want to do any science.
So
we do.
What
are you
gravity?
talking about,
Brenda?
Yeah, well,
can we
gravity?
On the same page?
You're trying to say Cavendish is
if
scientific.
I could not be interrupted for once, gravity
I'm not
is an apparent. Gravity is an apparent force of attraction between objects having mass.
Would that be Newton's version of gravity?
Yeah.
So what about Einstein? He supplanted Newton.
It's more or less the same thing, except
more
that
or less.
What the it's
we got 3 space and then 4 space. Is Newton got a 4 space continuum space time? You said it's the same thing, right?
I said it was.
Is Newton got 4 space? So
no.
Here's the deal.
So you ask me questions and then you keep talking. Could you let me answer you?
Make him answer that. What? Make him answer that.
Go ahead.
Right. So I don't think Newton had the idea that space and time were separate. Einstein unified them into a new thing that's separate from both, called space-time. It's neither space nor time. It's neither space nor time.
Okay, so it's a fabric,
like a super concept.
It's a fabric. What is this fabric made out of? The space-time continuum.
Well, there are people that think that space-time itself could be the result of underlying physics properties going on, but that hasn't been confirmed yet. There are people working on theories that would explain space-time as an emergent property.
You're willing to accept all these changes to these scientific theories?
Yes, because that's how science advances.
So what exactly? What your like stream of information? Who do you trust? Like you're just trusting whoever is just giving you heliocentrism?
I will trust official sources, and I will trust physics books and
sources.
Okay.
Yes.
So appeals to authority.
So what?
No,
reality?
Nothing empirical.
Brenda.
No,
Brenda,
I appeal to
reality. Do you trust the fact that you experience a flat stationary Earth, that you've never seen any curve and no one experienced motion? Do you not trust your senses?
I don't experience a flat stationary Earth.
Well, you do. You've never seen curve.
No.
Apart from on
Yes,
TV
I have.
and on
Yes,
images.
I have.
Okay. Where? When?
You've seen
At what
curves.
height?
Yeah, let's get those measurements.
Boats go over the horizon. Boats go over the horizon. That's curved.
the
Well,
apparent
bro,
optical
Brenda,
horizon that is not geometric, that we can zoom the boat back in after it goes over
You
by
can
increasing
never,
the resolution power of the observer?
you can
Okay,
never zoom the boat
Brenda,
back in.
Yeah, you can. Check
seriously,
the live stream voice
Brenda,
text right now.
see if a boat disappears at 3 miles, how small do you seriously think the Earth must be for it to go over the horizon? That is insane.
I mean, that's
You're
All
going to
you have
go.
is incredulity.
I'm going to get
more
you a new rope.
substantial.
He just said that.
Radio,
He just said that you
radio
can never.
frequencies, they shoot beams perfectly straight and
He said
level.
that you can
When they're
never zoom a boat
communicating
back
with
in.
other boats, whether they're 50 miles out, 100 miles out, these radio signals do not try to follow any curvature of the planet. So, like,
Actually, they will bounce. They will bounce back and forth between the ionosphere and the surface of the Earth.
that would have to happen on a flat plane for a radio signal to hit an object and actually come back. It would have to be on a flat plane.
That's not
Okay,
true.
but now he's.
Yes, it is.
Biosphere
You can look up the
zone.
science of radio signals and all that. It'll tell you that. It's fine.
They bounce. Radio signals will bounce from the ionosphere to the
No,
land
not
and
the
back.
atmosphere. I'm talking about objects.
Show us your dome. Show us your dome, Brenda. What dome? You call it the ionosphere? What's it made out of?
Electric, can I ask a question?
No.
I want to know what
I
the
don't know.
ionosphere is made out of.
I don't know what's going. I don't know what's going
Some
on.
sort of dome. Brenda's invoking some sort of barrier that these radio waves are bouncing off of. What
Yeah,
is
the
it?
ionosphere. The ionosphere.
Is that like a dome? Is that like a dome?
It's no, it's not a dome.
But the radio waves bounce off of it.
It's a layer in the
What
atmosphere.
shape is it?
It's a layer in the.
Sphere, huh?
It's a
Sphere?
sphere.
Do I
So
get
if
to
it's
do I get to
spherical
answer
on
your
one side, then
question?
it's-
Do I get to
I'm just
answer your
asking a
question?
question.
Or are
Yes,
you
you
are you
can. I
done
just
yet?
wanna
Just
know.
let me know.
If it's
Let me know when I can talk.
Folks,
Just
come
let me
on.
know.
Folks.
If the
Try
atmosphere
not to
is
speak over
circular,
each other, man.
spherical. Sorry, I apologize. If the atmosphere is circular, wouldn't that be like a dome?
No, it would be like a shell.
It'd be like a sphere, but wherever you're looking up,
Yeah, it would be like a sphere.
Semi-spherical dome.
Brenda.
Yeah, over your head. Okay.
Brenda,
It would be a
moving on.
shell. So when
Brenda.
do I get to answer his question? Can I answer his question?
You just said a
The
sentence.
ionosphere.
I'm sure you could
Well, he
have
asked
said
me.
the question.
He asked me a question.
Well,
So-
answer it instead of asking if you can.
Well, if you could be quiet, please.
What do
So-
you mean? I just piped in because you're like whining that you're not getting to speak while speaking. But the point you made about boats going over the curve of the Earth, multiple images, zooms have been put into the live stream for you to take a look at if you want to go back to that, where these boats are brought right back into view again, and there's no obstruction whatsoever.
I'd like to answer the other guy's question first,
Oh,
please.
I know you'd love to just avoid the boats and images.
No, I'd just like to answer it first.
Go for it, man.
man. Maybe I'll run into you again.
So can I do that? Can I do that
Stop
now?
talking about
Have a
it.
good
Just
one,
do it.
Well, just let me know when I can talk.
You
Right?
just could have said it there just now, but you're still whining. Why not just ask or answer whatever you want, mate?
Okay, so the ionosphere is a layer of charged atmosphere.
Particles.
It has a charge, right, in the atmosphere, and it reflects radio waves.
And it's a positive charge, yeah? Is that right?
Ions are positive.
And then down on ground, the ground's the earth, like the ground part of the
Negative.
circuit.
Thanks for proving the dome, Brenda.
That's not a dome. A layer of charged particles isn't a dome.
Have you been up there?
You can fly a plane through it.
What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know. What the fuck do I know about it?
Well, it's keeping up with the earth, so it must...
Is it ionosphere something around the Earth?
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know if it goes all the way around the Earth, but I guess so.
Okay, great. Because it's ionosphere. That means it's spherical. That ionosphere.
Yeah, just like the Earth.
Okay. What is the speed of ionosphere?
I don't know.
How do
the radius.
For all I know, maybe it doesn't move at all. The air in it probably moves.
But it's got to be keeping up with the spin of the Earth, surely. And if the higher it goes, it must be spinning. It must be going even faster the higher up there you go.
Can I try again? If ionosphere doesn't move, that means that air will go out from ionosphere.
Why?
Because there is something else, or everything is ionosphere after atmosphere.
I don't know what you're talking about, but the air.
Let's go back. Is it ionosphere something around Earth's sphere?
It's a layer in the Earth's atmosphere. The Earth's atmosphere is held to the Earth by the force of gravity.
That's not a force.
It's a pseudo force. Yes.
That's not a force. A pseudo force.
Yeah, but it's still a pseudo force.
So it's not a force.
Pseudo
Doesn't mean it. It doesn't mean it.
It's a pseudo force.
It's not. It's a different sense.
Demonstrated still.
That doesn't mean that
it means that it's. It means that it's not foundational.
So it's not a force.
Yeah, it means that I'm really not a doctor.
No, it means that it's not. It means that it's not a fundamental force.
It means that it's not a force.
No, it's still a force. It's a force. It's just not a fundamental force.
It's the cool story. That's why you weren't able to demonstrate it.
No, it is demonstrated with the Cavendish.
No, it's not. You didn't isolate from confounding variables.
I did. We did. That's why the balls.
Brenda,
Okay.
you do it blatant, but you can rewind it on the live stream. You said your IV was the fucking distance.
Yes,
Not the
you
cause.
varied the distance. You varied the distance
not
between the two weights.
So that's
What's
not
the
the
natural
cause, is it?
phenomenon?
The cause is the distance.
The force is inversely proportional to the distance. So yes, you're varying the force.
No, you're not varying gravity from
phenomenon?
exponentially stronger forces.
If the strength of the force depends on the distance and you vary the distance, you've varied the strength of the force.
But it's not a force.
It can't be anything else.
Cause is an angle.
Where's the hidden camera? Is this a hidden camera show, Brenda? Because what you're saying is like absolutely outrageous. I don't know how you can think.
Well, it's just your incredulity. That's just incredulity.
Mine. You're telling me your IV in a scientific experiment is the fucking distance. So you're not proving gravity. All you're doing is proving distance. You're claiming distance is related to gravity that you've not even fucking proved in the first place. You can't claim something does something till it's been proven, surely.
The force varies with inverse proportion to the distance. Therefore, if you vary the distance, you're varying the force.
And how did you
What's
prove
the observed
that?
natural phenomenon?
What is the unit?
That's the hypothesis. That's part of the hypothesis.
What's the observed natural phenomenon then? What's the observed natural phenomenon?
The observed natural phenomenon is an apparent attraction between objects having mass.
Where do you...
I didn't understand that.
So you're assuming that
No,
that's
it's
what you're observing.
No, gravity is an observed phenomenon.
Can I ask a question? Can you give me an example of an observation where two things are pulling each other?
Well, what we observe
in nature.
Right.
Well, this is what you said. You said the apparent attraction of two things. Where's that?
Yes. So Galileo conducted experiments with rolling objects down an inclined plane, and he discovered that objects fall down the inclined plane at the same speed regardless of their composition. Therefore, he hypothesized, or at least Newton did, that there is a force or an apparent force of attraction that attracts all objects with mass equally.
Oh my God.
So,
because that's what the gravity is. All objects, you can have a basketball and a cannonball. If you have a basketball and a cannonball, they will fall. They will fall at the same speed. A basketball and a cannonball will fall at the same speed.
The same. Why do things fall at different rates at all?
They don't fall at different rates. They all fall at the same rate. That's not
true. I can give you an example right now.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I can. I can drop a feather and a bowling ball. They're not going to fall at the same
You have
rate.
to eliminate confounding variables. So you eliminate
hold on.
Yes, you have to eliminate air resistance. You have to
Also, you have to
eliminate.
pretend that the air doesn't exist.
That's just doing a proper experiment. You eliminate confounding variables.
Wait a minute. Now Brendan understands. Hold on. Let me point something out. Everybody be quiet. Everybody be quiet just for a second. Just for a second. Just for a second.
All right,
Yeah.
that's the end of that, Holmes.
Just wanted to say that now Brenda demonstrates that Brenda completely understands how the variables work in a scientific method.
But won't use them in our explanation.
I just want to know how you're eliminating the air. If the air can affect how things fall, then how would you ever demonstrate that things fall at the same rate?
Well, you would eliminate the air by putting the objects in a vacuum chamber.
That's not eliminating the air. That's minimizing the air.
Yeah.
Right.
Below the
Right.
tolerances of the instruments that you're using, that's good enough.
Oh, it's good enough.
That's good enough.
Yeah, it's good
You know
enough.
what, just roll with it anyway. Fuck it.
Yeah, if you
Well,
can't measure the difference, then you've effectively eliminated it because, right? You can never eliminate anything absolutely.
So, so where is the observation that you've got for Cavendish? The apparatus was built on a naturally observed phenomena, and you've not got one.
So the observed phenomenon is Galileo's experiments on an inclined plane that showed that objects of different compositions fall at the same speed. Therefore, the hypothesis is that there is a force or apparent force of attraction between all objects having mass, and they fall at inverse proportion to the distance between the objects.
But you never proved this in the first place. You can't.
That's the hypothesis. That's the hypothesis.
But that's not been proven. You've never actually given us anything that proves.
The Cavendish confirms the hypothesis. It
Cavendish,
measures.
You claim Cavendish proves this.
Well, it doesn't prove. Science doesn't prove things. Science doesn't prove
you
things.
Just used the word prove, so I just
there's a colloquial. There's a colloquial definition and there's a proper scientific definition.
I'm allowed to use that word if you just used it, and I replied specifically.
No, I can understand by context. So yeah, I can understand. I can understand what people mean, but sometimes people think. Sometimes people think that pedantry is. Sometimes people think that pedantry is what intelligent people sound like, but that's not true.
So. Again, where's the natural phenomena? You're claiming who's Galileo?
Galileo's experiments. Galileo's experiments of dropping balls down of different composition down an inclined plane.
How is that a natural phenomenon?
And what was his independent variable in this non-natural?
Those were observations of the phenomenon.
So just observations, so no experiment.
Yes.
So you've not got an experiment.
But it's also an experiment because he dropped multiple objects and down multiple inclined planes and timed using a water clock how long it took them to fall. He used 7 foot long inclined planes, and he rolled objects down it of different composition, and he timed how long it took. And objects of different composition took the same time to roll down the inclined plane.
And how can that possibly be a scientific experiment following the scientific method? It's an observation.
Yes, it's an observation of a natural phenomenon. It suggests that there exists a force or apparent force of a mutual attraction between objects with mass that is independent of what they're made out of. And inversely proportional to the distance.
Are you saying that two objects with the same weight will fall on the same rate? Are you saying that?
Yes, a steel ball and a feather will drop at the same speed if you eliminate air resistance.
So, how come if mass attracts mass and there's more mass in the lead ball, why would it not fall quicker?
Are you saying that Galileo dropped the things in vacuum?
No, he didn't.
Oh, really? Now I'm asking you: does two objects with the same weight will fall down on the same rate?
all objects, regardless of weight, drop at the same speed.
Okay, listen this now. I have a sheet of paper, and then I have two sheets of paper. They have the same weight. One sheet of paper, I will, how to say, put, how you say when you push,
You have to eliminate air resistance. You know that, so don't even start that down there. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Galileo did that. Galileo did that.
He never eliminated it. You just admitted
Galileo
that he never did this.
Is
So
eliminating air resistance a natural phenomenon?
Does Galileo, eliminate resistance of the air?
Yeah, you eliminate air resistance by dropping the objects.
Does Galileo did that?
No, he didn't. He didn't.
He never had a vacuum chamber.
Why?
But he used objects that were affected the same by the air resistance, right? He used balls. He used small objects that would roll down. He didn't use a feather because a feather would not roll down the inclined plane.
Listen this, I will take two sheets of paper and I will stay in my room without wind, without anything. This is only
Air resistance will still cause them to.
Great.
Finish, Brenda.
Great, but the sheets of paper has the same weight. Now one paper I will push in my hand and I will make garbage, and I will drop it. That thing has the same weight like a sheet of paper, but we fall down before that sheet of paper. Do you know that?
Because of air resistance. I've told you this already. Stop wasting my time. Stop wasting my time. I've already told you that it's air resistance. Don't waste my time with this.
The shape of the
object. Don't waste my time with this. You have to eliminate air resistance.
Okay, does Galileo did that?
Who cares?
I already said no. He used.
Why are you walking?
I already told you. I already said this. Stop wasting my time.
Why are you
if you want? We're having a discussion. Just chill.
But I already told. I'm tired of getting answered. I'm tired of getting dogpiled. Stop dogpiling.
Can I do 101 with Brenda just for a few seconds, please, guys, if you don't mind? So I've been pretty quiet so far. Brenda, thank you. I just posted something, right? This is from the drop tower. So this was done in a vacuum. And what you're going to see is they got different elements. They all weigh the same. And even though they weigh the same, they're falling at different speeds in this drop tower in Germany. Now, if you want to, I could find the original source, but for now, you're just going to take my word because I'm driving, that this is done in a vacuum, and they don't actually fall at the same speed.
Oh, okay. What's their explanation for that?
I don't think it needs an explanation. It's just a fact.
Yeah, I think it does need an explanation. Obviously, they were the people experimenting. They must have seen that as an anomaly and tried to figure out why that happened. What did they say happened?
Does it actually need an explanation?
You don't know. You just saw a video on YouTube. What can you show me a scientific paper?
A paper.
Okay, so does it need a paper?
Yes, I don't take videos on YouTube as being authoritative science.
But papers are not science.
Yes, it is.
Academia.
That's what science is these days.
Science is a method to establish cause and effect relationships, and you need to follow it, or you're doing pseudoscience.
Published scientific papers are not pseudoscience. YouTube is not science.
So where do you get your observation of the...
Of what? You cut out. He said something and I didn't catch the end of it.
I'm saying, where do you get the observation that the Earth is this?
You cut out again. I don't know what's going on. You're maybe lifting up on your push to talk? Where do I get the observation that the Earth is a globe? From pictures in space, from the ISS, right? From the Gemini, from Apollo, from satellites, right? We get pictures from space.
The ISS. What does the ISS show?
The Earth.
If you seriously
Does the ISS
NASA
show the whole Earth?
The ISS orbits the Earth every, what is it, 94 minutes or something?
You said pictures. I was just asking you.
Yeah, live video and photographs
Of what?
from space
Of what?
of the
Of
Earth.
what, though?
Of
The
the
whole
Earth.
Earth or a portion of the Earth?
Some of them are the whole Earth, some are a
You just said
portion.
you don't accept. You just said you don't accept videos.
Exactly.
How can we verify it's live?
Don't accept YouTube.
How
Holy
can we
crap.
verify it's live?
NASA's on YouTube. NASA's got a YouTube channel and it's on a. It's not even live. It's on a loop.
Guys! 1 second. Let AI come through because we can barely hear him. So let him please come through. Thank you.
I mean, it sounded like we just heard you say that the ISS takes pictures of portion of the Earth and the whole Earth. That's incoherent.
It orbits the Earth every, what is it, something like 94 minutes, and there's a live video feed of the ISS orbiting the entire Earth.
I can give you
Right, so
video.
you take that as a picture of the whole Earth?
Yeah.
No, that's not how that works.
Why not?
Oh my God, dude.
Well,
Because
why not?
pictures are an instance, not a video. You can't confirm.
Video is not an
they're
instance.
taking.
Video isn't an instance.
You never see the whole Earth in full frame, correct or incorrect?
You can with some of the photos.
Some of the photos from the ISS, you can see the entire Earth.
Not from the ISS, but some photos
Okay.
from space.
Yes, try clearing that up.
From the ISS, there is live video of the ISS orbiting the Earth, making a full revolution.
No, there's video of
Yes,
the
there is.
ISS traveling above the Earth. There's no evidence that that video means it's orbiting.
It's orbiting. Yes, it is. It completes a full
Well, keep saying
revolution.
it.
Yeah, it completes a full revolution.
Yeah,
around the Earth. There you go.
Yes, yes, there you go. Thank you.
Those
Thank
are two
you.
different things.
Brenda.
Or you got to reconnect or something.
Yeah, if he's saying something and I can't hear anything. Yeah, he's having problems.
Quite a bad signal, folks.
We didn't catch any of that.
No, I was just saying, you said that you didn't accept TV, media, shit like that. That's all you've got to prove that these people are in this tin can.
No, that's not all I've got to prove.
So what else have you got?
As far as the ISS, there's all kinds of records. There's all kinds of records, right? There's the building. There's the plans for building it, the actual building of it, the launching of it, the launching of.
I'm asking you, how do you verify that what we see on TV, because you don't accept TV, we see these people, like, where is the proof? Plans, no diagrams, no evidence that they had
All
a
of
plan
that,
to waste millions.
all of that is evidence, right, that there is in fact a satellite in low Earth orbit, right? All of the evidence, the plans, the building of it, the multiple launches of material up there. It's assembly
You mean
in
the
low Earth
construction
orbit.
the construction that was going on at 17,000 miles per hour?
Yeah,
That still doesn't prove. You
that's
say
all evidence. It's evidence that lends support to my belief that it's true. Yes.
But you've still, the only thing you do have is the TV, though, to confirm it.
Hey, thank you for being honest, by the way.
there's
Thank you for being
yes.
honest. Hold on. Let's just take credit.
I'm happy to be honest. I'm happy to be honest. I will admit a good deal more than you probably think I will.
Yeah, fair. So your next moral aptitude test is to not interrupt people. So anyway, thank you for being honest that you do indeed just have a belief that you believe is informed and that it's not knowledge. Thank you.
That's what knowledge is. Knowledge is an informed belief.
No,
that's what
it's
knowledge
a
is.
justified belief.
Yeah, that's what I used your word. I could have said justified. I have a knowledge of epistemology. So yes, knowledge is a justified true belief, or if you want to say informed.
At least you're admitting that it's a belief.
Yeah, all knowledge is a belief.
No, it's not
Yes.
belief. I don't believe that I'm not moving right now in 4 vectors at millions of miles per hour.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
No,
Of course you.
No, I
do.
don't. That's self.
Do you think it's true? Do you think it's true that you're not moving?
Can you look up the definition of belief?
Is it true? Is it true that you are not moving?
Well, my vestibular system in my ear, for starters.
Is it
my
true?
Inner ear, well, I accept it. So it's
Yeah, you accept it as true. That is what a belief is. A belief, a belief is a sentence or a proposition that you accept as true.
No.
I got a definition. My definition's kind of funny, right? Because I just made it up. But I think it's a good definition. So you have
Mine
firsthand
is not
knowledge.
made up. This is the standard epistemological
hold on.
definition of beliefs.
Cool. Can I speak? So basically what I'm trying to say is everything that you experience, you have firsthand knowledge. Everything else that doesn't exist within your primary memory and firsthand present experience is belief. Thanks.
No, experiences are not knowledge. Knowledge is constructed from experiences.
So when I got punched in the face when I was walking home from swimming in the pool by a guy that I didn't see coming, do you think I believed he punched me in the face, or do I know he punched me in the face?
You use the evidence of his fist hitting your head as confirming your belief that you had just gotten hit in the head.
That's not a belief.
Yeah, that's a belief. You believe it's true that he hit you in the head.
Brenda, take a look in the Livestream voice text at the definition for belief, for God's sake.
I'm using the definition used in epistemology. In epistemology, a belief is a mental content that you accept to be true.
Brenda, does water believe? Does water has beliefs?
I didn't understand. Water has beliefs?
Okay.
Water doesn't have beliefs.
Great. Does you have beliefs about water?
Yes, I have beliefs about water.
Do you think that water curving?
Water conforms to the surface of the earth. It is level.
Perfect.
That's contradictory.
No, that's what level means. Level means conforming to the curvature of the earth.
No.
Cool. Show me a definition older than 10 years old that says that.
Oh, yeah, it's on McToon's. It's on McToon's. Yes, it's on McToon's.
Is it older than 10 years old, or did Globe?
Yeah, it's from the 19th century. It's from a 19th century surveying manual.
Why does it conflict with the definition of horizontal?
Because people are allowed to use words in different ways if they want to.
Oh, just like you done there just now with.
Yes, you just have to be consistent. You can use words in different ways if you want.
Brenda, you move the
I am consistent.
Constantly. You constantly change what you've said. You change your position. You add shit on. You assume stuff. You claim people from fucking centuries ago did shit.
Thank you, Brenda, for double speaking. Thank you, Brenda,
listen,
for double
Sasha, you're on to it, okay?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that people from centuries ago did shit. Yes. I have no problem with
That's
that.
great.
You,
Let's talk about
Brenda,
current technology. All right, Sasha, you said the same thing 4 times in a row. Now, Sasha's onto it, and Brenda admitted that according to the Globe claim, that the level water is conforming to the surface of the ball, allegedly. So, if that's true, all that needs to be done to falsify this proposition is to measure some water and prove it's not curving, and the proposition fails.
Sure.
Now, that setup, whether true or not, would you agree that that would be correct?
Sure. Do you have a measurement of how flat the earth is? You got any measurements?
How come you changed the proposition?
Yeah, I have, Brenda.
Do you have a measurement of the earth being flat?
Brenda's asking me, Sasha.
Okay, sorry, I have it.
Doesn't matter.
Okay, no, I just want you to just say that if the claim that you said is true.
All that matters when it comes down to it, that's all that really matters.
So I will readily admit that level means conforming to the surface of the Earth, of the
Holy
curvature of
crap!
the Earth.
Shut it.
Yeah.
Him interrupting me wasn't your cue to overtalk.
You weren't talking.
Yeah, I was. He interrupted me, and then you went.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
Oh,
Okay,
if I
legit.
interrupted, I didn't mean it. Sorry.
Yeah, that's fair. Your connection's horrible. That's why at the moment.
Sorry, folks.
You're coming in, then you're not coming in, so it's kind of hit or miss. But whatever, it's fine.
Cool, bro.
That's what we got to deal with in this, 21st century of satellites and internet everywhere, right? But anyway, I just want this proposition to be accepted or unaccepted. It could be a yes or no.
I
Just have to
thought I
decide
already
which
said.
one.
I thought I already said yes. Yes. Level means conforming to the curvature of the
Okay,
Earth.
that's not the question.
I thought it
The question
was.
is, if that's true, then that means that water must be conforming in that manner. So if you can measure water not to be conforming in that manner, then that disproves the proposition.
No, that would be
incorrect?
That would be affirming the consequent. So
No, it
you would
wouldn't.
need
It
to.
would be
You
a
would need to
direct
do
measurement.
You would need to do a modus tollens.
Holy crap, dude! Are you serious right now?
So do you have a
check this
measurement?
out. Check
Do you
this
have a
out.
measurement of how flat the Earth is?
We're not even going to talk about that until you concede the proposition one way or the other. Okay, so check it out. I'll rephrase it a little bit. If it's not curving in that manner, the water, then that means the Earth can't be a globe. Correct or incorrect?
I think that's affirming the consequence. So I'm not sure that would be true.
It's not affirming the consequent. If something's not curving anywhere, what is it? Now, this doesn't mean it is or isn't. It's just propositional logic. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
Well, I'm thinking that you want to show me, for instance, water in a glass, in a drinking glass, and say that that's flat, and therefore all water is flat.
Not thinking ahead. The proposition stands or falls on its own merits. If something isn't curving anywhere, what is it?
It would be E, flat and even. Yeah.
There you go. Perfect. So if you measure water, and now obviously we need a sufficient sample size, not just water in a glass, as you accurately stated. Right? But remember, we set the baseline that in the globe model, water must be curving around the ball. So if we disprove that that curve exists and it's not curving, then that means all the water's not curving. And that means that it's not curving anywhere, which means you've already conceded that it's flat and even. So all we need is a sufficient measurement. Hold on. If we had a sufficient measurement, right, would that prove or disprove the proposition? I'm not saying it exists at this point. I'm just saying if.
We need to see. We'd need to see that. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Perfect. So you take a laser over a 25-mile body of water, you set it up 6 feet on one side, you set up a storyboard 6 feet on the other side, you hit the target, and you disprove the curve of the Earth.
Yeah, but they didn't do that, did they?
Yes, they did.
It broke. The collimator broke.
Collimator's irrelevant. The collimator's irrelevant.
It's pretty important, didn't it?
No,
Isn't
it
it?
isn't.
I think it's pretty important.
Not if the Earth
not
curves in the manner you say.
They weren't able to do it over the curvature of the Earth, and there's no controls over that. They just pointed it at the target. How do I know it was level? That is not. That is relevant.
Hold on. Okay. We're not going to be sidelined. We're not going to be gish galloped. We're not going to be over talking each other. We're not going to be losing the points. Okay. If anybody knows anything about gunnery, if you hit the target, you've hit the target. It's irrelevant whether you have a certain shot group or not. If the target is hit, the target is hit. It's that simple. Now,
yeah, but that doesn't show that the bullet. That doesn't show the bullet traveled in a straight line.
Well, if the Earth
that's correct with a ballistic object. You are correct that's correct with a ballistic object. Are you claiming that a laser is a ballistic object?
Lasers are subject to refraction, aren't they?
I'm so glad you said that. I'm so glad. So, the common excuse to get away from the fact that they hit the camera and scanned the image on the camera with the Gaussian profile of the beam centroid of the original laser, proving that the original laser beam hit the camera. The camera was only about 6 feet off the ground. Okay, so the variance still stands. Now, this differential in this test is 2 orders of magnitude off the globe prediction. And you are correct, to be fair to you, that refraction is the standard answer given to explain this away. Here's the problem. The United States military contracted a university, along with Boeing, to conduct a test of lasers for accuracy, for systematic use in military applications. They conducted the test and then they analyzed the results. Here's the thing. They used 3 different color lasers. When they went back and checked the results, they found that all 3 lasers hit the target. 120 kilometers was this test, commissioned by the military, done by a university in cooperation with Boeing. Now, what I just said should be sending shivers through anyone's spine who knows anything about this stuff. Because here's the problem. 3 different colored lasers would refract at different rates because refraction is wavelength dependent, which means they would arrive at the target at different locations. They didn't make this prediction. This was post of the evidence where they analyzed it. They found that the globe model was defeated based on this reasoning. All the lasers hit the target and they should have been separated by 20 feet, and they weren't. This proves categorically that the idea of atmospheric refraction defeating these long distance observations or laser tests is false by experimentation, direct observation and measurement, proving that this type of refraction that you need to save you from this observation or the laser test doesn't exist. So I rest my case. I'm done here for tonight. You guys enjoy dealing with this defeated glober all you want.
Can you send me the study? Can you send me the study?
Absolutely.
Great.
Yeah, while you're looking over it, I
rather
want to
quick,
say something.
Well, before you go
done,
on,
AI.
so we have it posted a bunch of times in here. I'm going to try to remember the title, and then I'll be able to search it. 1 second.
Thank you. Yeah, I just want to point out one thing. So when they so-called they said that they proved Einstein correct, and that they could see the, telescope that was pointed at the mirror, that was pointed at the sun. They could see the stars that were allegedly behind the sun. So if you do believe this kind of refraction is possible, then do you not believe in the heliosphere? Not to take that off the topic of what just, was said, right? I think it's really important what AI just said, because either you believe in the refraction theory, right? Which, if that's true, the heliosphere could cause the light to bend around the refracted, I can't say atmosphere of the sun, but that's what it is basically, right? In layman's terms, the heliosphere is the atmosphere of the sun, right? And the different layers of density will cause it to refract. If you believe that, then there goes your space-time. Bye-bye gravity. If you don't believe that, and you believe the turbulence, right, then you believe in the flat Earth. So either way, it's double whammy.
Yeah, I don't think the amount that was predicted by Einstein is the amount that was observed in the Eddington experiment. It was not due to refraction. It was greater than the amount predicted by refraction.
And how did you remove the heliosphere variable out of that to prove that that's true? Or did you
the amount predicted because we know the refractive index, right? So the amount predicted by refraction is different than what was observed. Yes, you can figure these things out because you know what gases are made out of. You know the refractive index of gases. The sun is the ball. The sun is a ball of gas, plasma, right?
Vacuum.
And gases have a refractive index.
Can you have gas pressure in a vacuum without separation?
Of course, it's gravity. It's the gravity.
Is there any demonstration?
Yeah,
You never
we've been
demonstrated
through
it.
that. We've been
No,
through
you
that.
didn't. You didn't
Yes,
isolate your pseudo force from
we
the
did.
exponentially stronger forces of electromagnetism and electrostatics that are
did.
present in all intermolecular
By
interactions.
using materials that are not affected by magnetism.
That's not what your wooden rods and balls do. There's still electrostatics and electromagnetism present, and you admit yourself that the direct variable that you're manipulating isn't even gravity, and still there's this exponentially stronger force.
There's no
still present.
static charge. There's no static charge.
It's present
on
in
the
everything.
weights. So then it's a wash, then, isn't it? If it's
Yeah.
present everywhere, then it's the same everywhere. Then
Can
it
I
doesn't affect anything.
Can I ask a quick question?
Go for it, bro.
Does a gas produce a gravitational field?
Yeah, because it's matter. It has weight.
Where can this be demonstrated?
Gases have weight.
Where can it be demonstrated that gas produces a gravitational field?
Well, that they are affected by gravity?
No, I asked you whether gases produce gravitational fields because you said a ball of gas is existing in a vacuum because of gravity. So I asked you if gravitational force can be generated by gas itself without solid matter.
Yes.
Is there an example of that?
Gas is matter. It has weight.
But it's not
it has
solid
mass.
matter, right?
It doesn't matter. It just has to have mass.
Does a particle have mass?
Yes.
Okay, then why don't particles generate gravitational force?
They do.
That's not what the standard model of particle physics says.
Yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does.
No, I can post it right now if you want.
The standard model of quantum mechanics, right, doesn't include gravity.
Particle physics is the theory describing.
Yes, it doesn't include gravity because because general relativity and quantum mechanics.
That's why they exclude it from particles.
No, that's not why they exclude it.
Affect particles.
That's not why they exclude it.
Why
they
do
exclude
they exclude it then?
Because there's no unified field theory.
Well, that doesn't really help your relativity then, does it? Or your gravity?
Gravity, all objects with mass, including particles, including atoms, are affected by the gravitational force, right? And so there are stellar nurseries out in space. They're clouds of gas and dust from which stars are born. It's observed. You can see it.
You can see what?
You can see the stars born in these clouds of gas and dust.
No, you can see these light above you, whatever they are, and you believe the story you've been told, Brenda.
That's what the pillars of creation are. It's a very famous photograph. No, you can see it. It's dust. It's dust and gas. You can see it. And in that dust and gas are stars being born. There are stars being born in the Pillars of Creation photograph.
Brenda, that's not a photograph. They are not photographs. Those images, they're taking multiple different wavelengths of light, and it's all put together by probably supercomputers, I would imagine. Right,
so what?
Claimed it was a photograph. They're artistic renditions of the data.
No, they're not artistic. They're technological.
They are. They're done by data visualizers. I think Mr. Blue Marble, Mr. Simmons.
Are they different? Are they different from the insides of your camera? Your camera takes photos in red, blue, and green and combines them with the computer that's embedded in the camera. Are you saying that your camera's photograph? That's not different. It's the same. It's not different. It's the same.
Cameras. Oh, what about cameras that are not digital?
What?
What about cameras that are not digital and that don't
what cameras? What the cameras in your
like the earliest cameras?
What are you talking about? Cameras today are digital.
Today, not all of them.
My child has a Polaroid camera.
The point.
My child has one.
It's ancient technology.
The point
I
is,
bought it brand new for a
Hubble
birthday.
does not take photographs.
So cameras work by exposure, right? And they have you can use different filters and photograph in the red, blue, and green, and then combine it to produce a final photograph. You can do that.
But what you see in these Hubble images is not what the data shows.
It's literally based on the data. It's literally based on the data. You're right. You're right that it's all data. It's data coming from an instrument. No, it's not artistic. It's data from an instrument.
What kind of instrument? What kind of instrument is making pictures? What out of data?
It has a sensor.
Okay, so there's clouds in outer space now?
Yes.
So explain that one to me, please. I'd love to hear.
There are clouds. It's called the Pillars of Creation. It's a famous image.
What are they made of? What are they made of? What are the gases
Dust,
made of?
dust and gases.
Dust and gas. Gas exists in a vacuum.
Yes.
Can you demonstrate that on Earth?
I can show you the image of the clouds of creation.
Can you demonstrate gas in a vacuum on Earth? Can you do that?
It would expand to fill the vacuum chamber. It definitely would.
How? If in order to create a vacuum, what has to happen?
It's very, very big. The pillars of creation are light years across.
We're talking about from our observations here on Earth. When you create a vacuum in a chamber on Earth, what happens to what's inside?
If it's a block of wood, nothing happens to it. But if it's gas, it'll expand.
Where's it going to go? Is it going to stay in the vacuum or is it going to go somewhere else?
It will stay in the vacuum.
Hey, Brenda.
I'm listening.
What happens to the gas in the chamber? Hold on.
I told him. Did you? Didn't you hear my answer? I thought maybe you didn't.
It's wrong. It's wrong. First off.
What do you mean it's wrong?
Do you know what the NIF is? You know what the NIF is?
Well, do you think that gas doesn't fill the vacuum chamber?
I'm asking you a question. Do you know?
No, I don't.
NIF. Yeah. Okay, the NIF.
I don't know what NIF is. I don't know what that is.
It's the National Ignition Facility that's in California. Now, what they do here is they conduct high-powered laser experiments in a vacuum. So, in order for the experiment to not be contaminated, they have to remove everything out of the vacuum, right? All that's gases. There's no gases in there in a vacuum.
That's what a vacuum is.
All right. So, how are clouds existing in a vacuum, dude?
Because its space is really, really big.
Come on.
Those
can I just quickly
get posted an image of the pillars of creation. Those pillars are light years across.
Can I just
created by visual artists of
it's an image.
Listen, I'm on space.com right now, and one of the visual artists says some of the most striking views in astronomy have come from the Hubble Space Telescope, but the data collected by the spacecraft comes in the form of spectrums of light, and they create them. It says it's a fantastic telescope, but it can't observe everything. Visual artist Lewis Calder said that he's a graphic designer for ESA, and he works making artistic renditions from Hubble data.
Yeah, that's fine.
You just fucking said
that's a funny way of saying cartoons.
Guys,
he isn't inventing. He isn't inventing data. He isn't inventing data. He's adjusting levels in Photoshop.
No,
You're full of
making animation. They literally claim on space.com that they're creating animations.
Yes, of course they do. So does NASA.
Yeah, we know that, bro. We know that.
So what's wrong with that? What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with
creating cartoons and passing them off as reality? That's what you're asking?
They label them as an animation. They label them.
And that doesn't.
It's not a photo. Brenda, man, honest to God, like it's like outrageous the things that you say and you accept.
Let me ask him a
Yes, and
question.
all I do is give you high school level science. That's all I do.
Yeah, high school level. You said it yourself.
Brenda, can I ask you a question real quick about what you were saying about a vacuum? Did I hear you say that a vacuum is somewhere where there's no gas?
No, he's saying that gas can exist in a vacuum. That's what he's saying.
In the vacuum of space, there are regions where there are clouds of dust and gas. Yes.
Okay, so what is a vacuum? Can you define that really quick?
There's regions in space where
No, I'm
there
not
is
talking about space. What is the definition of a vacuum?
low pressure.
Low pressure. All right, that's cool.
Right. So it's an area of low pressure. There are areas of low pressure, and there are other areas where there are clouds of gas and dust in a low pressure environment. And they gradually coalesce.
Where have you seen this? Where have you seen this?
The pillars of creation. The pillars of creation.
That doesn't count, dude.
Yes, it does.
Brenda,
it does count.
You keep saying this over and over. How would you verify
Because you keep
that,
asking me the same questions over and over.
No, it's not the answer. How would you verify that?
How would I verify what?
The dust of clouds in a vacuum.
The image provided by NASA is verification.
That's enough for you. That's enough for you.
Yes, yes.
Cartoons are verification. Wrong.
It's not a cartoon. It's not a cartoon.
It is a cartoon.
No, it's not.
Yes,
it's an animation.
No, it isn't.
You agreed it was
animation. It's a compilation.
The Pillars of Creation is not an animation.
It's made by artists.
No, it's based on raw data.
No, it isn't. You wouldn't know raw data. You wouldn't know raw data if it jumped on your face and spun around and whistled Dixie.
It's manipulated.
Even if you saw it, you wouldn't know what data was. Please.
So crazy, bro. That you guys, do you understand how asinine this whole subject sounds? The how you guys just hand wave it. They say it so it's true. That's all you do. They say it so it's true.
And at the crux of it all, at the crux of it all, you got no globe for any of this. That's kind of the basis of your whole paradigm. You're going to need the globe.
We've known the Earth is a globe for 2,600 years.
You don't know that because we falsified that.
It's a
haven't.
You have to accept it, blindly accept it. Listen to their book.
Don't blindly accept
what they say. Yes, that's what astronomy is.
No, that's not what astronomy is.
You don't. Your physical body.
That's not how science works. That's not how science works.
Numbers are using to measure outer space. Okay, so you don't have the actual ability to experiment within astrophysics with your own mind.
Of course you can.
Okay, so when they tell you something like the size of this shit, bro, you're just believing them blindly. It's a fact.
And
I'm not believing them blindly. I accept them as the relevant paradigm on. I accept them as relevant field experts.
Okay, well, let's see the surface measurements of curvature you've still never provided then. Because that would be the basis of everything you're talking about.
Ships go over the horizon.
Okay, we already dealt with that. Did you look at the live stream voice text when they showed you ships going over the horizon and then getting zoomed back in? Something you said never happens. Did you look at that?
Those were ships that hadn't gone over the horizon.
So they disappeared. They went over the optical horizon, which is all the horizon is.
That's
then we zoomed them back in.
It's not the optical
and we saw
horizon.
them again. This is exactly what you said can never happen.
Just
it
because
did happen, and now you're adjusting your claim. So you're just a liar.
Just because you can't see a boat doesn't mean it's gone over the horizon.
Okay, but that's what the horizon is.
No, that's not what the horizon is. The horizon is a geometric limit that obstructs your view.
So what is it?
Okay. So it's at 1.2 miles at a 1 foot height. Then is that where it is? That's where it would have to be if your radius is true.
Yeah, that is about 1.2. Yes, that would be about right.
I'm a person who's seen the black swan before, so again, I think you're just lying.
No, I understand the the black swan. It's a fallacious argument.
The black swan shows that your horizon is not geometric; that it is apparent.
The proper way to put it is to say that the apparent horizon would be no less than 1.2 miles, not no more than.
Okay, so it's not geometric.
No less than.
The horizon does not obey the constraints.
No
the horizon
less
does
than.
not obey the geometric constraints of the globe that you just claimed that it did. So it is just an apparent phenomenon.
It follows the model of the Earth, including which includes
black swan if it did that.
Which it includes reaction. It includes refraction. It includes refraction.
No,
where's your refraction model?
This guy's crazy.
Where's the refraction model? Show us the model.
Refraction? Refraction? That's Snell's law. That's just basic.
That's based on some media.
You're done with, bro. You're totally done with now because you're reflecting. Snell's has to be hitting reflective surface angled away from you at almost 70 feet below your line of sight. Overdone. Match game set is over.
That's not what Snell's law says.
Is air two different?
Yeah, it would make your image going up above your head.
No, it does. That's not what it says.
You don't have a plane of incidence. What is a plane of incidence?
The angle of incidence, you mean? Not plane.
No, it's called a plane.
No, it's called the angle of incidence.
No, it isn't. No,
yes, it is.
The angle is what the light does after it
sine of theta
the surface. You don't know anything about it.
Snell's law is sine of theta 1 over sine of theta 2.
Plane of incidence.
Sine of theta 1.
Okay.
That's an angle. Theta is used in trigonometry. Theta is an angle.
It's there in the live stream. Plane of incidence.
Religious chanting.
Just saying.
Well, yeah, what does that surface look like that it's bouncing off of? Is that a curve?
That's plane of incidence. That's not Snell's law.
This guy.
That's not Snell's law. That's a law of reflection.
Yeah, Snell's law requires two different isotropic media, doesn't it?
Yes, like hot air and cold air.
How is that isotropic?
Because they have different density.
What does isotropic mean?
It means that they're different.
I thought ISO was same and aniso was different, but we don't need to.
Kidding? ISO's the same.
Over the semantics. As far as I remember, ISO is same and aniso, or with an "and" in front of it, are different. But I'll have to double check that. Anyway, as far as we can tell,
all right.
deals with going from medium to medium. As long as we consider air one isotropic, same continuous medium, it doesn't go from like water to
you
air.
Don't get.
So there's a problem there.
You're correct. You're correct. I was wrong. Isotropic means the same, right? So you won't get refraction in an isotropic medium.
And that's why we're a little confused, because air is looked at as one medium. Usually, if you're dealing with Snell's law, it would be like from air to water or something like that.
No, if the air has different density, like it's cold or it's hot, then it will have different density. It will refract.
And as far as I can tell, with the way that they put refraction over a ball, they just basically go with at least terrestrial refraction by acting as if it's a bigger ball to flatten it out. Which for the
terrestrial refraction is just refraction. There's nothing special about the refraction of objects on the Earth.
Because that's assuming what must first be proved. If you're working or baking into your model refraction, that already assumes a ball or a bigger
refraction.
ball.
Refraction is just refraction. That's all it is. It's just refraction.
How do you interpret refraction? Are you going to interpret it toward a ball or towards something flat, like, a flat surface? What are you going to do?
I don't know what you mean by how you interpret refraction. Refraction is just refraction.
Well, we can reapply refraction. I mean, over a flat Earth, eventually the sky and the ground would meet because of compressed viewing angle. And refraction could be reinterpreted as making things balloon or pop out of this diffraction limited zone, or, compress into this zone sooner or later. So
I don't think you know what diffraction limit means.
I think I know enough to challenge the theory. You're a smart person. You're a smart woman. We're smart people. We can figure this stuff out without the experts, with or without them. And so we need to see how we're applying refraction and whether or not it's, consistent with evidence, facts, real life, other theories or not.
Right. So the black
If I can just
swan
quickly
image.
interject. Do you remember AI talking to you about the laser test that the Air Force and Boeing did? I think he just posted it in the live stream. You said you wanted the
I
data.
don't see it.
It's right there. He just
Brenda,
posted it
can I
like a
just
minute ago.
ask?
I see
Brenda,
it.
you know how you claim that boats go over the horizon? Do you mean optically, just with your eyes, or do you mean they go over the horizon when they get to the limit of the instrument you're using?
I mean that they are physically obstructed by the curvature of the Earth.
No, they're not, because we can zoom them back in after they go over the horizon just by
If you can
increasing the
zoom it
resolution
back
power of the
in,
observer.
if you can zoom it back in, it hasn't been physically obstructed.
There is no physical obstruction. That's the entire point.
That phenomenon of obstruction is observed.
No, it's not, because it would be at 1.2 miles times square root of observer height in feet every single time if it were being observed, but it's not, even by your own admission, and you use an ad hoc excuse for why that is. So you don't have a geometric physical horizon that
I said
anything.
the black swan strawmans the model that we're using.
It
No, it's strawmans it
It
because the proper way to formulate it is no less than, not no more
So
than.
what's happening in the Black Swan video then? So what's happening? Tell us, please. What's going on?
Magic.
There is high degrees of refraction that is lifting up parts of the.
Okay, how did you know that? And can you quantify it? How much exactly? How much? Put it into numbers for us.
We don't have the
just
measurements.
Much you need to make that work.
We don't have measurements.
Then it's just an ad hoc cop out, like I said it was, because you just by your own admission right now you don't have the measurements. You don't even know how much is going on. It's just however much you need to make that work on your globe fantasy. Well, you need to inflate your radius by 2 orders of magnitude to make that happen, and your standard refraction model doesn't even come close to claiming that's even possible. So no.
You people are the only people on Earth that are saying these things you're saying. It is so retarded. It's beyond belief.
I'm not the only person on Earth. This is majority. You're a tiny group of people, maybe a few hundred people.
Wishful thinking.
Yeah, that your anti-flat earthers are the smallest percentage of anybody on the internet. You're the only one saying this stuff.
No, I just meant not the internet, but globally, all around the world.
Right. I mean, you're exactly right. I mean, there are lots of people who just look at the screen and believe what they see on the screen and don't really question it, and that's fine. We have a perfect world, right?
I'm going to agree with him, so you should let me talk. I'm going to agree with him. I'm going to say that yes, a lot of people just blindly accept what they're taught in schools. You're correct.
Yourself.
Yeah,
like yourself.
No.
The difference between us,
you're Exhibit A, Brenda.
The difference
you
between
believe in
us
Galileo done
you,
experiments. You believe the shit you see in the sky are clouds. You believe literally that. See, for to be a globe Earth believer, you've got to accept a hell of a lot of contradictory shit.
And the difference between you and us is if we're proven wrong, we will happily go back to believing what you guys believe. You shut us up, we will shut the fuck up. We wouldn't care. We'd love to go back to believing in Star Trek and shit like that. We'd love it.
I don't believe in Star Trek. I don't believe in Star Trek. That's TV. That's fiction.
I'm just saying. Listen, I'm just
you know
saying,
what he meant, for fuck's sake.
We would happily go back to that. You guys can't even say that. You guys
what
can't
we say?
You can't even say, well, if we're wrong, I'll happily believe what you guys believe. But you won't even do that because you guys just hand wave everything and say we're wrong without even giving the opportunity to believe it.
If you could show me evidence. Do you have measurements? Do you have measurements of the flat Earth?
You do. You hand wave them and you ad hoc. Yeah, that's what you do. Make ad hoc excuses from. We just talked about one. The black swan measures the horizon to be
it doesn't.
2 orders of magnitude beyond what your Earth radius allows, and you just ad hoc hand wave it away.
I told you it's a fallacious argument.
I don't care what you told me. I explained why your argument is wrong. You would need 2 orders of magnitude. Yeah, you're off by 2 orders of magnitude for your Earth radius in that one observation alone. You don't even have a refraction model that could account for that. You have nothing but ad hoc excuses.
You don't
That's all you do when we show you measurements that are not possible on your globe.
You don't
So
get
why
to
are you
tell
asking?
me. You don't get to tell me what my model is. According to my model, you are straw manning. You are straw manning the globe model.
No,
You don't
manning.
have the model. You don't even know what the model is.
The first premise of the Black Swan straw mans the globe model.
You don't even know what that means. You're just saying that mindlessly. You don't even know what you're saying.
I've taken university level logic and philosophy in critical thinking logic.
You don't do any of those things. You've made your claim unfalsifiable by using this ad hoc cop-out of refraction. Now you can move the goalposts all over the place to wherever you need to without even having to do any measurements or even quantify how much refraction is even going on. It's just, how much ever there is. So you've made your claim unfalsifiable, and then you talk about logic proving your globe.
In order to know how
manning, like we steel manned it. The radius is 3959. It's a completely geometric situation where that horizon has to occur at that geometric distance.
Horizon is
time,
apparent,
give
not
us
geometric.
Excuses. Yeah, you said it yourself.
You said
the horizon is apparent, not geometric. Therefore,
good night, ladies and gentlemen. There's no geometric horizon on Earth.
No, there is a geometric horizon, but the horizon that you see is apparent, not geometric.
Okay, so we never see your fairy tale unicorn geometric horizon that you said. Boats go over, but actually they don't. And
how did you know?
And you're going to tell us about logic, right?
How did you know there was a geometric horizon if you can't see it?
Because it must be there according to math.
Except it's not. It's been geometrically falsified, and math isn't reality. So
wow, this is amazing. This is a good day. I'm glad I came in.
It's been geometrically falsified, and do you know that math is not reality? Maybe actually, Superman can fly because math.
Math describes the world we live in.
Except what your globe math describes is not where we live, as evidenced by the Black Swan and many others, which you refuse to accept.
I refuse to accept it because it's a fallacious argument that commits a fallacy.
Explain why.
I have several times. I have.
In and of itself because it's unfalsifiable. This is what you
it's
do
not
every single time we
unfalsifiable.
falsify it. Is you just move the goalposts around so as to render it unfalsifiable, and you can't even quantify your cop-outs for us. You can't even tell us how much refraction, how you get the geometric horizon to appear where it is in that picture. You just tell us, because.
Well, we don't know how much refraction is going on in that picture because
you don't have to claim
just a minute. Because we don't have the information from the photographer of what the lapse rate was at that time. We don't know the lapse rate.
Your model doesn't even account for the possibility that you can inflate your radius or your apparent radius by 2 orders of magnitude. Standard refraction doesn't even get you close to that.
So
because you're implying it wrong. The proper way to put the first premise of the Black Swan is to say that the apparent horizon can be no less than 1.2 miles from the observer.
Explain it how. Explain it how. Explain that how, Brenda. Explain that exactly how.
How? So, are we actually looking at a physical object or an apparition? Is it just?
He made a claim. He said that it should be smaller than 1.22. So tell us exactly why.
I said the first premise is incorrect because it says that the apparent horizon can be no more than 1.2. That's wrong. It's no less than 1.2.
What can possibly make your geometric horizon appear 2 orders of magnitude beyond what your Earth radius allows?
Refraction can. Refraction can.
How much?
Refraction can make the apparent horizon seem further than the geometric horizon.
Quantify how much refraction do you need? What's the formula, and what are the measurements you based it on?
Depends on the lapse. It depends on the lapse rate.
Do you have measurements from reality here that can determine exactly how much refraction is being applied in that image?
We don't have data from the original poster.
Do you even have
we would need data from the original poster.
Now stop it.
Now, let me ask a question here.
So you don't have data. You're making a claim with absolutely no basis then, according to you.
Try to the Vancouver post, Brenda, Narnia.
All right, here's a quick question, Brandon.
What? I'm kind of getting inundated by people requesting me to respond.
Well, you
So-
don't even have a model that would inflate your apparent radius by that much.
I just told
so
you,
don't have a claim.
refraction. I just told you refraction can.
No, you just keep squawking that word over and over again, but it's not actually an argument because there's no substance to it.
Yes, there is.
No,
Listen,
there
Brenda,
isn't.
You're saying, Brenda,
Go to the Green Flashes. Go to the Green Flashes website. He has the formulas there.
Oh, someone
for
else will
refraction.
get it for you. Okay.
But he's a relevant expert in the field, even according to Quantum Eraser.
I care what your intentions are. I know
what
it's from
Your-
what
your
physical
block-
data. I just want to know what physical data you based your refraction calculations on to determine whether they're valid, and then I want to know what those calculations are exactly. You can't provide those things to us. You just keep appealing to someone else's credentials. He's a relevant
Because
expert.
that's
I
how
don't
science
care.
works. Because that's how science
Appealing
works.
to credentials is not how the scientific method works. That's not what the scientific method says to do. Just invoke some expert in a field.
You go, man. You tell it like it is.
Here's a quick question: Is in the Black
Invoke some priest. Sorry, Frog. Go ahead.
In the Black Swan video picture, whatever you want to call it, is the object there or not? Are you looking at an object? Or are you looking at something else?
What object?
The oil rig. Is it actually there, or is that just you're seeing
You're seeing highly refracted oil rigs, and you can see the cranes are twisted and turned by refraction.
Are they there? Though?
They do exist out there. Yes.
But is that what you're looking at? That actual object?
Yeah, I think you are.
Okay, so if I threw a rock at it, if I could throw a rock that far, would I actually hit the object at that distance that I'm seeing?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah.
So
maybe they are displaced up or down or something. I don't know.
Yeah,
If
you don't have anything that says that it's doing that. But listen, you're saying that's doing something specific, Brenda. So specifically, I want to know exactly what. See, otherwise you can't just keep saying this thing refraction.
Why
You have to
not?
tell us exactly. Because listen, the Black Swan, we have known distances, so you need to tell us specifically at those known distances how your refraction is working exactly, like by the inch. You should have this.
Actually, all I have to do is show that the argument is fallacious. That's all I have to do.
How is it fallacious?
It commits a fallacy. It commits a fallacy of it.
Go ahead.
I was going to say it commits two fallacies: the fallacy of equivocation and a straw man fallacy.
Also, equivocation.
It equivocates between the geometric horizon and the apparent horizon.
No,
right?
it does.
Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
You can't show
yes, it
geometric
does.
horizon. The apparent horizon is the only thing that even you can show us.
Yeah. You don't have a geometric horizon. That's what it shows. So we don't. What are you talking about? You got to be out of your mind. No one says this bull crap. That's what I'm saying.
He's claiming a geometric horizon that he says can appear basically anywhere, making his claim unfalsifiable. He's being fallacious.
And it will always make it look exactly flat. How is that? How is it doing that? Exactly as flat would look. Just like we see it and measure it flat. Oh boy. Unbelievable.
Projection much.
So we don't have any data on exactly how this refraction is working. We've never seen anything. We've never seen this model. Where is this? It doesn't exist.
We have two horizons now, everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
and the one they're using is the one they're using is the one you can't see.
Right. And at first he said that we can see it because boats go over it, and then he completely adjused his claim after we showed him that boats don't go over any physical obstruction. Just completely dishonest.
I wanted to ask a question when you guys were on the boat going over the horizon, because, okay, I'm on a ship and I zoom in, like, okay, there's a lighthouse at a certain distance, right? I can't see it, but I know the direction. So I zoom in and now I can see the lighthouse. Does that mean, Brenda, that the lighthouse hasn't moved beyond your geometric horizon yet? Let's put the observer on land, looking at a lighthouse. Is the lighthouse need to move further to get to your? It's stationary. How does it work then? You couldn't see it before, then you zoomed into it.
I just want to point out that if refraction is true, let's take them at their word, right? Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. So refraction is true, and the horizon moves all over the place because of refraction, and allows us to see past the curve, and sometimes we can't see as far as the curve. Well, that means every time they're measuring, hold on. That means that every time they're measuring the horizon, they're only measuring the refractive horizon. So that still falsifies their horizon. They have no geometric horizon anymore because every horizon is refractive.
Yeah,
And
but
if it
you
isn't,
can't. But look, Hank, you can't trust your eyes now. So if I'm looking at binoculars and I see this oil rig out there, they're saying it's not really there. You're just seeing something that appears to be at that position, but it's not. It's behind the horizon. So if I wanted to shoot a bullet at it or run it, it's not there. It doesn't exist. It's not real. It's an apparition. You know, it's just a mirage. Is what they're saying. That's fucking crazy.
It's magic. Basically, you're telling, like, the education systems all over the world are telling kids to ignore reality and believe what they see on TV. I think it's child abuse.
Yeah, so the mirages are moving location without you knowing where the demarcation is. Where's the demarcation? Where this mirage starts and ends? Because it should be your geometric horizon. There should be a easy way to delineate where this change is occurring. It should be happening right at your geometric horizon. So at 1 foot above the horizon, 1.22 miles is where this should be occurring. Why aren't we seeing this phenomenon of this demarcation between reality and the mirage? Where is it? That's what they need to show.
so another thing that Brenda said that was absolutely incorrect is that Huey's argument is wrong. Instead of it being the horizon can be no further than,
yeah,
Brenda said that it can be no closer than. So what about fog, Brenda? Would fog make it closer than? Are you straw manning fog? You never heard of fog, Brenda? Because I've been in fog and so bad that I literally pulled over on the side of the road because I knew at any minute there was going to be a pile up, and once there's a pile up, it grows. They keep piling up.
Well, you must be wrong because the horizon can never appear closer than that.
Yeah, so in fog where I have only 1 mile visibility and I'm off the coast 5 miles, and I have a radio direction finder, maybe 5 miles isn't enough. It should be. Because a lot of jetties are only about 6 feet above sea level. You can triangulate yourself right back into port, right into the mouth of the jetty using triangulation, even when you can't see.
Most people go through life oblivious to all the deception that's going on around us at all times. Some people wake up to this nightmare and see that from the moment that we are born, the establishment begins programming us and molding our minds for their own benefit. Our educational system is just a way to brainwash us all into being occupational debt slaves, content with barely getting by on crumbs and being robbed under the guise of taxation. We're lied to about our origins, and we're kept away from our true history. History is constantly being rewritten in order to keep this false reality in operation. Our food and water is being poisoned so we can get sick and go to our medical system for treatment, when, in fact, all they do is poison us even more with their prescription pills and put us further in debt with outrageous medical bills. Vaccines are touted as something good that's meant to help us when they're actually meant to destroy our bodies and our brains. Our air's being contaminated with chemtrails that are ultimately ruining our soil, making it harder to grow food with real nutritional value. Not to mention, we are getting to a point where no food shall be grown that Monsanto doesn't own. This world is ran by Satan-worshipping psychopaths, elite pedophiles that keep the masses distracted with bread and circus sporting events and Hollywood movies that are littered with propaganda that has the ability to manufacture your thoughts and opinions. Mankind is under severe mind control, and while our attention is being diverted, we are being led directly into one world order, where everything we know will be controlled by a single entity. That is the worst thing that can possibly happen to humanity, and it's very difficult to continue living a normal life when you're aware of all these things while simultaneously living among hordes of other people that don't have the slightest idea of what's going on. But once you wake up and see this world for what it is, it's impossible to go back. Since that's the case, it's crucial that you never let your guard down. Never stop researching, learning and thinking for yourself. Never stop standing up for what's right and speaking out. And, most importantly, never sleep again.
At the bottom. Because it's further away from its source.
Rubbish.
Wait, what?
He said, I'll translate, nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh. Powerful argument.
There's going to be a lot of nuh-uhs going on soon, and it's not going to be from me.
Shut up. You're dumb. You're probably the dumbest person in here.
Tell us why the Earth is flat.
Demonstrably.
Tell us where. How did you discover that the Earth is flat?
Don't speak to me.
I woke up and I walked out of the house and it was flat.
And you think just by looking at it, knowing that, given that the size of the Earth, that you just think it's automatically flat?
Why should I think otherwise?
Are there any reasons why you could be wrong?
Why should I think otherwise?
Answer my question. Are there any reasons that you could be wrong?
Yeah. Yes, exactly. Right? There could be wrong, but we start with that axiom, right?
Yeah. So
and what we see is what we get.
Looks flat to you.
It looks flat to everyone.
Therefore,
everyone. So that's a rationalization? So you're using like a rationalization? It could be flat. This experience could be real, but there's reasons why it couldn't be. So, that's your rationalization. So bring some like meat to that bone.
That's good. We're getting somewhere. Could be flat.
Could be. But on first impression, that's what it is.
That's excellent. So let's drop this is flat business, all right?
Well, I mean, we verified it after that. You said, where did you get the idea in the first place? And I gave it to you.
What did you do?
Well, there's been laser tests. There's been measurements. There's,
Really?
those sorts of things.
What
Yes,
laser
really.
test? What controls did you do for the refraction?
How would you control for that?
I'm asking you the question.
What controls were they done? Well, they did a horizontal pan. They did horizontal panning, and they also did vertical tilting of it to see and to measure how much the angle at the other end changed.
Garbage.
Oh. Okay, so Mike Kavanaugh actually gave an interview about this with Nathan Oakley where he described the entire experiment. Have you ever watched it? You ever heard what he said? Mike Kavanaugh actually has more degrees than you got.
I've watched that garbage show many times, and it's all rubbish.
Listen, this was just an interview. This wasn't like his show. It's an interview he did.
What else have you got?
You could email them and ask them. They are a public nonprofit.
All right, let's take it from here. So let's talk about your flat Earth. Is the North Pole in the center?
Maybe.
What do you mean, maybe?
What do you mean by North Pole?
How much time do you need to work it out?
I don't know. What do you mean by North Pole? Even within your model, there are several. Geographic, magnetic. Which one are you talking about?
Talking about magnetic West Pole.
Yeah.
Hey, why is Phil telling us to look into? Why is he telling us to ask about flat Earth? Why are we asking about the globe right now?
Because I want to know about flat Earth. That's why.
Phil, you don't know about the measurable curvature of the globe.
I want to know about flat
asking
Earth.
any questions about flat Earth right now.
I gave you one. Your response.
I'll ask whatever questions I like. Now you just tell me
You need
what
to
makes
direct
you
those
think the Earth
questions
is
to the
flat.
globe. The globe
You're the
is
one
in
who thinks
question
the
right
Earth
now.
is flat. Explain why you think the Earth is flat.
I just told you, and you're not on it.
No, Phil. I'm sorry, Phil. No,
Got a couple
you're
of
not going to
maybes.
come in here and ask questions about flat. You need to figure out if the Earth is a
I'll
globe.
come in here and I'll
That's what's
ask
in
whatever
question
questions
right now.
I like.
Stop talking, Phil. You need to ask questions about the globe first. Is there any measurable curvature found on this globe of the one that makes the positive claim that there's measurable curvature? Where is this measurable curvature at? We don't have any.
I want to know about why you think.
No, you don't want to know. You need to know about the globe first. Establish if the globe is the actual paradigm, and then you
That
can ask
got nothing to
questions
do
about
with
flat
whether
Earth.
the Earth is flat or not.
You need
to
ask
That's what he's trying to get to. Sorry, Miggy, you're very quiet in the background.
You
But
must have an idea
Professor
why.
Phil,
Yeah, I just
you're
told
asking
you
a
why.
question. Yeah, you've asked a question, you've been told why, and Miggy's also trying to tell you why.
And how does the North Pole's existence, non-existence, would ever demonstrate the profile of the Earth? What does that got to do with it?
I'm trying to work out how you think the Earth.
What
is
does the
flat.
pole have to do with a curving surface?
I'm trying to establish what does the Earth look like in your
And
mind.
I'm trying to figure out how that just isn't a red herring, and how you jumped off the laser measurement to the North Pole, which has nothing to do with curvature.
I've already established that you think the Earth is flat because some laser experiment that
laser that was actually 7. They were done in 2 different locations. 2 at one location was 3 weeks apart. They took meteorological conditions. They panned the laser from left to right from a reference target through 3 other targets. Do you even know any details of the actual test? Or are you just not eyeing it with complete ignorance?
I have watched several of these things. Yes.
No, it's not a video. It's actually a report that's in PDF form.
He watched it though.
I watched some late that was done on Jeranism's show or something like that.
I don't know where Jeranism does or doesn't do.
All right.
So apart from nuh-uh, what's your problem?
Now, just tell me about Antarctica. What's that like?
No, never been there. Never been there. So we're not going to talk about a place I've never been to. I want to know what your problem with laser transit is.
Australia?
No. But I want to know what your problem, because you're just hand waving it away and not addressing it, and you're just going to talk through me.
Have you not? You've said you've not been to Australia, but can you talk about Australia even though you've not been there?
I'd have to probably speak to an Australian and get some better information.
Yeah. What the hell is this?
I don't know. Some kind of sophistry, man. It's a lot of bollocks.
Is this some type of Elmer Fudd sophistry about you ask people where they've been and you want to go there, and why don't we talk about some place you haven't been? What is your scientific evidence for your spinning ball space monkey religion?
We're not talking about the ball. We're talking about...
Oh, we're not. We better not, because you don't have any.
So,
yes, there's plenty of evidence that the Earth is spherical. The fuck? I want to know what evidence there is that the Earth is flat.
Well, wait a minute. Isn't the Earth observably flat? And even Neil deGrasse Tyson says it. So is it depending on you to prove that it's not flat?
Let me just have a look and see if I can't jump an image for you to have a look at.
God, here we go.
So, check this out. We established that the Earth is flat as a logical axiom because it's self-evident that that's what it is. Okay, the evidence to the contrary needs to be provided. So you can keep saying, what's the evidence for the flat Earth? The evidence is just the first impression of what we experience. Now it's up to you to show evidence that our experience is somehow false.
There's plenty of evidence that the Earth is definitely not flat.
Right, let's have it one by one. Let's go.
Oh, for instance, ships going over the horizon.
Hold tight. Sorry, that's a claim to physical geometric location. Hold on. That's a claim to physical geometric location, as in physical horizon. For things to hide behind physically, the horizon's demonstrated to not be physical and apparent, so therefore can't be physically hiding things and can't be used as measurements to base any geometry on.
It was complete word salad. Rubbish.
How did you account for reflection?
Pardon? What part of that was rubbish? Slowly.
You don't like salad.
Okay. Which part of that was rubbish? Which part specifically?
Please explain to me how it is that the ships go over the horizon bottom first.
Can be for a number of reasons, but your claim is physicality of the horizon, which it isn't. It's apparent.
Wrong.
How did he account for refraction? And
laughing won't help you.
Listen, I'm laughing because this is an honest joke. So if we show ships go over the horizon where it can't possibly be the horizon that the globe says it is at some shorter distance, then what's the reason for that?
There could be all sorts of reasons why you see the horizon in a different place.
No, I'm talking about you see the horizon obstructing a boat bottom first, and as it gets further away, eventually you don't see it. If you see that on some shorter distance than what the globe predicts, so say the globe predicts 2,500 feet, the horizon is, and you see the boat disappearing, but instead of that, you see that happen 5 times closer at 500 feet. What is the mechanism for that?
It won't happen.
Okay. Wow. Let me direct your attention to live stream voice text.
That was dope.
No,
this is recorded, right?
Yes, always.
Yeah.
So I'm going to show you a better. That's just a GIF, but I'll show you a better video I got. So there's a lady named Sky Free. Well, I mean, it's 30 seconds. You don't have to review it now. So the GIF actually just shows it. It's in a. Well, that's not animated.
I can't see what you're talking about.
Okay, there's an animated GIF in the live stream, so it's color corrected to increase the contrast. So this is a camera height of 2 inches The globe predicts the horizon from 2 inches is 2,500 feet away. This lake is only 600 feet long, and this boat completely disappears beyond the horizon. But the horizon, it's not at the horizon yet on the globe, so how does it disappearing?
Let me show you now exactly.
And I showed it full color. This person, this girl, Sky Bree, and her boyfriend have replicated this about 20 times on a couple different lakes. They've had boats with flags, boats with lights on it, just lights, a bunch of different combinations, and they can just get these little RC boats to just vanish into thin air. Somehow. But this lake is only 600 feet long.
Let me show you.
So we know why this happens, right? This is called total internal reflection.
No, it's got nothing to do with the curvature of the Earth.
No shit, really?
That's the point. You realize he just showed you the thing you said.
Let's just
won't happen, right?
Let's
hey, Phil, buddy boy. You realize he just showed you what you said isn't going to happen, right? Won't happen. He just showed that to you. You have any rebuttal to that?
Yes, I'll show you in a second.
Okay. Let's look at one image of what? This is the physical location of the horizon, and it's physically blocking the bottom of this object that I'm going to show you. This is it. Is it?
Okay. Look at the buildings. Where's the bottom of the buildings?
The same place that boat is.
Where's the boat?
It's the end of the diffraction limit.
We're talking about many floors, not a little boat.
We're talking about a boat in a little lake that just showing us the building is doing.
You're not still talking about something that might
many. But you're trying to be cute by saying many floors, right? So all that matters is the subtended angle. So you could say 20 floors, 30 floors. Depending on how far the building is beyond this, right? Like, so a 1 meter wave, a 1 meter.
Do you want to explain where the
I'm trying to, but you're talking too much, right? So say this horizon is like 1 kilometer away, right? And the building is 10 kilometers away. A 1 meter wave, 1 kilometer away is going to block 10 meters at the building. So you could say, where's all these floors? It doesn't mean anything.
Right.
Right. So just like my thumb can block the Empire State Building if I hold it in front of my face, doesn't mean anything. You're trying to just mix and match absolute sizes to some some apparent size.
Where's the pedigree information on? Where's the pedigree information?
Yeah, like how far away is the building? Is it high tide, low tide? Is there a tidal bore? I mean, like.
Yeah, we want detail, Mr. Scientist. We want some pedigree information with your photo here. Not just here, look, where's the floors at her? Right? Some pedigree information. Observer height, distance to the buildings, sort in that vein.
And you want to know.
How did you control for refraction?
That's my question. Wait a minute. That's my question. What's sinking? Anybody can tell me what sinking is?
Yes, I know what sinking is.
Yeah, but we're diverting from the question, right?
What is it? What is sinking? Tell me what it is. What is it?
This is where refraction, normally you've got cold air with warm air, but when you get warm air with cold air, you get sinking. Okay.
What is sinking? Now, what is it? If you was to see it, what is it?
Word salad. Okay, have a look at these wind turbines.
That was
no, we're sticking to your buildings.
Rubbish, mate.
I want you to look at the wind turbines.
No, we're sticking with your buildings before we get to the windmills.
Okay, I don't care what you want. I don't
answer
care
his question. He asked you what sinking was.
I told you what sinking was. This is where refraction seems to appear to sink, right?
Quite simple. Appear to sink behind what?
Now, can you please have a look at the wind turbines?
No. Sink behind what? Sink behind what?
What are you looking behind? Whatever you're looking at.
So what am I looking? So if there's a horizon out there, is it sinking behind the horizon?
If the conditions are right, that can happen. Yes.
Okay. Do you have the pedigree information on this photo, so you know what the temperature variation of the water, the air, you have all that.
Have a look at the wind turbines.
No,
that means
we can see the image.
That would be a no then, right, Phil?
No, I don't have the specifics.
Okay, thank you.
Oh,
Have a look at the wind turbines, please.
Okay, what about
Got specs for those?
Yeah.
Where's the
We need
bottom
observer height. We need observer height and distance.
Why is it that the distance to the wind turbines, the further away they are, the more they sink?
What distance? What's the observation height? What's going
Because
on?
shit gets smaller with distance. It's called second grade angular size change with distance.
Sorry, but they're not getting smaller.
Sorry. So they're not getting shit's not getting smaller with distance.
You can see that that compared to the ones that are closer, that's not that much smaller.
Oh, there's not that much smaller. Okay,
Stop fooling yourself.
Oh, okay, stop fooling myself. Okay, what is the observer's height here, and how far is the horizon away?
I don't know exactly the distance, but it would be in
an empty plane then.
No, this is empty. You're just what you're doing. You're showing photos and then wrapping your fairy tale story around it with no evidence. With no evidence. What does empirical mean?
Stop fooling yourself.
What does empirical mean?
Calm down, man.
You
sound big mad.
What does empirical mean, Mr. Tapping on the whiteboard?
I don't give a damn about that. Now you just tell me.
So what you're doing is you're wrapping your fairy tale story around a simple observation, which is basically religion.
I told you there would be a lot of nuh-ahs going on.
Oh yeah, you're the one that's taking them. Mr. Rubbish.
He also said it wouldn't be you saying it, but that's clearly been proven wrong.
A lot of nuh-uh, and
yeah, you've held up. Yeah,
5 of them.
I'm not going to let you go.
You've held up swimmingly, my friend. Hey, Prof. You just provided 2 pictures with no information, which means nothing. So you have provided nothing here so far.
Let's go back to the RC boats. Obviously, RC boats are a lot smaller than those wind turbines. So, yeah, that's why. Yeah,
No, where the bottoms of the wind
Where's that boat?
Where's the bottom of the RC boat? Answer that first. Okay, now make your RC boat a little bit bigger. There's your answer, Professor Phil.
The turbine is huge. They're hundreds of feet high.
Rubbish.
Word
salad.
Oh, Professor Phil, you really don't look around you very much, do you?
I'm afraid you don't. I think you do.
No. Do you want to explain why? Would you like me to explain why?
Stop for a second. You have decided to join your little cult.
Oh,
no evidence.
I'm trying to just trying to back up what I just said about how you don't look around you.
Now, please explain to me about the. Actually, I've got another one for you to have a look at.
Why are we explaining your photos? Shouldn't you be the one explaining them?
He can't. He wants us to explain them.
Would you go up to a complete stranger and then ask them to explain something for that which they have never made a claim for? Are you batshit insane?
You're the one who said the earth is flat.
Are you batshit insane? Yeah, but I'm not here to explain your photos. You are.
Is the earth flat?
You are. You explain your evidence, sir.
Tell me if you think.
Could I just interrupt here? Sorry,
your
Quantum.
Evidence, sir.
One of the things Professor Phil always says, Quantum, is that you never say the Earth is flat. He's just stated that you say the Earth is flat. So which is it, Phil? Does Quantum Eraser say the Earth is flat, or doesn't he?
I've no idea. He's there now. He can say it for himself.
Oh,
you just said it, didn't you?
Well, he can say it for himself. He's there.
Phil, why do we have to explain your evidence? Does that make any sense?
Why don't you just tell us if you think the Earth is flat?
Why should I explain your evidence, counselor? Bailiff!
Why don't you just tell us whether you think the Earth is flat?
Grab him by his short little pee-pee and throw him out on his neck.
Come on. Is the Earth flat or not?
You're a numpty dipshit. You, sir, are a numpty dipshit. You're asking us to explain your evidence.
Just tell me whether
the globe a circle? Is the globe a circle?
That's insane, sir. Sorry. That's why Indio left. He said, fuck this. You're a moron.
Is the Earth flat or not?
Your sister is.
This really the best argument you got, bro? Prof, this is the best argument.
I've got a photo to show you.
You have any measured curvature at all? You got any of that on hand?
Oh yes,
on
plenty
deck?
of that.
Plenty of that.
We're not
Provide us
claiming-
with that, please.
We're not claiming.
Because that's the positive claim, right? Is that the Earth is some type of fucking magic water balls flying around in a vacuum, right?
Yeah.
You got evidence for that?
What magic water? I don't know what magic water balls you're talking about.
Magic, bro. Magic.
It's the one you believe you live on.
I'm not a believer in magic.
You're just a believer in balls. How they become balls? Well, that's not your business.
Yeah, yes, I certainly believe that.
How it is a ball and curved, that's none of your business.
You're supposed to be a prof, and you got like low-level Globers actually putting up a better argument than you. This is pretty sad.
Yeah, really.
This is embarrassing.
Embarrassing for me.
Two pictures. First of all, you claim something would never happen. 2 seconds later was proved that dead wrong. Then you provided 2 pictures with no information whatsoever and asked us questions about it. As if we're supposed to explain your nonsense.
On every count.
Also, he hollered obscenities.
Wrong on every count.
This is real corny, bro. This is like old and busted right here.
Hang on, I'm just looking for a photo for you so that you can.
You did come in with that like ready.
This is actually got some. This actually does have some figures with it. So, just a minute.
But how are you going to explain the RC boat, though? Are you ever going to try and explain that?
It's just too inconclusive for me to make any comments about that.
Come, dude, listen. The RC boat has disappeared bottom first, and you've claimed that's the reason why the Earth is a ball. Explain that, dude. Unless you're just a believer. Rubbish.
I like this rubbish today. It's funny.
You asked me about the Earth being a sphere. Of course, you know that there's satellites, don't you?
Boats disappearing bottom first as evidence. Are you ever going to explain that?
Yes, I have. I've already given you 2 pieces of evidence.
Yeah, you're saying it's inconclusive, but this is your evidence that it's the ball.
Another one, just as a matter of
Then what's going on with the RC boat if that's not the curvature of the Earth?
I'm not interested in that particular thing.
You're not interested in your own fucking explanation and fucking evidence that the Earth is a ball.
It's inconclusive. I told you that.
Inconclusive. It's your evidence. That's your problem, man. Fix it.
The photo is poor and inconclusive. I would not use it as evidence.
Oh, you've got problems.
This man.
You're the one who's got a problem. The problem is you, who's stuck in a cult.
No, mate. I'm asking you to explain your evidence that is contradictory. And you're saying it's not, and you're saying you're not interested in this. So whose problem is this? It's your evidence, bro. So it's your problem. You have to fix it. Just gonna ignore it and talk about fucking stars and shit that it's not relevant.
Yes, of course they are relevant.
Stop lying to yourself.
Stars are very relevant.
We just have someone just like to hear himself freaking talk. That's all we have.
That's the best they got.
You poor victim.
No, you're the victim.
Is that really the best they got, man? Is there anyone else we could bring in better, more productive? Because this one's kind of a dud.
I can feel the love.
Brenda.
Your laughing is really not helping you.
Well, at least with Brenda, I could maybe learn something.
Well, you can learn something. You ask me some good questions, and I'll answer them for you as much as I can.
Why is the RC boat disappearing bottom first in that video?
I don't know about that particular thing. I told you it's inconclusive. You can't make any.
All you got to do is answer the question why it is disappearing bottom first. Because it can't be the curvature of the Earth, so you must know why, right?
I don't.
So you're just gonna ignore this very thing, this very experience that your eyeballs can see. You're gonna ignore it and go look at some fucking math. You're not going to explain what you're seeing, right? It's how ignorant you are, bro. Being ignorant, and you don't even know that. Really? How old are you, mate? This is embarrassing. That's what I mean.
No, you're
Embarrassing
the
yourself.
one
I'm embarrassed for you.
You don't need to be.
Well, then you don't need to be concerned about these victims either. Don't worry. Go help with the coronavirus or something. Go help with world peace or something. Oh, we're all right here. We're fine. We're not going to die for believing the earth is flat. Just like you're not going to die for not being able to explain this RC boat disappearing bottom first. You don't have to, right? So why should we explain anything to you, Phil?
Well, you're the one who said the earth is flat.
You're the one sticking your nose in the wrong freaking hole.
Who hasn't said that the earth is flat?
The earth is not a ball. Can you understand that?
I want to hear
go
you
from
say
there.
flat.
Flat is not a shape, you fucking idiot. Is the globe a circle?
How about just keeping it civil?
Is the globe a circle? Answer the question.
It's a sphere.
Is it a circle? Yes or no?
If
Then
you
stop
cut it-
asking people if the earth is flat.
You know exactly what I mean by flat.
You know exactly what I mean too. So why the hell are you asking these silly questions?
Have a look at the have a look at the photograph.
Why are these RC boats disappearing bottom first?
Have a
If
look
it's
at the
not
photograph.
curvature of the earth. Answer
Have a
the
look at
question,
the
man.
photograph. I'll have a
go at that. I'll have a go at that, Professor Phil.
I want you to have a look at this photograph that I put on.
You know that photo in the upper left-hand corner is a black swan?
Ooh.
Have a look at
You
that photo.
numpty dumbass dipshit.
Tell me where look at the one on the.
Tell me
on
where how far, give us the pedigree information here. Observer height and distance to the first platform.
Just tell me where are the platforms gone?
Where are the platforms? Where are the platforms?
On the right, the photo on the left-hand
Platforms are right
side.
there. I see both of them.
The photo on the
Please
left-hand side.
explain this. Okay, I'll explain it. What is the observer height and what is the distance to the first platform?
Well, apparently I heard this, that the observer height was very close to the water, so something within a couple of feet.
Okay, no, it's 1 foot. And how far is the horizon away from him?
Well, apparently that was, if you're looking at the bottom right one, the one at the rig over there, looking on the left-hand side, on the left-hand top, that would be approximately 3 miles.
That's not 3 miles.
To the horizon.
No, it's not. That's 6.21 miles. It's at the base of Platform Hill House.
And then, no,
it's
not.
at the base of Platform Hill House, Phil. You numpty dipshit. This is a black swan photo.
The base of that platform is missing. Okay.
What?
Now,
where is the horizon?
The horizon would be approximately 3 miles away.
It is not 3 miles away. It's 6.21 miles away. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. You're a numpty dipshit.
DJ's on the way.
Now let's have a look at the photo that's on.
DJ's on the way. Do you know that I have this photo in every single Black Swan presentation from the beginning? You're going to talk through me. I'm going to mute your dumb ass.
Don't care. You obviously.
Fair enough. So, you see this photo right here? On January 1st, 2020, this appeared in my Black Swan presentation. But you're such a numpty dipshit, you don't even know it. And you're such a numpty dipshit that you posted another Black Swan photo because the observer height here is 1 foot and the horizon is 6.21 miles away when it should be 1 mile away. So, and you're both flat and curved would look very similar. Really? Are you invoking some type of refraction here? Looming? What the hell? Oh my God, I got to take him off mute for this. What the hell is looming?
You don't know what looming is?
No, I want you to cite it right here for me.
Okay. If you have a look at the diagram on the bottom right,
I want you to cite looming. Thank you.
Looming is the first industrial machine that was ever created to make.
Now, hold on. Let him. I want to hear if he knows what looming is. I want the definition.
Okay, have a look at the photo. Have a look at the
I'm not having a look at my
I
photos.
created that diagram. It's my own handiwork.
Shut up. What is looming?
Look
what
at the
is
diagram.
looming? You claim looming. What is looming?
Work.
What is looming? You will not pass go until you define it and provide citation for your claim, sir.
So light bends as a result of the temperature gradient.
That's not looming.
That's what looming is.
No, it's not. You fucking moron. Nope, it isn't.
I don't care what you say, you fool.
Looming. You're going to have to shut you up. So that's your definition. I told you it was wrong. You're a fucking idiot. You're a numpty dipshit. Looming from Andrew Thomas Young. The appearance above the horizon of a distant object that would normally be hidden below it. That is the definition of looming. In fact, this definition of looming is in-fucking correct. But even within this wrong definition, even if I give it to you, you already train wrecked your argument. Because this is talking about objects in relation to the horizon, not the horizon itself. You're an empty dipshit. Demonstrated yet again. So, welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back. Bathrooms on the left. Chocolate?
TJ's on the way.
Really, you think that actually worked, don't you? It may have worked for your little...
It's already a wrap.
That might have worked
already a wrap.
Set of victims.
It may have worked with Neil deGrasse Tyson, but don't try that shit on Phil, right, Phil?
That probably worked for your little set of victims.
That'll work on Mick West. It won't work on you because
you're a scammer. You're a grifter. Have a look at
You interrupted the DJ. Please don't do that again.
Have a look at the bottom. Don't please me, mate. I'll do as I please. Now, have a look at the bottom.
Maybe not.
Yeah, we'll see about
that. And by the way, my laughing is doing me very fucking well, numpty. So how would you know what was well for someone else? Did you learn that in school?
Oh, I can tell this guy never listened to his teachers or his headmaster. So, yeah.
Probably abused as a child. I'm just a guess.
I like to tell bad jokes. So, yeah, sorry, man.
I mean, he could have cited his own source. Maybe it would have been different than QE's and it would have made his argument better, but
he did.
Okay.
Apparently he wasn't prepared.
Right. Decided to unmute me. That's good. Now we can get somewhere.
Right. To the horizon, right?
I want to have a look at the image. I want you to have a look at the image that's commonly referred. Actually, Sasha put it up. Thank you, Sasha. Sasha put up the image of the rigs where there is looming. Now, there's actually evidence for this. There's looming and towering. And there's actually evidence for that. And the evidence for that is very, very clear. First of all, the first one where we're looking at looming of the horizon. So you can tell that because that usually happens when you have a look across the water and you can see the bands of colors, of different colors. Like you can see it's really dark towards us, closer, then gets lighter, then gets lighter again, that gets this yellowish color.
You're an empty dipshit. Sasha's photo train wrecks your
Would you mind just being quiet just for a minute?
You're a dumbass. I used this photo in my explanation of every single black swan presentation I've given. You can see the horizon if you use your off-center vision. You can see the horizon. It's right off the bow. So this is looming, but according to your definition, it's not the horizon that looms. It's things in relation to the horizon, Dr. Phil. Do you understand this, numpty dipshit?
Will you stop being a coward and stop?
Do you understand what I just said, numpty dipshit?
I understood exactly what you said. Now, can you just stop being a coward?
So you said the horizon was loomed. That is not. Right. That is incorrect.
The horizon is loomed. Everything.
No, that's not the definition, Dr. Phil.
Listen, looming. I explained to you what looming was.
No, you didn't. You made it up.
Did.
No citation. You're done.
Light benzene gradients, bro. That's not a definition.
Yeah, that's not a definition.
You can see that
the definition was provided though for you. Phil?
Just shut up. Unless somebody else wants to talk to him, then what is dipshittery? You're just making shit up.
Do you hang out at Jim Panda's server, Professor Phil? Because I think it's poisoning your brain, your mind, man. Going there.
Yeah, he's certified.
So QE, you want to deprive?
Don't speak to me ever again.
You want to deprive?
Yeah, apparently so, though. Yep.
All
the time.
We do.
Apparently, he's mistaken. He doesn't know what server he's on. I think he's lost.
How important are you, QE? That you're the one who calls the shots.
Who tells you that? Like, why do you think that? You know who's all in here? Like, we call our own shots, mate. Do you? No, you don't. You don't call your own shots. People tell you to jump, and you say how high. So don't talk about us, man. You don't know us. You won't even listen to us. You won't even explain fucking RC boats and why they disappear bottom first in your goddamn evidence. Nobody wants to hear your shit. You're rubbish.
I know. You'd think he'd be able to muster up his intellectual might. You know? Conjure up something like very powerful.
Well, stop muting me, and then you'll actually hear some stuff.
Okay. Sure.
By the way, audience, the reason that you can't hear my voice is because anytime
mute him. Thanks.
Who the hell does he think he's talking to?
Audience.
Audience.
I talk to the audience.
He's the fucking secret king. Audience, they're muting me. I've got secret fucking knowledge. I need some fucking parts of them, and they're not letting me do so. I'm being a fucking victim. Fucking victim, Gamma, fucking secret king bastard. Fuck off.
Yeah. Very narcissistic community, I would say.
Thank you for unmuting me again.
Oh,
I don't know what that serves except just waste.
Well, I couldn't quite get that. What did he say?
Professor Feller, you got any proof of the flying spinning ball? Stop addressing QE. He's above your intellect, dude. Yeah, you're not a professor. You're a clown.
Mm-hmm.
Adjust me. I am way below his level. So adjust me. You're way below my level, but at least I'm closer to you.
What do you call yourself?
Batman. You can call me Batman.
I don't care. You can whatever you want me to.
Well, you want me to call you the Professor Phil? Then you call me Batman.
Sure,
right,
I'm
Professor?
happy to do that, Batman.
Okay.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, Batman. That's fine. Batman, I just want to ask you a question. Batman, have you ever looked up in the sky and had a look at those objects that are moving?
You mean those lights? Yes, I have.
Yeah, those lights.
I grew up looking at the Milky Way my whole life when I was little.
Yeah, so the ones they move. Apparently, they move from the UK to
the sun
Australia in about 40 minutes. That's the sort of.
Go. No.
Now, what about them? What about lights in the sky?
Who put them there?
Who put them there?
Yeah.
What kind of question is that?
Well, it's a reasonable.
Well, if you believe in the heliocentric model, right, then NASA put them there. But if you believe that you live in a reality where your eyes observe, and then probably something like a creator created them and put them there. I mean, if you look at how complex and sophisticated life is and what requirements they need, there must be a creator that put them there. Yeah.
Years ago.
Are you going to call me stupid because I believe in a God? Is that where we're going with this?
You're happy to believe.
Are you going to try and say what flat Earth is a faith and the globe is? Is that where you're trying to drive this? Huh?
No, not at all. I'm just trying to get to establish what those Starlink satellites are. Have you
ever taken a look at the ocean? You know, that flat horizontal thing. I mean, you're up there in the sky. I'm just trying to bring it back down here to the thing we're talking about.
You told me that you saw those objects. What do you think they are?
They're lights. That's the first thing I see them as, are lights in the sky.
Who put them there?
I believe in my religion, in my spirituality, that there is a God. And he probably put them there.
The last lot went about 2 or 3 days ago. Did God do that?
The last what?
Wait, what?
The last lot of Starlink satellites went about 2 or 3 days ago.
What the fuck is a Starlink?
He's not talking about the stars. He's talking about the SpaceX nonsense Starlink crap. That's what he's talking about. You guys are talking
Bro,
about.
I see airplanes. I see airplanes at night, and they look like stars moving in the sky. Is that a goddamn satellite? Go ahead, explain it.
They don't.
Why? How the fuck do you know which one is a satellite and which one is a plane? Because you've got a model and a fucking website that you check. Huh?
Because the plane is
fucking tell me what those things are in the sky, bro. They're fucking rocks and gas burning in the middle. You sound like Timon and Pumbaa from that fucking movie, The Lion King.
Be quiet for a minute. So you can track those things in the sky from the UK to Australia in 40 minutes. You think a plane can fly that fast?
Some of these stars and lights I see at night, right? They move, and some of them are planes. But you're saying they could be satulites, they could be rocks. You know, like,
just answer the question.
They're lights in the sky, right?
Do you think
they're
do you think a plane can move from Australia to the UK in 40 minutes?
Why the fuck would you ask me that? That's not relevant to what we're talking about.
Phil, that's a loaded question. You can't even fucking prove what you just said. That's number one.
I can.
Number two, no, you can't. Number two, I asked you before. I asked you this question a long fucking time ago. And you said, yeah, you believe that from Mars, that rover's sending fucking pictures, sending transmissions through fucking millions and millions of miles. And you're a professor of fucking physics, and you're yet to answer my fucking question. How is it fucking possible to get telecommunications from fucking Mars to Earth to get high resolution fucking images? Please explain. Fucking asshole.
I think Vlad is the right energy for you, Professor. So you go ahead and Vlad will take care of you.
Professor, you've heard of the inverse square law, right?
Motherfucking, yo, bro, you don't even know a fucking thing about physics, and then you fucking pretend to clown fucking physics. You fucking cunt.
You think that can help you?
Professor, what's the inverse square law?
You think that kind of language is becoming of a person like you?
Professor, what's the inverse square law?
Stop fucking crying. Hey, listen, Phil, stop fucking crying. This is real shit. You're pissing everybody fucking off.
Nobody's crying here.
But when you're in a fucking corner, you're going to start fucking crying about my language? You fucking bitch.
All right, Vlad. Let's let Hank ask the question. What is the inverse square law?
Yeah, what is that, Professor?
You don't know what the inverse square law is?
No, please enlighten me.
Is that the reason you're asking me the question?
Well, I'm just wondering how a little battery from Mars' surface could send a signal strong enough 1 million miles away if I can't get signal at my curb from my Wi-Fi router.
Where is everybody?
On Earth, right?
We're waiting for you to answer the question, Phil.
You don't know what the inverse square law is. You seriously don't know.
He just gave you an example.
You don't know
right?
that.
I asked you a question, mate.
Okay, so things will reduce by the square of the distance away. That it's further away.
Right. So the power source is staying the same, but the further you go away, it decreases the signal strength.
16, 64, and so on. Okay.
By the time you get to 1 million miles away, how much power is actually hitting the Earth? From the Martian rover, how much?
You satisfied?
What's the signal strength? What's the signal strength from 1 million miles away?
Now, I still want to know what those objects are in the sky. that moved from Australia
Are
to
you
the
serious,
UK.
Phil? Are you not listening to Hank talking to you, Phil?
No, I
Please.
can't hear what you're saying.
He's asking you, after 1,000,000 miles, is that signal going to reach Earth? If you and the inverse square law, then how can that signal from Mars reach the Earth, and how much power is required for a signal to reach the Earth?
Yeah, show us the data. Show us the data on that. How much power at 1,000,000 miles?
The only reason.
No, show us the power. Answer the question. Show us how much power at 1,000,000 miles with that battery. Thank you.
I'll come back to that.
No, you won't.
Where are you going now?
I'm very happy to come back. Now that I've got
Professor, you do it now.
Yeah, can you answer the question, Professor Phil, please? We're all waiting. Can you provide citations for that as well? Thank you.
Is anybody ever going to answer one of my questions?
How much power at 1,000,000 miles?
I don't know off the top of my head. I told you I'll come back to that.
Go get it. Bring it back. Bring it back.
I'll come back in my good time.
Well, okay, how far is Mars? Because we're only talking about 1,000,000 miles, and the moon is supposedly 250,000 miles away. So Mars is tens, if not hundreds of millions of miles away. How far is the sun, right? So come on, man. This is a crazy, impossible thing, and you're saying you're going to come back to it, right? Like, we're telling you this is fucking crazy, impossible, and you're saying, nah, I'll come back to it. What the hell? First, you won't answer the question with the RC boats, and now you won't answer this question. What the hell, Phil? Where the hell are you going?
Mars is about 60... Almost 60 million miles away.
And you can't even answer how it can work with 1,000,000 miles. But yeah, okay.
When that's just another number. Is that average? Is that its furthest distance? Is that its closest distance?
That would probably be the average distance, around about 60 million miles.
Probably. Okay.
Can you show us the telemetry data, please?
So it's between about 33 and 60 odd million miles.
Can we see the radio telemetry data? Thank you.
33 and 66. Wow.
If you want specific things, I'll write them down, and then I will be able to get them for you.
You coming in here like you know what you're talking about.
I came here to ask you some questions.
Well, you haven't answered not one question. Why don't you start with answering?
I came here to ask you, do you think the Earth is flat?
You came here to straw man us, bro. Come on, man. You were not stupid.
It's such an easy answer.
Phil, I came here to ask you why you think the Earth is flat.
I asked you that specific question months ago. I asked you. You said you were going to come back to me, and you have yet to come fucking back to me. You know, and you remember I had a fucking conversation with you, and you still cannot answer the fucking question. And don't tell me you're going to come back to it, because I know for a fact you won't be able to answer that fucking question. You're talking to a guy that fucking finished electrical engineering, you stupid fuck. You done improving the sewer rat.
You're an engineer?
Shit.
What?
Fucking die.
All right, Vlad.
You're an engineer.
Take a breath, Vlad.
What? Did I just hear that? You are an engineer, and you think the Earth is flat.
Why? What's wrong with that, Phil? You still haven't explained the RC boats, bro. You can't even explain the RC boats and why they disappear bottom first. What's the problem? He's an idiot. You can't even explain the RC boats. You can't even explain how things could travel millions of miles. Who are you calling?
It's not even explaining it. It's just admitting that that's what we see.
I teach engineers. Did you hear that?
No.
Well, I'm Batman, so I win. Anyways.
Okay, Batman. I teach engineers. You said
I'm Batman, so I'm cooler than you, and I have more credibility than you, right, Phil? Because I'm Batman. Everybody knows Batman.
Engineering, we do orbital mechanics.
Yeah, that's a fairy tale, bro.
Is it really?
You got lots of maths there.
It is. You can't even prove your Earth is a ball, so how can you have your stupid orbital mechanics?
You said I can't.
Huh?
You think you live on a spinning ball in space that's never been proven. You don't have a measure of curvature, axial rotation, Or vacuum space.
Who said there's no measure of curvature?
Why are RC boats disappearing bottom first and a couple of inches off the ground? Why is that RC boat disappearing?
Phil's still here.
Have a look at that photo. Yeah.
Mickey's here.
Remember, it's the same RC
I
boats.
was waiting for this.
This is the same RC boats that right before he said won't disappear. Said it won't happen.
You said
that was you, Phil.
The Earth has not been measured. That's what you said.
But why do you?
Well, hold on.
My friend wants to talk to you.
Building a straw.
Do you understand that there's for instance, in last November, we put up a satellite called Cartosat 3. Cartosat 3 is designed to map the Earth.
How far up is that satellite from? How far up is it?
9 kilometers.
What part of your
No,
fairy tale thing?
Yeah, don't entertain this guy.
Yeah.
Don't entertain him. Give me a second.
We
start the live stream.
Every time that satellite makes a sweep, it measures the Earth.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
What does it measure curvature? Does it? So if it measures curvature from up there, then where can we measure curvature down here?
Measures the diameter.
All right. Stream restarted.
I can give you some very good experiments if you're actually interested in the truth.
No, we're not interested in what you're going to provide. Here's what we're going to be interested in, Professor Phil. You're going to have to demonstrate to us how the Earth is a globe, like the way they claim it is, right?
I told you that.
Well, you told somebody, but it wasn't me. I wasn't here.
He said,
he
said RC boats disappear bottom first. That's what he said.
So
I take it that you, Mickey, right?
Okay. Yes, I'm Miggy. Remember?
Okay, Mickey.
We've had
Nice
a previous conversation. Nice to meet you too. Now, let's get to the business of proving that the Earth is actually a real globe instead of it being something that a positive claim that can't be verified. So measurable curvature, when has it ever been done that somebody has got measurable curvature, either in ancient times or now, Phil?
Well,
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I don't really care.
By satellites.
Right, but when did they start actually saying that it was a globe with measurable curvature? When was this done?
Thousands of years ago.
Okay, so who's the first one that did it? Go ahead.
I don't know who the first one was, but I do know about Aristophanes.
All right, so we haven't established in ancient times, but now go ahead and tell me how they've done it today. Go ahead.
Satellites, I told you.
Which satellite?
Well, there's satellites that take partial photos and stitch them together.
Okay.
Sun synchronous satellites, and there's also satellites that actually take photos of the entire Earth.
Okay, which specific one, Phil?
Himawari 8, for instance.
Okay, so the Himawari 8 is the one that's taking this measurable curvature picture. We can measure the curvature of Earth with this satellite. Is that
Yes,
right?
Of course.
Okay, so how are we doing that?
You have a look at the photograph. And compare
Okay, do you have one?
Yeah, compare it to the distance of the satellite.
Do you have one?
Of course.
Okay, can you please provide that evidence in live stream voice text? And then after you do that, provide the evidence as to how the Earth curve was measured using this photo, please.
Just a minute.
Okay.
To send a satellite, they would need the radius value. So how did they get it before the first satellite?
Well, we're going to see what Phil has to provide as evidence, and obviously this is going to be something that is going to provide the measurable curvature, right?
Of course.
Okay.
Just a minute. I'll get this photo down for you.
Excited.
Sure hope he's bringing an actual measurement. Like,
so for anybody that's actually in here who's going to ask any questions about the globe, this is Professor Phil. If you guys haven't heard him, he's been on here for a while now, and he teaches students that go to his class. So he should know, if anybody, if you're in here and you're a glober, he should know more than anybody
the questions I'm about to ask him and provide sufficient evidence for the positive claim that the Earth has measurable curvature. There's 2 more follow-up questions, but we'll start with this one because it's a pretty easy one. So,
sure.
Who's Aristophanes again?
All right,
I thought it was
hold off on the questions for any diversions that might occur. We're going to pinpoint him down to this very specific one.
I'm excited.
Okay. So now we got an image here. Everybody, can you take a look at Livestream voice text? Phil just provided an image here from Himawari 8.
Yep.
All right. So now the next step is, how do we establish the measurement of the curvature of Earth from this image? Go ahead.
So when you have a look at the edge of it, you can see that's curved, can't you? It's not a square, is it?
Well, no, you go ahead and provide to me how
just
this is.
Just answer my question.
No, I'm getting the listen. I'm getting the information from you, how you provide evidence for measurement of Earth curvature. That's all I want to know. I'm not. Okay. It's not a debate. It's just for you to give me information as to how it was established that this image is the measurement of Earth curvature. And so go ahead and follow up with giving me the way they measure the Earth curvature using this image.
Yes. So we know the distance to the satellite that took this image to the camera.
Okay.
Okay. So because we know the distance to the camera to that, we can actually look and work out what the diameter of this ball is that you're looking at.
How'd they know how far it was?
How did you validate that picture was actually taken from a satellite? How did you validate that?
Well, we're not even there yet, Rags to Riches. Right now, he's going to demonstrate to us how measurement of Earth curvature can be achieved using this Himawari 8 image. So we're going to let him finish, telling us how.
It does look like a ball, doesn't it?
Well, it appears to be a circle. I can't tell from an image if it's a 3D shape.
Okay, so you can actually see, you can tell that it's got a circumference, right?
As what it looks like. Looked like a circle to me.
And it's got a diameter, right?
Obviously.
Okay, good. All right. So we can establish that as at least you can see a circle anyway, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, good. So you agree that we can establish what the radius of that circle is. We can establish its diameter. We can establish its circumference.
Right. What we're doing here, though, is drawing circles and then doing a bit of maths. That's what you're doing, right?
Photograph. It's a photograph.
Right, but it's not a photograph, though. I think that's where you're mistaken. No. So you're saying hang on. You're saying that this satellite is taking snapshots, like photographs, and it's not sending data to somebody who receives this data and then interprets that data and then makes an image out of that data. You're saying it's a straight photograph like you would any camera, and then you get film out of this camera. Is that because that's what the audience is hearing right now?
Not film, it's data. It's
right.
Camera.
So yeah, but it's not. You're not going to get images like that. You're getting data. According to the globe, I'm just following the paradigm so that we can get everything kind of down the line as to how this is being established from the Himawari 8. It's not a snapshot. This is data. It's data that somebody's receiving and then interpreting it as a image.
No,
it's not.
It's a 16-channel camera.
Okay.
And of course, just like any digital camera, the digital information is in terms of digital information that's sent via radio to the receiver.
All right. So, how did this satellite get into a place where something cannot exist? This medium cannot exist.
What medium can't exist?
The vacuum of space, of course.
What vacuum?
Well, when you actually send a satellite into low Earth orbit, it has to leave the Earth's atmosphere. And by way of a rocket that's going to use a parabolic curve around the Earth 3 times so it could gain escape velocity so that it can actually leave the Earth's atmosphere, so that it could drop these supposed satellites there. So how is it that this medium, the vacuum of space in which this satellite is in, actually exists?
It'd probably be useful if you just stop using the word vacuum and just say space. That'll be fine.
Well, space is something. Yeah, space is something that I could define as something between me and you. So to be a little bit more specific, right? When you actually leave the Earth's atmosphere, because they would consider there to be a specific stopping point, right? The Kármán line. After you exit the Earth's atmosphere, then you're actually in low Earth orbit. So in order for
it's actually not specific.
Well, so this medium that this satellite is in, taking this image, how do we know that medium exists?
We put satellites there.
Okay, so you're telling a story right now that something is going there, but there's no way that anybody that's listening could verify that information, because this medium supposedly is in a place that cannot be in reality.
Why not?
Because we have pressure here, the air that we're breathing, and it's adjacent to the supposed low pressure system, which is what you consider space, but I call it the vacuum of space. That's what they call it. So how can we have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system without the gas dispersing into the available space with this supposed satellite? Why not?
Yeah.
Well, we're defying the laws of nature, sir.
Which law of nature?
Entropy. What are the law?
Oh my God.
Are you not a stupid? Are you not a professor? Like, I mean, this should be something that you should be able to tell your students.
To establish your knowledge.
You teach kids? Are you serious?
No, I don't teach kids. I teach adults.
If you have a high pressure system next to a low pressure system, what would happen if you do not have it? If you do not have that high pressure system, becomes uncontained from whatever container it's in, it will disperse.
It depends on all sorts of forces that are involved.
Well, it doesn't depend. This is what's going to happen always. It will disperse into the lower pressure system always.
Really?
Why does
Professor Phil, if your air conditioner is on in your house and you open the door, what's going to happen? Yes, Professor Phil, you need to keep the door closed.
Wait a minute. What forces are in play? What force is containing the gas?
Let's just finish with Miggy, please. Okay.
Go ahead.
Miggy's doing a good job.
So have we established how we can have that? Go ahead.
And may I also add that I like the way that you do talk to people, because you're a respectful person. So I'll continue talking to you.
Go ahead.
Okay, so Miggy, if you consider at the bottom of a mountain you have a much higher pressure than at the top, why is it that why doesn't the pressure at the bottom the gas at the bottom rush to the top of the mountain?
Gas is always in motion. It's always in motion, right?
That's true.
Okay.
That's true. So why doesn't it rush to the why at any time you go to the top of the mountain, you're going to need some apparatus to breathe?
It's a graduated system.
Yes,
right. So we're talking about the dynamic system in which we live. The air that what's that?
Yeah. You said, sorry, I didn't. I shouldn't have interrupted you. You said that always. You used the word that higher pressure would always move to lower pressure. Always, you said.
Yes, if it's not contained. If it's not contained.
And yet you have just admitted that at the bottom of the mountain, the high pressure doesn't move to the top.
Okay, we're still talking. Yeah, we're still in a container right now. Okay, so the graduated system that you're in right now is contained. So this is where we start with. In order to have pressure, you need to have a container to start with. So you can't have pressure without a container. Who said? This is just the laws of nature.
No, it's not. You just made
no,
it
it's
up.
not. No, I didn't make it up. How can you? Okay, so how can you attain Professor Phil? How can you attain pressure if you do not have a container?
What do you need the container for?
To attain pressure.
You've got the mass of the gas.
The mass of the gas.
No. The mass of the gas doesn't bring the gas back. Gas disperses in all directions, and the gas doesn't stop itself from going anywhere.
Overall, the gas has mass.
No, it doesn't, Phil. That's just
Sorry, but your is not going to help.
What's up, Adam?
Evening, guys. Phil. That's naughty, isn't it? That's.
I want to talk to Mickey, please.
Individually, if you was to add up, then let's ignore the misnomer of mass. If you was to add them all up, you could say collectively they had a mass, but that's not a gas, is it? Where are you grabbing them from? Why are you trying to attribute collectiveness to an individual particle?
You don't think I could measure the mass of gas?
No, we did this before and you ran off. At the point you put so much helium into the balloon that it was heavy enough to weigh, even though that wouldn't weigh it because it made it liquid. You know that point, and you ran off then?
I don't know what you're talking about.
No. Pain you often try to forget.
Okay, Miggy, do you want
to... Point being, mate, yeah?
There's more stuff to discuss with Miggy. Okay?
Carry on.
Sorry. I just noticed I just noticed backflipping. I know Adam to be very trustworthy, and I can probably take on his point that you haven't started something and running away, and now you're running away again. The question was pretty valid. Yeah, I know.
I'm still here.
Okay, thanks, mate. Just let's see if we can talk, and the other people can just be quiet while we talk. All right?
Sounds good with me.
Okay, excellent.
But this is an open forum, so I'm just letting you know right now. So somebody jumps in.
Yeah, all right. So, Miggy, I'm not.
Phil, I think respectfully, mate. The point when people jumped in was, and people are being respectful, was when you said something so outrageous that it really you shouldn't be carrying on the conversation.
Why can't Miggy deal with that?
Without it being challenged.
Miggy's pretty smart. He can deal with that. He doesn't need
You're not going to convince Mickey. Whatever sales technique or method you're trying, you're not going to convince Mickey. Talk about it here. Adam is as calm as Mickey. You can talk to both of them.
I'm not trying to convince anybody. And I certainly have no delusions about convincing you.
Yeah, but as he said, it's a public forum, isn't it? It's a public forum, and Mickey was doing...
I'm just trying to...
Obviously, you're not here to learn what we've discovered, right? You're here to try to convince people that they're crazy for believing the Earth is flat. That's what you've been saying when you first got here. Say it. That's what you've been doing.
All right. Let's try and get it back on point at least. And get the side bit. But let's get it back on point. Let's destroy that. So massive gas. Whoever wants to take that, Adam or Miggy, I don't care. Massive gas.
Well, it's not just anybody. I'm talking to Miggy. Is that okay?
Yeah, you can talk to me if you want, but we're still on that particular topic you brought up. So
yeah. So I just want to explain to you. So Miggy, let's just establish this. I'm here to explain what I think and what I believe. Okay. So I'm not trying to convince you. Is that okay?
Go ahead and tell me what we were on a point right now, so I think it's good to kind of keep going where we're at.
Yeah, I agree. So what I wanted to explain to you is why I think that the gas doesn't disperse into space.
Go ahead.
Okay. All right. So all gas particles, molecules or atoms, the reason that they move around is because they have energy. Otherwise, they wouldn't move. They need energy to move. So what happens is the higher up you go, the more of that energy they lose. So they get less and less energy. They move around.
Why?
That's bullshit.
Can we just have Miggy?
Can we?
No. Why?
Why? Go ahead, Adam. Sorry.
Good evening, John. You all right?
Yeah, he's fucking full of shit.
So the further up, I'm telling you what I believe. You don't have to accept it.
Shut up. You're the dumbest person in here. Let Adam speak.
And now that you won't accept it.
Phil, we didn't say it's not true. We asked why. What's the reason for you?
I'm trying to explain all of that.
Well, then it would be reasonable just to have answered the why point initially, wouldn't it?
Just wait till I've finished what I'm saying.
No. You said that gas molecules lose their energy. Where do gas molecules get their energy from? Kinetic energy?
The heat from the sun.
The temperature, right?
And the temperature of the ground.
The temperature, right? So as they go up higher, have you heard of the thermosphere by chance?
And bouncing from other...
Have you heard of the thermosphere by chance?
Let me explain why
What is the temperature of the thermosphere, Phil?
Let me explain why.
No, you're not explaining. You just contradicted yourself.
I'm not interested in talking to you. You told me not to talk to you.
You just contradicted yourself. You are a numpty dipshit.
Can I just finish talking to Miggy, please?
Why?
Because I want to.
You're either dumb or you're lying.
Can I speak to Miggy, please?
Go ahead, Miggy. Miggy's going to tell you the same thing.
All right. So it doesn't matter if Miggy tells me the same thing. I just want to speak to Miggy. Okay.
All right.
All right. So as gas particles get higher, they lose their energy, and they lose more and more of their energy. And the higher they go, the more that gravity actually overcomes.
Phil, quick question, Phil. Is energy rate proportional to height? Or is it just coincidental that at some points when you're a bit higher, they might have less energy, and at some points they might have more energy when they're even higher, and then later on, less energy? Or is height a relationship in some way causative, you might suggest? Is that what you're implying?
It's certainly a correlation. Yes.
Correlation. What, is it a straight linear correlation, or is it a wobbly line?
No, it's not.
Or
it's
is it
not
a curved line?
It's curved. It's not linear.
No, if you look in chat, someone's put it up for you. It's a wobbly line.
It's not linear. Okay. Now,
I didn't say it was, but I've just proved that your point and your understanding is incorrect.
Yeah. So at some point,
wholly incorrect.
So there is a
carry on.
There is a point where the
Phil, are you just going to walk? Are you just going to walk past that? You're not going to acknowledge what Adam said to you.
I'm trying to explain to you what I think. You can accept it.
What you think is what? Oh my goodness! What a shocking.
Nobody cares what you think.
Fine, that's fine. You don't have to.
Yeah, but nobody cares what you think. If you have something, what you empirical, say that. Whatever I can speak about Brad now, man, and who cares?
I want to speak to Miggy, please.
You can speak with Miggy. Can you give some argument? I'm not with Miggy.
I'm not speaking to you, whoever you are.
You're not speaking with me, really?
No.
Let's get some order back to the conversation at least.
So Miggy asked me a question. Miggy asked me a question, and I'm trying to.
Okay, you was wrong now 5 minutes ago, and you don't want to concede. You want Miggy.
I've never been wrong. Okay.
Miggy, are you still there, buddy? Do you want to hold this guy's hand?
Right. So now we're talking. Yeah. Now we're talking about why gas is not escaping the globe Earth paradigm. Right. You're saying because it loses energy as it's going up.
Yeah, and eventually, gravity overcomes the little energy that it does have.
All right, so gravity becomes the container. Is that what you're saying, Phil?
If you want to put it that way, I'm happy with that.
All right, so at that point, we're talking about no gas escapes because of what you described.
Definitely not. Gas escapes all the time.
Gas does escape.
Yes.
So does it escape or does it not? I'm sorry. Does it escape or does it not escape?
It does.
So it does escape.
Yeah.
As an analogy, Phil, then is this gas
about 90 tons a day?
What's that? How much?
About 90 tons a day.
Okay, so I'm really right now. I'm just listening to what you have to say about this because I'm still thinking about what Adam said, and they seem to have a really good point. But so you're saying 90 how much? 90 tons?
Tons, yes, per day.
All right. So who's measuring this, Phil?
It's like this people. Lots of people who monitor atmosphere and climate and stuff like that.
Oh, sorry, it's a bit vague. Was there anybody specific that does this? Like meteorologists? Like who's...
NOAA. NOAA. Just answer. That's his answer.
Well,
no, I want him to. Who? NASA?
Yeah, NASA would be one of those people who have the resources to do that. Yeah.
What is the apparatus they're using to actually find this information out? What are they using to detect? So that information.
I don't specifically know how they do that.
Okay. So we don't. Okay, sorry. We don't know how they're getting this information, but we just know that they're giving it to us about 90 tons a day.
That's what they say. Yeah.
All right, but we don't know that. Is that what you're saying?
Well, I could have a look at their paper that describes how they do it and see if I agree with it. But at this stage, I've got no reason not to disagree. I've got no reason to disagree with them.
All right. So, well, I'm going to roll back.
It's theoretical. It's theoretical, yeah. It's not a measured amount. It's a calculated amount based on the trajectory of hydrogen and helium atoms, which the analogy you're painting is it's a bit like the guy in the desert when he fires a bullet up in the air and up it goes until it reaches a point, and you're saying it hits that point and then back down it comes because gravity makes this container that it bounces against. It's this complete total loss of kinetic energy that causes a return and an opposite vector.
Well, Adam, it almost sounds like Phil's. It almost sounds like Phil.
Whatever you said obviously points to the fact that you know nothing about projectile motion.
All right. So from whatever he said, Adam, it sounds like he's saying that on the globe Earth paradigm, we got some air actually escaping, right?
Yes.
I mean, it's actually leaving.
No, I wanted to get to that. That's fine. It's fine. But they're the black swans, aren't they? They're the exceptions to the rule, aren't they, Phil? But most of them follow the pattern I've just described, apparently. Yeah. But you get some of them, that magic number that you pulled out your arse, the amount per day that escapes the atmosphere. They're the ones that break the general rule of the new way in which gases behave, which is against the second law and against gas behavior, but has to be the way gases must behave if we live on a ball. Is that not correct?
There's nothing against the second law of thermodynamics, if that's what you're talking about.
What? So would you say that?
Show me gravity affecting the kinetic energy of a gas molecule, then.
Oh, any time. Cool the gas molecule down until it becomes a solid.
So gravity affecting the kinetic energy. It's got to be slowing it, hasn't it? It's got to be stopping it escaping.
Yeah, that's easy.
Show it me then.
Yeah. So the consider the gas the amount of gas concentration at the bottom of a mountain compared to the gas concentration.
Concentration. Come on, that's rubbish. That's terrible.
No, you can say that as much as you like.
Disingenuous. Disingenuous.
You can live in your little cult as much as you like. Won't change anything.
Some might say.
Won't change anything.
I'd say.
You know, it's weird. You think we live in a cult, and you think you don't live in a cult, even though all your beliefs are just beliefs. You know, that's
it's
weird.
A pretty big cult, then, isn't it?
All right. So where the air escapes, is there supposed to be a boundary? Is there some sort of boundary where the air is actually leaving and escaping into?
There is no fixed boundary. Those molecules that do and particles that do have escape velocity will just keep going.
Yeah, it is.
Because there's nothing to stop them.
So, don't see any reason not to believe there.
Well, you just said that gravity was stopping them. Even if they escape the magical point where the bullet returns, the point where most of the particles go, what about those ones that do manage to get past? Surely they get pulled back eventually. Don't they get sucked to the moon on the
way? Once they have achieved escape velocity, they'll keep that velocity as long as they don't bump into something else.
And how many times a day?
What would their escape velocity be?
First law.
What would their escape velocity be?
Around 17,000 odd miles per hour.
17,000. So somehow, unlike all their friends, their other mates, other helium mates, who got slowed down to 0 and then start heading back down, they managed to keep going at 17,000.
Never to 0.
Yeah, they managed to keep doing it, but their mates don't. Is that right, Phil?
Yep, they might have been. They could be in the because you're quite right. Somebody else, I think it was QE, mentioned the thermosphere. So in that area, any particles that are affected by the sun or whatever are quite likely to reach have enough escape velocity to get away.
So the thermosphere is likely to heat particles enough up to give them the kinetic energy to carry on their journey away from the Earth.
Some of them, yes. Others
once they've left, some of them. Why only some of them? What about the others that receive the same kinetic energy?
For whatever reason,
why don't they?
If for whatever reason they don't have escape velocity, they won't leave the
I don't think your mum finished your fairy tales here, Phil.
You can think.
What kinds of
reasons? Wait. Did you say for whatever reason?
What kinds of reasons?
Well, hang on. I think Adam. Yeah,
heating, bouncing into other molecules.
Well, that's not a loss of kinetic energy because it's an elastic collision. So there'd be no change in their kinetic energy, would there, Phil, if it collided with another molecule? Carry on.
No, you're just talking rubbish. Learn some physics.
He's not talking rubbish. Wow. You're supposed to be a physics teacher. You're supposed to be a physics teacher. Everyone knows this.
Oh, my God.
That's why he's exasperated. Adam is the most calm person I know, and you got him off the reservation because of that last statement.
Yeah,
you are so full of shit. I'm surprised that you know the difference between yourself and a pipe wrench.
Yeah, sure.
I'm serious. Yeah, everything he said was correct.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Yes, everything. Okay, and you should know that. Being a professor of physics, you should be teaching him. But he's teaching you.
He's not. He's an idiot.
I beg your pardon.
He's an idiot. Really.
I beg your pardon. I may not. Oi, daft lad, right? I may not have bothered in the route of academia, right, and sold my soul, yeah? But I'm perfectly well educated and I teach doctors, postgraduate degree levels, cheeky arse, right? Don't come here pulling your guns out because you got a professorship.
And I teach people.
You can take away the legitimate points where I've just, as Nathan would say, teabagged you. Yeah. Unfortunately,
you've done nothing of the sort.
as if pulling out that you've got
nothing
some kind of university education. What university is yours? What university are you affiliated with, Phil? Which two big university? That's the University of Nottingham. Yeah.
I'm not going to do that much.
No, because you're going to be like the University of back of a cornflakes packet, won't it?
Sure, right, okay. Whatever you think, you idiot.
Well, that's what you get for China.
You try and pull it out.
To be honest,
okay. If you want to go academic guns, I'll take you on because I've got just as big an academic gun as yours, little man. So don't try and obfuscate a point with that. It just shows how weak your argument is. Now carry on addressing the point that you were so admirably failing on.
Actually, no, I'm not.
So do you have a coherent rebuttal to anything Adam said, or just it's word salad?
You're a little cult.
Oh,
just gonna cry.
Wow,
that's your problem, Phil.
That's pretty sad, bro. I mean, for a
carry on,
prof.
Let's carry on.
Made you sound like
a
box.
I want to ask a question.
Cracker Jack,
so all those,
brother,
all those metric tons lost a day, all those metric tons lost per day for 4.54 billion years?
No. We're back to the elastic collisions and what Adam said. What Adam said, there's no net loss of energy. They're elastic collision. You said bullshit.
Is this what your flat Earth looks like?
That's a straw man
fallacy.
Oh my God, here we go.
Fuck off. Go back to your
What's wrong, Phil? Have you lost focus? Phil, you can't concentrate. What's wrong?
All he said in the last two exchanges is, he's a straw man.
Yeah, it's a straw man.
Is this what?
Well, let's just beat him about the head and shoulders, Professor Phil. Right? You looking in live stream? You looking in live stream? Introductory chemistry, and I quote: "Gas particles are constantly colliding with each other in the walls of their container. These collisions are elastic. That is, there is no net loss of energy from the collisions." Exactly what Adam said. This is introductory chemistry, sir.
Do you think the Earth is flat, what do you think, brother?
Wait a second.
Brother,
do you think flat guy? Shut up.
Haran, brother, you tell me now.
Hold on, I want Professor Phil to answer what has been put forward.
I'm muting everybody that's talking. Go ahead.
Is this what your flat Earth looks like?
Not a straw man.
Just
answer this.
You can say
no, not a straw man. So no, not that. Not any question to do with that. So back to this has been put forward to you.
No, I'm not interested.
Adam.
Answer whether you answer the question whether or not this is the flat Earth.
This is interesting. Why wouldn't you answer the question though, Phil? Is it something that is damning to the argument that you're trying to put forward? I don't understand. Like,
come on, it's a really good point, Phil. Why? What are the other reasons? You've accepted that you might have made a mistake, that collisions with other gas molecules.
I haven't made a mistake.
A reason for a lot of kinetic energy.
I have not made a mistake.
They're going to gain that from the sun rays. So what other reasons are you suggesting? That's where we were before we went a little sideways. So let's carry on from there, Phil. What are the other reasons other than kinetic collisions?
Whether or not this is your flat Earth.
That's a straw man fallacy.
It's really weak.
So sad.
Yeah, it's a straw man fallacy. Nobody claims that, Phil.
Yeah, the short answer is no. Everyone's going to say no.
Nobody's claiming that. Nobody's claiming that, but we're still like we started off trying to figure out. We started off trying to figure out if the Earth had any measurable curvature, and you brought the Himawari 8 photo. So we were trying to. Right.
That's more than enough. That's more than enough.
What I was trying to ask is, how did the Himawari 8 actually get into that place that you said is actually there? Right? No, I'm talking about how does it exist in that location? Because that location
on a rocket, Miggy. It went on a rocket. That's how it got there.
No, I understand that the whole globe Earth paradigm and how things are told to us, how things happen. But I'm asking you because supposedly you would be able to explain how gas pressure next to the vacuum of space is possible. And you were saying with your explanation,
I explained that to you.
You were telling me, but what I was getting to, and Adam and QE brought up some really good points, right?
No, they didn't.
So they didn't bring up any good points. You're saying that what they just put forward has nothing to do with what you're talking about.
Very little.
So it does. So that's what I'm trying to establish. So very little means that it does, right? It does have something to do.
They're trying to compare gas pressure down here on Earth, on the ground, compared to atmospheric pressure.
No, we're talking about individual molecule behavior. Individual molecule behavior and its microstates available to it at these points of juncture that you're imagineering. Like the juncture of the vacuum of space. Yeah? What are its available microstates to it? What's its kinetic energy? What are the path routes? What's the probability? What that predicts is standard gas behavior. That does not fit in your paradigm. And we're asking you to explain what are the reasons then outside of that. Now you postulated other collisions with other gas particles, which we explained to you patiently, that gas particle collisions are kinetic, so there's no exchange of kinetic energy. So we're asking again, what are the other postulations for your reasoning to oppose the gas behavior that you accept yourself? So what are the other reasons that's causing what can only be described as a generalized downward motion?
The most prolific reason why gas particles stay close to the Earth is gravity.
What?
Gravity.
John, I'll hand over.
We're not talking about close to the Earth. Adam was discussing high up in the atmosphere.
When I talk about close to the Earth, I'm talking about...
No, we're not talking about that. We'll get back to gravity here in a second. He told you, or you said, that the collisions of the molecules, they were losing energy. When introductory to chemistry already tells you that these are elastic collisions. I have the citation here about 50 times. Let me put it in here again.
I know the collision theory of chemistry. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it just sounds like you don't, sir.
Yes, I do. Much better than you.
Yeah. It sounds like it. You said they lost energy. This says that there is no net loss of energy from the collisions. They're elastic.
I know chemistry a lot better than you.
Yeah, you know chemistry. You don't know dick.
Degrees in chemistry.
You wouldn't know chemistry if it landed on your face, spun around, and whistled Dixie.
You're a goddamn fool.
So we're back to the net loss of energy.
Again, Phil, if we're going to do that, I have a degree in pharmacy. Like I said, I also advise on the postgraduate courses and educate at the graduate level, which is, I would assume, with your physicsy, mechanicsy background, means academically, my chemistry trumps your chemistry. Would you agree?
No, it doesn't.
I think it does, doesn't it?
No, I've spent years
I'm missing something here, Phil. You said that the gas pressure down at Earth is different than atmospheric pressure. Is the gas pressure that's on the Earth not atmospheric pressure?
Hey, do you teach at degree level? By the way, I'm not sure I'm talking to. Whoever just said that, they're above Phil's level as well.
I'm talking about gas pressure in a container.
You need a container for gas pressure.
Container.
Okay.
Yeah, you do need. That's correct. You do need a container for gas pressure.
So where's the container for that's around the Earth?
Oh,
where's the container around the Earth?
Well, that's your question, surely. That's the question That's the question we're trying to get you to ask yourself, Phil. That's the reality you've got to come to. And when you realise the implications, when you realise the fundamental implications of the statement you just made and how it applies to not us, but your paradigm, you'll be on your way, son, won't you? Hey.
You said that there must be a container. You said that yourself.
That's correct. Where is it? You want me to show it to prove the necessary antecedent?
Yeah, I want to know where
it's a necessary antecedent. You know it's there, Phil. Yeah.
Where is your container? How far away?
Where's your bumhole? You can't see it.
You think that's clever, do you?
No, you think you're being Phil. You think you're being clever, right? With your false part. You think you're being clever. You're not. That's why I was being what's called wheel in retort to point out the silliness of your question to me. That's why I retorted like that. You understand that? That's called intelligent humor.
Is there a container or not?
It was to show the silliness of your question. Yeah,
there is a container.
Yes.
Good. All right, excellent. Now, how far away?
Sounds like you were trying to prove some sort of a container yourself before, right? You were saying this word gravity.
How far away is the edge?
Reality.
Oh.
How far away is the edge of the universe, Phil?
Where is the evidence for the container?
The evidence is the gas pressure that we have here.
Yeah.
And how far away is this container?
Well, we don't have that measured. So the measured somebody has their mic open right now.
Has somebody
test one too?
Has anybody ever measured the distance to this container?
No.
I don't remember anybody making a claim to how far.
Nobody.
Whatever the fuck.
Nobody made a claim to that though. But there is a container because we have gas pressure.
But but I heard a claim before about gas literally reversing itself and coming back down due to something called gravity.
Where's the container between the top of the mountain and the bottom of the mountain?
There's like two sides of that coin, Chocolate. He's saying that some is escaping, 90 tons is escaping, but some of it is actually getting kicked back. Some's leaving, some staying. So it's not. This explanation was there is some leaving.
I told you you can accept it or not.
Yeah, he did say that.
Right.
He said they lose energy until gravity overtakes them. But the other ones that escape, they don't lose energy. How does that happen?
They're the what they're called the Scotties, aren't they? Like from Star Trek, they're the Scotty molecules.
Yeah,
they're all the rest. They can't change the laws of physics. These ones can, apparently. And metric tonnage per day loss. What a load of income.
Yeah, Phil. Nobody made a claim as to where the container is. We just know. We live in a contained system because we have gas pressure, but that's not what you think, is it? Doesn't matter. We have gas pressure. That's the proof. We have a container. You, unfortunately, do not.
Evidence.
The evidence is the definition of gas pressure, Professor Phil. It's a necessary antecedent fact. So let's see if you can follow this, Professor Phil. Calm down and I'll explain it to you. Well, I'm getting a lot of feedback. Whose mic's open?
Yeah, exactly.
Whose mic is open?
The Himawari. The moon.
Hold on a second, Professor Phil. We're going to explain this.
400,000 kilometers away.
Hold on a second, Professor Phil. You said, where's the container? We don't have to worry about that. I'm going to explain it to you. You ready?
Sure.
So,
love to hear where this container is.
Yes, it's a simple, consequent, necessary antecedent game. Just like filet mignon is the consequent, the necessary antecedent's the cow. You see, if it's already clearly established that to have filet mignon, cows must exist. So if someone slaps a filet mignon down on the table, then I know with absolute certainty that the cow exists without ever seeing or needing to see a cow or the data for the cow or the color of the cow or how long its tail is. Because it's a necessary antecedent. I'm not done yet, Professor Phil. You see, in this scenario, the gas and air pressure is the filet mignon and the container's the cow. Do you follow that, sir?
Yeah, such a straw man.
It's a straw man. How is it a straw man?
Fucking logic, dude. Are you fucking serious?
Totally unrelated.
You're like a fucking child and shit.
Wait, I want to hear how it's a straw man.
Total child.
Okay, how did he straw man? Like, what's
unrelated. Completely unrelated.
How is that?
That's not what a straw man is.
How is it?
Poor Professor Phil.
I thought you were a professor. You don't understand basic logical fallacies yet?
I want to know, where is the container?
Phil, can you tell us?
He just gave you the example. He gave you the example like the filet mignon.
It was absolute rubbish. Now, there's no connection between the two of those.
It's up there. How about that, right? It's up there, dude. Just like your gravity is down there. Yeah, it's up there. You happy? Can we move on?
No, it's not. It's over there.
It's over there.
Over there. Oh, there. Over here. Over there.
So
over there.
Right. So he demonstrated to you that, you know, with the filet mignon example, why was it difficult to understand that if we have gas pressure, we would have to have a container, Phil?
Could this container of yours?
Yeah.
Could it be 100 million miles away?
That's a nice
If you want it to be, Phil, if you want it to be.
I'm just asking a question.
You just don't want to accept that you've been lied to, man. You just don't want to accept it. Because you have no reasons to not believe that.
Hold on. Where did you get that number from? My bad. What's the guy, bro?
What is the necessary antecedent? Hey, Phil. What is the necessary antecedent to gas pressure?
Certainly not a container.
Cowbell.
Wait, let me ask you. Professor, dude. Someone's going to need to get fun on their tuition. This is crazy. What's the necessary antecedent to gas pressure?
Yes.
No.
That's the gas.
We need to get these sound bites, man.
Hey, what would you give one of your students if they gave you that as an answer on one of their papers? Your mark. What do you give your student when they say, "What's the necessary antecedent to gas pressure?" And they say, "Gas." Would you laugh at them, Phil?
So what we're gonna do? So Adam, I think can we let QE kind of go through this gas pressure, because he brought this up, so I'd like for him to go through it for the audience, because the audience needs to hear this. Professor Phil made a statement that certainly not a container, and gas contains gas, but people need to hear this. I don't know. QE, did you want to go through this?
Yeah.
Okay.
We can go through it. It's at 19 minutes after the hour. What we're going to do is we're just going to define what gas pressure is. So from the chemistry department at Elmhurst University, it says the pressure of a gas is the force that the gas exerts on the walls of its container. From NASA, gas pressure. The molecules are in constant random motion and frequently collide with each other and with the walls of a container. Because the molecules are in motion, a gas will expand to fill the container. Since density is defined to be the mass divided by the volume, density depends directly on the size of the container in which a fixed mass of gas is confined. The last two are the heartbreakers for you, because it comes right out and says exactly what the cause of gas pressure is. Kinetic molecular theory explained by Boyle's gas law. Observations about pressure may be explained using the following ideas. The rapid motion and collisions of the molecules with the walls of the container causes pressure. That's force on unit area. Pressure is proportional to the number of molecular collisions and the force of the collisions in a particular area. The more collisions of gas molecules with the walls, the higher the pressure. And lastly, Chem Libre text, gas pressure is caused by gas molecules hitting the walls of the container. With a smaller volume, the gas molecules will hit the walls more frequently, and so pressure increases. So when I say that to have gas pressure, the necessary antecedent is container, I mean that it's inside the definition of gas pressure. Thank you.
Very nicely done.
Thanks,
can you now go to the part that talks about the same thing with regards to atmospheric pressure, please?
Oh, atmospheric pressure is different than gas pressure?
Go ahead. Find some. So tell me where.
I'm asking you, would there be a difference between gas pressure and atmospheric pressure?
Yes.
What's the difference between gas and atmo, which means air, which is gas?
So when we talk about atmospheric pressure, we're talking about the amount of newtons of force that's acting on.
No, sir. You're going to have to differentiate. I'm sorry, you're not going to do this. You're going to have to differentiate the difference between gas and atmospheric pressure, sir.
Do you know what the formula for
gas and atmospheric pressure? You said they were different. That is a law of identity violation.
But John, maybe Phil, John, maybe I could ask for a point of clarity then. So when we're talking about these two different pressures, Phil, when we're talking about gas pressure, we're talking about collision rate against the surface of the container or the sampler. What's the difference when we're talking when we do that in the air and we have air pressure, atmospheric pressure? Are we using the same device and measuring the same amount of collisions?
Okay, so well, generally speaking, you would use a barometer, wouldn't you, to measure atmospheric pressure,
it's
right?
the same thing then.
Okay.
In terms of pressure, then it's the same thing. Within whatever measuring device you're using, it's the collision rate which equate to the surface of the container, because they become part of the container, just like me and you are part of the container. We're part of the surface area of the container, aren't we? So with that in mind, then, what's the difference when we're measuring atmospheric or air pressure to any other type of pressure? Is there something different we're measuring, or are we just describing a difference in a kind of ideological way, or are we just measuring the molecules in exactly the same way?
So you're measuring the amount of force
So are we measuring the molecules in the same way? Measuring air pressure and gas pressure, do we measure the gas molecule behavior in the same way?
Yeah, so your instrument is
Yes
obviously...
or no?
He just asked you
Yes
a question.
or no?
So
I'm
just to
answering.
move forward, Phil, because it's
I'm
important.
answering it.
Yes or no?
I'm
Is it
answering.
measuring the same thing? The behavior of gas
You can
molecules?
make up your mind after I've answered it.
So you're not prepared to answer something that simple?
Why don't you just accept that I'll answer it, and then you can make up your mind about whether I have answered.
Phil, I'm more happy for the viewers to listen on such a basic question that a professor isn't prepared to give a direct answer on that. It's quite telling, sir. Quite telling.
Are you going to be quiet for a second while I answer it?
Carry on.
yeah, go.
Well, I am
go
now.
ahead, whistling
How
past the
humiliated
simple
you, yeah.
question.
Okay, so you'd use a barometer, which measures the amount of force, the amount of newtons in a particular area. And you'd use that. So that would generally be how you measure gas pressure anywhere.
What about atmospheric pressure?
Even atmospheric pressure.
So they're the same.
The instrument that you'd use would be the same, yes.
Yeah, because you're measuring gas pressure. What makes up the atmosphere? Does gases make up the atmosphere?
Yes.
Then gas pressure is atmospheric pressure.
Well, when you're talking about gas pressure inside a container, you're talking about...
No. Gas pressure and atmospheric pressure is the point. They're both the same.
I concede that, yes.
Okay. That's good.
Yep. Yes. So gas pressure and atmospheric pressure are the same. And the definition for gas pressure is it requires a container.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah. Well, you just contradicted yourself.
Yep. Because in the atmosphere, it doesn't require a container. Because
Yes, it does because it's gas pressure.
No.
Yes.
And
You
if
just
you
agreed
want
to
to
that.
talk about the containment, then gravity would be what you
The gravity doesn't have anything to do with it. I can be close to the Earth.
Yes, it does.
Even if I had,
already-
let's go down this lane because this is going to be fun. So even if I gave you all of the Newtonian force of gravity that you can muster, I'll give it all to you. And then on top of it, I'm going to give you Einstein's bendy space-time, all of the bendy space-time times 1,000. Those factors will not affect the entropy of gases one iota.
Yes, they do.
Oh, yes. So,
Really? You're saying it doesn't make it right, and you have no...
Two wrongs don't make a right. Okay, which type of gravity are we talking about, Professor Phil?
You've got no standing to say it either, and
What
you're
type
wrong.
of gravity are we talking about here? You said gravity. What type?
Just gravity.
Just gravity.
Just
You know
gravity.
there's two types, correct?
No.
There's the universal law of gravitation, which was
Why they have
superseded
to-
in 1915 by the general theory of relativity.
Yeah, there's people have different views about why gravity happens.
Okay,
That
so
doesn't
what's
make
the current understanding of gravity today?
the effect that you notice when you drop something, that's gravity.
The effect that we notice, what type is that? Are we talking about the general theory of relativity?
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. So how does gravity? I want the experiment showing when
I'm
let's
not
say
interested
we
in
blow out. I'm not done
You
yet.
don't know enough. You don't know
I'm
enough
not done
about
yet,
that
Phil.
Einstein for me
We're going to
give
get to Einsteins here in a second. So let me ask you a question. Let's say you blow out your tire, right? And you go to Big Old Tire. I don't know if they have that down under, but you go to Big Old Tire. It's a commercial tire replacement here in the States. You go to Big Old Tire, but you notice you only got $5 in your pocket. So you holler at the
Why are you
technician.
waffling?
So you holler at the technician, and you don't have enough to pay for the tires. So you holler at the technician. You say, "Come on over here, man." You say, "Listen, I don't got enough cash right now. Can you just put the air pressure around the rim until I get home, and then I'll drive back with the cash for the tire?"
You thinking or something?
Yeah. Doesn't make any sense, does it?
I don't think that makes sense.
We're closest to the Earth. We're the closest to the Earth with our tire blowout, right? And the technician, he's right up against the Earth, man. He's right up against it. So the gravity, which you're talking about, should be the strongest. However, when he goes to put the air around the wheel without the tire, it doesn't stay there. Where does it go?
Why would it?
Well, that's my question to you. You're saying it's gravity. Wouldn't it expand to fill the volume?
What? You just said there was no tire.
Yeah, there's no tire, so it's not going to stay there.
Expand to what volume then?
Say, it's going to fill the volume of the garage.
Space.
No, of the garage in this particular example.
Yeah.
What volume?
But that's where the gravity is the strongest. So you'd figure it would at least stay on the bottom of the wheel, but it doesn't.
It has energy. You know that.
Oh, it had. Well, you said gravity just a couple seconds ago.
No, but gas molecules and particles have energy.
Oh, I know that. That wasn't in contention.
Well, then do you see the problem?
Yeah, I see the problem. Yeah, everyone sees the problem. We're not going to talk about how you should be institutionalized until later. We're talking about gas molecules, right, that are supposed to form around this tire because of gravity, at least at the bottom. I can understand the top getting away, but the bottom is the closest to the earth where gravity is the strongest, but they don't stay there.
But they have energy that can overcome that.
Oh, there you go. Thanks for proving my argument.
There it is.
Ding, ding, ding.
Welcome to Florida. Snaps in the back, Phil.
Wow.
You just got teabagged.
And the bathroom's on the left, and DJ's on his way.
Not sure.
Fucking wow.
QE, thank you. QE got 2 concessions so far.
Hey, can I
That's
ask
great.
him a question? Phil,
I do like that. I like that.
Yeah, go ahead. Floor's yours.
All right, Phil. If I have a container and it has gas in it, right, on the earth, and I pull the lid off, what happens?
The gas will go out.
Okay.
Well, it depends on how much gas.
Let's try again. I got a container on the earth. It's got gas in it. If I pull the lid off,
How much?
what happens?
Would you have more gas than the outside of the container or less?
All right, man.
Or
Space, okay? Because you remove the lid, right?
Did you hear what I said?
Matter. Sorry, Witsit.
Is the pressure in
it doesn't matter if you've got
the container the same as the pressure outside your container?
You mean the pressure would equalise, Phil? That's the point he's making. You're agreeing that what would happen is equilibrium would be reached. Yeah, any differential in pressure would instantly be equilibrated. Yeah, because there is no longer a physical barrier, a container, you may say. Yeah, to contain those 2 separate pressures.
In those local conditions,
as you beautifully described, it would equilibrate. Yes.
Okay, so yeah, of course, outside of it has less pressure. Phil, stop trying to divert and drag me through the mud. I'm gonna try again. Hey, Professor Phil, if you're a professor, you should be a little bit more coherent than this. Okay, so if we got a container on the surface of the earth and it's filled with gas, and then I remove the lid, what happens?
How much gas was in it?
Oh my God.
Is it true or is it not true that gases without a container or a broken container will find their equilibrium? Is that true or not?
Well, locally, yes, I agree. The gas would escape if there was more of it than the outside.
So we established that. Here's the follow-up. Okay, guys, like pulling teeth, dude.
Are we in primary school, Phil? More of it, if there was more of it. Do you mean if the pressure was greater inside the container than outside? Phil, you're the only one that sounds like a retard here, mate, or like somebody who's being educated. Don't try and patronise anybody else. Try and pretend in some way you're lowering your intellectual way of conversing. Yeah, it's quite clear here. It's quite clear here, Phil, that we're picking you up, son. So carry on.
No, you're not. You're acting like a bunch of idiots.
All right, here we go. Don't worry about it. I got a simple, guys. It's simple, okay? It's just a follow-up. He's scared to hear it because I've handed this dude his ass 5 times already. So when we got the container on the surface of the earth, it's got gas pressure in it, and I remove the lid, it will instantaneously fill the available space seeking equilibrium. So, Phil, if I have gas pressure on Earth with a container and I remove...
Stop.
I'm not done. So if I have gas pressure on the Earth and it's a container and I remove the lid, what would happen?
If you have a container on the Earth, let's say you've got a gas jar, for instance, that's got...
Phil, if the gas pressure on the Earth had a container and I removed the lid, what would happen?
If the gas pressure had a container, you're talking if the whole Earth was...
Are you an idiot?
If the whole Earth was contained...
Yes. If the gas pressure on... Professor Phil, this is a conditional preface, right? If the gas pressure on the Earth is contained, okay? So we have a container holding the gas pressure on Earth, and I removed the lid, what would happen?
Nothing.
Okay.
Nothing will happen to the gas.
Your rice will be raw and not cooked thoroughly. That's what would happen.
Shout out to Betty.
Hold on. Didn't you just answer me when I asked you, would the gas find its equilibrium? And you said yes. And now you're saying nothing would happen if you broke the container.
Yeah, I said that. Who am I speaking to?
Bambi, sorry.
Okay, Bambi. Nice to meet you.
You too.
Bambi, when you're talking about something small, like a small container that's got some gas in it, and then that's got more gas in it than the outside of that container, and you open the lid, of course the gas will escape.
Yeah, it'll fill the available space.
Until the... Well, it can't fill the available space. It'll go as far as its energy allows it to go. Let's say, for instance, I've got a litre of container is a litre. And then I open up and let's say it's got enough pressure for equivalent to having 2 litres, let's say, of the outside gas. And I open it up. That gas that's in that 1 litre container will escape. It'll just escape to its surrounding area and bounce into other gas molecules that are in the area as well. It's not going to fill any container. It's just going to...
So
it's going to escape into the vacuum of space.
What container? What container?
So what's your container for us living next to a vacuum? What's your physical container?
There is no container, Bambi.
So you're having pressurized gas without a container?
It's not pressurized gas without a container. It's
You just said there's no container.
That's the opposite.
Do you want Bambi to finish her conversation or not?
No, she just decapitated you. We all heard it.
She's done nothing of the sort. My head is
you
still
just
on
contradicted yourself with back-to-back sentences, Phil.
You're a fool. My head is still on my shoulders.
Check again.
Or not?
I think it's on backwards.
Oh, look in the mirror.
I mean, the words you just said.
Did you have anything?
Yeah, no, I was just going to say the words you said just contradicted your claim.
No, Bambi, it didn't. Bambi, there's no container above the Earth.
Okay, so how do we have pressurized gas without a container?
Bambi, there's no container above the Earth.
So how do we have pressurized gas without a container? If there's no container, how do we have
Bambi,
our gas?
For the same reason that the gas at the bottom of a mountain doesn't rush to fill the top of a mountain.
Yeah, it moves omnidirectional, doesn't it?
Gravity, Bambi. It's gravity.
What reason would that be, Phil?
I already explained it.
All right.
What's it?
Okay,
I'm gonna go have lunch.
I gotta. For one, you don't get the BS known as gravity. You just reify it. There's no physical empirical evidence of it at all. But we'll worry about that later. Do you agree that in your little paradigm brought to you by a Jesuit priest that gravity is strongest, closest to center of mass?
Yes.
Okay, so if gravity is strongest, closest to center of mass, would you agree that the closest to center of mass that we have attainable would be the surface?
Of course.
Okay, so if I let gas out at the surface where gravity is the strongest because it's closest to center of mass and it instantaneously seeks equilibrium with omnidirectional dispersal instantly, right? Then how could it be that it doesn't do that much further away from the center of mass where it's weaker?
Did you not understand this business about the energy as well that comes into it?
Hey, man, I'm going to try and ask you again, okay? If gravity is the strongest, closest to center of mass, and then the closest to center of mass that's attainable is actually on the surface, and then when we let gas out at the surface, it instantaneously seeks equilibrium with omnidirectional dispersal, how could that ever be prohibited from happening much further up above the surface, further away from the center of mass where it's much weaker?
There's always a fight between gravity and energy.
Do you think that just answered my question, Phil?
Yes, I think it did.
Okay, and you teach other people things?
If you have sufficient intellect, that should pretty much solidify it for you.
Actually, the velocity of the gas molecules is much higher up higher in the air, right?
No.
No. So you're saying that the gas particles move slower up higher in the atmosphere?
100%.
Okay, so they move
with the Earth.
They move slower at the up higher, so then gravity's able to contain it. Is that your claim?
You got it in one.
Okay, then how do tons and tons of gas ever escape then if they're not going any faster?
Because there are not every gas molecule doesn't have escape velocity.
So some of the gas does, some of the gas doesn't.
Gravity's we already been over. We already been over this, man.
Fair enough.
We've already been.
Yeah, that's when Adam teabagged him.
Oh, okay.
No, but
I'm curious to what Professor Phil. What's the necessary antecedent for gas pressure?
We already been over this too.
We did that too.
Did you? Did he answer that?
I'm not interested in listening to what.
He said definitely not a container, and then QE read him about 30 citations and said it is a container.
Out of Nathan Oakley's Bible. I'm not interested.
Do you remember that?
Nathan Oakley's, hold on. Adam, fucking hell, he's not even here. What? Nathan Oakley's Bible? No, these are citations for gas pressure and it being a container being the necessary antecedent. Necessary antecedent for gas pressure, like you said, is not just gas. You fucking imbecile.
This
all came. This
law, Phil.
Yeah, this all came from me asking him a question about the measurement of Earth curvature, and he didn't know about the anybody that did it in ancient times. So he referred to the Himawari 8, taking an image of the Earth, and then that's where we got into how could that be possible if the Earth is contained and it's a closed system and not an open system like the one you're describing. So he started to describe why he thinks it's an open system, as to gravity being the container, and some molecules leave and some stay, and then that's why he's still thinking that in his paradigm.
That's another subject. That's maybe a new subject.
That's a good summation.
That's maybe a new subject, Miggy. Would you ask him? This is going to be a lot of fun. Would you ask him to tell you the difference between open, closed, and isolated systems? Get your popcorn, folks.
Why wouldn't I not know that?
Oh, because I listened to you talk about open, closed systems. That's why I'm asking Miggy. Let's see if you change your story.
When did you listen to me even mention it?
A number of times on Jose GG Retard Show.
Don't think so.
So we would,
to be fair, Phil,
Professor Phil, we would say that the Earth is a closed system. Is that what you would claim as well?
No.
Or is it okay? So it's not a closed. What would you say it is?
An open system.
So have them define it, Miggy.
Yep.
So matter leaves the Earth and returns to the Earth, and so does energy.
That's an open system?
Yeah.
What's a closed system?
This is where matter can't leave the Earth, can't enter the Earth, but energy can.
Isolated.
This is where nothing can leave or enter.
Outstanding. You change your story. At least you can learn.
I should think so. They gave me a job as a professor. I think.
Well, like I said, I have you cited in the toe tag that I did on you, where you said that was incorrect. You said it's not qualitative; it's quantitative. That is, if there's a little bit getting out, then it still can be a closed system.
No, that's not what I mean.
John. Yes. I think Professor Phil correctly described it. He can be held to it, and it's a good point to move forward from for those clear definitions.
Okay.
are going to be useful as we move forward. So let's carry on. I think that's a great set of defined, comprehensible definitions that he's provided.
Okay. I agree, Adam. So is the Earth a closed or open system?
I already told you it's open.
So it's an open system with gas pressure.
Yeah.
But gas pressure, as we just went over about 20 minutes ago, has the necessary antecedent with a container in it.
No.
Oh, no.
Nuh-uh.
Yeah, that would be matter. Matter and energy can escape, right? With the open system, Professor Phil.
The atmosphere, no.
Right. If it's an open system, matter and energy can escape.
Yes, it does.
Right. So why does it all escape?
So how are we still breathing?
As I told you, gravity.
Well, there's that sounds like that sounds like you're amending. You're making like a kind of like a side note to what you're just. How is it an open system but with selective things that are held back? Why? You know what I mean? Like
automatically makes, and matter leaves the Earth, and so does energy, and that automatically makes an open system. It's just on that alone. Okay.
Right. So why is it all leaving then? Because if you're saying that
maybe I told you why it doesn't leave.
Right, I know, but so gravity is now making it a closed system by the way you're defining it. No,
because gravity can't do it all. Gravity doesn't
even understand your own religion. Gravity acts as the container in the atmosphere in your own paradigm, dude.
Gravity doesn't stop us from putting a rocket into space. That's matter.
Oh my God! Hey, Professor Phil, how many vectors does gravity have?
Down. That's it. Towards the center of the Earth.
A singular vector of down relative to the center of mass.
Yeah, pretty much.
No, there's no pretty much. There's no pretty much. Okay, so gravity has a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass, right?
Gravity applies to all objects. All objects.
Does gravity have a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass? Yes or no?
The center of Earth. That's you need to qualify.
Oh, the center of mass, actually. So you don't understand your own religion again.
Yes, the mass of Earth. You need to qualify that.
Well, that's what we're talking about is the Earth, Professor Clown. So how many vectors does gas pressure have? Hey. How many vectors does gas have?
Hey, listen, if you don't retract that last statement, I will not talk to you again.
How many vectors does gas have? Okay, I'll retract the statement that you're a professor. How many vectors does gas have?
Otherwise, I don't talk to you anymore.
Okay, I won't call you Professor Clown anymore because you're a gammon and you're Philin. So gravity has a singular vector of down relative to the center. Dude, you're trying to run away because you can't answer the question.
No,
and you're looking for an out right now. I retract all the statements. I'm so sorry I hurt your feelings. I didn't mean to be disrespectful. So, does gravity have a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass, yes or no?
The center of mass of Earth.
Yes. Is the answer yes?
Of Earth, yes.
Okay. Does gravity have a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass of Earth?
Yes.
Okay. How many vectors does gas have?
Infinite.
Oh, so it has infinite vectors. So if gravity has a singular vector... What?
Yes.
Okay, gravity has a singular vector of down relative to the center of mass of Earth, but gas has infinite vectors. How could a singular vector be sufficient containment of infinite vectors?
Okay, so each particular molecule or particle has mass. And mass is attracted to is in the influence of the gravitational field, which Earth has, will head towards the center of Earth.
Phil, really? So are you saying...
What about the gas molecules?
You're saying...
That's the default.
That gas behavior is not as described. That no longer is gas behavior random and in all direction based on the angle of last collision. He's saying that additionally to that, is subject to an additional downward 9.8 acceleration. Is that your claim, Phil?
Correct, exactly. You got it.
Can you demonstrate that?
Yeah, for one, you can't.
Yeah.
But I got a question.
Why can't I
What about
demonstrate
the
it?
gas molecule that
Why
goes
did you
straight
say
up,
that?
Phil?
Stop. Why did you say I can't demonstrate it?
You can't demonstrate.
Show us gas coming back.
Can you? I said, can
Offer a
you
physical
demonstrate?
demonstration of gas pressure without a container.
Of course.
Hey, that's my
Easy.
question.
Waits for it.
Motherfucker.
Easy.
Here comes the reification of the atmosphere.
It always comes back down to it.
Is that why balloons go down at Christmas? Because all the gas settles at the bottom.
Let's establish some apparatus. Would you?
Oh, you're going to make some bullshit.
Container.
Scale plus or minus 0.001 grams.
Oh my God.
Is that hard to imagine?
Dude, you already contradicted yourself with the gravity vector, single vector, sir.
Well, you just.
I'm sorry, is this him demonstrating gas pressure without a container?
If gas molecules move rapidly in all vectors, as the citations state, and you already stated, forgive me. If gas molecules move in all vectors and gravity has only one vector, then how does gravity affect all vectors when it has only one? It's a contradiction in terms.
Are you going to let me talk now?
Talk. You can't talk your way out of this. This is a law of non-contradiction violation.
Let's just go for it.
Things can't have all directions and only one direction at the same time.
Why don't we'll just see if I can't finish?
He's going for it, man.
All right, let him go for it.
Just do it, Nike. Just do it.
I'm actually talking to Bambi, okay, on this occasion. So Bambi,
why?
So Bambi,
you're talking to Bambi? You sexist pig.
Is it okay if I could just talk?
I just want to know why you're only
sitting on the edge of our
Bambi.
seat, waiting for your demonstration that you keep running away from.
We're all Bambi.
So what's your demonstration for gas
Thank you,
pressure
Ben.
without a
All
container?
right. See if you can just keep them quiet, by the way. All right?
Every one of it is doe-eyed, waiting for you to make a salient point.
Here we go again.
Right. Let him go. Let him say his thing.
Okay.
Go on, Phil.
So, Bambi, if you have a set of scales, let's say plus or minus 0.001 grams, you just put it flat on the floor or a table or wherever you are. And then you get a beaker of SF6 sulfur hexafluoride gas.
I'm just gonna grab that from the store down the street real quick. Hold up.
It's a man-made gas, isn't it?
Yes, that's a man-made gas. Why don't you use natural gas? I'm sorry. That's a man-made. That's man-made gas. That's one of the top 10 greenhouse gases. Why aren't you using like oxygen, nitrogen, helium, hydrogen? Those ones.
But isn't it also contained within a beaker? How are you showing gas containment without take away the beaker? Is what I want from you.
Yeah,
why are we going to set up? Why are we going to set up an artificial disequilibrium before we start? Why are we going to preload a container, admittedly open at the top? Why are we going to preload that and pretend that it's atmosphere? Why don't we just discuss it as it is? So we create a new medium which is more dense than the thing we're about to put into it. So let's continue with that understanding with this explanation. We're about to put something quite as dense as the medium we're about to put it into.
Are we okay for you to just shut up until I finish?
It must hurt, mustn't it? It must hurt.
All right, I'm curious to where he's going to lead this.
Yeah, it sounds like, sorry.
Because I'll wait for you to take away the container.
Okay.
Sounds like Bambi has to hold his hand now.
All right, so all you need to do is if you can zero the scales, Bambi, you know what that means, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you can take your SF6 and just pour it on top of the scales.
Okay.
And it will register a force. It will register.
Pressure. Yeah. Will the numbers stay there? Will it just sort of contain, or will it find its equilibrium?
Eventually, the gas will just.
It'll disperse. It'll find its equilibrium, so it's
just
contained.
Just like water would. Yeah.
So it's contained.
So it did create the pressure, right?
Well, no, does it stay there?
Ding, ding, ding.
Does it stay there, or does it eventually
It doesn't
disperse
matter.
omnidirectionally,
Right.
seeking equilibrium?
He's
asking
doing magic again.
Constant
Doing magic.
Constant pressure.
Andy, why did it register anything at all?
Does it change the speed at which you pour it out at? The angle that you tilt your wrist, does it change? If you tip it faster, will it register more or less? Or will it just register the same?
Just like you would if you did water, Bambi. Exactly the same.
Professor Dappler, right? Is the collision, is the change on your scales, is the change on your scales relative to the number of molecules of the gas hitting it at a particular point, even though it's slightly heavier than the medium you're pouring it in? Or is the change on the scales relative to the total amount of molecules? And is it representative of the total amount of molecules? Or is it representative of the total amount of molecules hitting the pan balance?
That's a good question.
Well, no, sarcastic, so clearly you don't understand. That's shocking. It's not a good question. It's bleeding obvious, mate. It's bloody obvious to anyone with a science degree. Are you sure you're a professor? Seriously, or are you a charlatan? Because that is abhorrent that anybody that professes to be an academic and a teacher of people would misrepresent people like that. You should be ashamed.
What did I represent?
You should be ashamed of yourself.
What did I misrepresent?
Absolutely shocking.
What did I misrepresent?
You tell me, Daffy. Go on, make your point.
Well, yeah, the bit that I'm curious about is just pouring it out.
Andy, what do you think caused the needles?
Snake oil salesman, mate.
Yeah, does the number? Yeah, does the number stay the same, or does it find its equilibrium?
Well,
is the number consistent?
Yeah, eventually, all of the gas would move away from the plate. Most of it will.
Yeah, and fill the available space.
What available space?
So you're not demonstrating gas pressure with the container.
Yes. So do you think that any of that gas would, when you say fill the available space, do you think any of that FS6 would ever make it to the firmament?
Firmament. It'll get up high because it's one of the. Hold on. It'll get up pretty high because it's one of the top 10 greenhouse gases. Let me ask you a question, sir. What did you bring the sulfur hexafluoride into the experiment with?
Why not?
What did you bring it in with?
Because the reason I brought it in is because it's so dense.
What did you bring it in
with? Imbecile.
Adam's losing.
Did you just ask it to follow you, Phil? Yeah.
Is it a gas or not?
It in and squeeze it into the container before you started, or what? How did you get it into the container? Were you squishing it in, or did you release it from another container that was probably smaller?
Just had a bottle of it and just poured it in. Just like I poured
was the bottle?
A bottle.
I'm failing to see where the demonstration for gas pressure without a container is. I'm failing to see it. I'm sorry.
I'll show you what he's done. So this is where the magic is. This is where the magic is. Because it's dense, he's got a surface he's poured the gas onto. The gas has pressed down. He's registered a force.
Mm-hmm.
Perfect.
That's it. So gas pressure.
He got it in one.
Gravity. It's just
gravity. What do you think?
You're just aren't you just measuring?
No, it's not gravity. It's the relationship between sulfur hexafluoride and atmospheric gas. Because it's denser than the atmosphere around it.
Because gravity causes that to happen.
Phil, Bambi made this reify your claims, right? You have to actually specify with empirical evidence. You don't just reify and then beg the question. You know that, right?
No, Bambi addressed this point at the beginning of Phil's waffle here, yeah? Well, let me make the point.
Professor Phil.
He said, if you pour it faster, will it give more of an effect on the scale? Yeah, and that's the point. That what Phil's trying to do is pretend that force, he's now trying to equate falling force of something which is heavier than the medium you pour it into, the impact it has on the balance. Yeah. And as it was said at the beginning, if you pour that thing more or tilt it at a greater angle, will that change the reading on the scale? Phil?
It'll just make the reading go faster, yes. Of course,
So is the reading, what's the reading relevant to? Number of collision impacts through gas behavior as it falls through a medium. As it falls through a medium that's less dense than it is. Yeah, that's the best it is, isn't it? It's not certainly not a measure of weight or mass, is it? It's an impact level, isn't it? And if anything, the only thing it could show you would be rate of fall as a correlation to reading on the scale, and you might be able to show a differential with different gases there. But that's not showing you anything other than gas behavior, isn't it?
It would be exactly the same as if
slightly less dense medium than the previously pre-selected gas. If, for example, Phil, you took the same jar of helium and poured that, what effect would that have on your scales?
The helium would rise. It probably.
So what effect would that have on your scales, Phil?
It wouldn't.
What other gases would have an effect? Would
we're not
oxygen have an
demonstrating
effect?
mass, though.
Carbon dioxide.
Hey Phil, I have a question.
Any gas that's more than 29 grams per mole would have an effect.
Can I ask you a question? If I have like a closed container of sulfur hexafluoride gas, like I just have like a container of oxygen, just like you have another container of gas. If I have a container of sulfur hexafluoride, is there any downward effect on the gas in that container? Or does it move omnidirectionally in the container? Because I feel like this is the point that also happens with the other gas, like helium, is that as soon as you expose it to the, like whatever equilibrium it's in, that would be the atmosphere, gas pressure, that means relative density is affecting your, like what direction it moves in, right? Which is why the helium has no effect. So if it was in the container, would there be any down vector at all? I mean, there would be a random one from the collisions, but without the relative density, would it fall to the bottom because it's so dense?
I get your question. That would depend.
I'm just trying to understand this, right?
I got your question. You want the answer? Okay.
Well, obviously,
Right, so
Phil.
Oh God.
Sorry, on you go.
Okay. So that would depend entirely on whether that the SF6 in the bottle that you're talking about was under pressure or not. If it was under pressure, then the amount of gas that's over and above the pressure from on the outside would escape, and the rest of it would stay where it is. So
no, I specifically said a closed container. Just like if I have an oxygen tank that I can turn open and close. If it doesn't open and close, there's nothing to escape, right? There's nothing to escape.
If you open the container and it was not under pressure,
I didn't say. No, wait, hold on. I know you're trying to answer my question, but my question wasn't if I open the container. My question was what happens in a closed container of sulfur hexafluoride? What happens to the molecules inside it? Not if I open it. What happens if it's closed?
Is it completely full right to the top? Is there any space in it at all?
I don't know. I'm asking you. If I have a container, like it's a tank of helium, like I have a tank of helium, if I fill that with sulfur hexafluoride and I leave it upwards, what happens? Does it all collect at the bottom or something?
If that tank doesn't have any pressure and there's some space inside it, then
it's a container, right? There's space inside it.
Okay, so at the surface,
he puts two molecules in, right? Let's keep it simple for you, daft lad. He puts two molecules in the container of sulfur hexafluoride, right? What happens to them? Do eventually they settle and, due to gravitational entropy, settle at the bottom of the container after X amount of time?
If if there wasn't any heat, yes, they would set.
No. Everything else is contained, Phil. What happens?
But there is always heat, isn't there?
We cool it down. The temperature stays the same. You're claiming that there is a force that is having a negative effect on the kinetic energy of these gas molecules. This force, you proclaim, is gravity. Because if we put two molecules in, A, will they decay at the same rate, Phil? Or B, will they not decay at all? And A, or C, do they decay at different rates? And if so, why?
As long as they're losing energy, they would eventually succumb to gravity, and they would fall.
They're kept at the same temperature, so they're bunging around the container. Yeah, PV equals NRT. The temperature's the same. Yeah, just the two of them. And you're saying there's an additional entropic force applied to them in the form of gravity. What happens to them?
There's always the gravity is always one of the forces that's
it's stopping them continuing in their gas behavior, isn't it? Because at the point where they reach the Kármán line, they turn back. So you put those two molecules in there. How does gravity affect them? Describe it, because that's got to be a basic. It's a basic.
Gravity always affects them, but
and describe it.
If they have enough energy, they will keep moving. I'll keep going.
Keep them there forever. How long okay, this must be a basic physics question based on that. How long do I have to keep one gas molecule there moving at 5,000 kilometers per hour? How long do I have to keep it there within a container for the negative constant downward force to apply so that the gas molecule loses all of its kinetic energy? That's a basic of physics. Your model, surely. It's fundamental.
So every time the gas molecule hits a wall,
not going to answer, are you?
If the wall of that container, it will lose some of its energy.
The wall's the same temperature.
No, it won't.
The wall's the same temperature, mate. No, the wall's the same temperature, right? So we're fine.
Do you understand that when in a collision that some of the energy is lost in the...
They're elastic collisions, you doofus! We went over this an hour ago!
There's no such thing as perfect elastic collision.
Yes, there is! Oh my God, you'd fail. You'd fail junior high level physics.
Phil, are you saying then?
There's no such thing as perfect elastic conditions?
Phil, that's absolutely fine. Phil, right, but that means that your reason for the entropic loss of kinetic energy is due to non-elastic elastic collision, which is fine. But it doesn't take us away from the reason that you're saying that these molecules lose their kinetic energy. So let's go back to that. Okay, so how does gravity affect the kinetic energy of a gas molecule and gas behavior? How does this apply? I'm assuming it's some kind of downward vector.
Another one of those forces that become the net force of that's acting on a particular particle.
Okay, so after an elastic collision, so two molecules hit each other and away they go. And they've both got their energy and their angle. And away they go. And we plot its path off to infinitum. How, when within gas law, do we plot a downward additional force applied to that gas particle's trajectory? Can you show me where that's ever done in physics or chemistry?
Particle, but
no, it's not, Phil, is it? It's not taken. Yes, it's not part of because it's not because fundamentally that's not a part of gas behavior, is it? Yes, in fact, to try and pretend it is would be to have to rewrite all of those laws, isn't it, Phil? Isn't it?
You don't know what you're talking about.
No, it's not rubbish. Carry on then. You rewrite those laws. I'll leave it to you.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, Professor Phil, let's do this. I'm going to recap what we've covered, and you tell me what I've done wrong, and you voice some contention, okay? So we asked you for a physical demonstration, a practical demonstration of gas pressure void of containment without a container. You then invoked sulfur hexafluoride, a synthetic. I'm still talking, bud. You then invoked sulfur hexafluoride, a synthetic gas, and then you said, oh, well, look, it's going to actually be registered on the scale. We asked you what's going to happen if you leave it there. Well, eventually it's going to gradually dissipate into the surrounding area and fill the available space with omnidirectional dispersal, and you had to actually bring the synthetic gas in a container itself. So you invoked two different containers, and you didn't actually even address the primary thing you're supposed to be addressing, which is the fact that it's going to fill the available space with omnidirectional dispersal over time, because that's what gas does, seeking equilibrium. So would you like to try again and try and give us an actual practical demonstration of gas pressure without a container?
No, the one I gave you was sufficient.
I just explained 4 different ways that it wasn't.
No, you didn't.
Okay, it's just a synthetic gas. It actually doesn't just stay there. It still fills the available space, seeking equilibrium. So that doesn't actually answer your question. And to even bring the gas there, you have to put it in a container. So if it doesn't just stay there, then that isn't going to actually address our issue, because it eventually still disperses omnidirectionally, filling the available space, seeking equilibrium, right?
What's that, Phil?
Nothing you said there made any sense.
Wait, yeah, you did. So you did. Yeah, so it sounded like you just hand waved what Witsa just said, Phil.
You bet.
Why?
You bet.
Why did you address it? Because he said something
did you hear what he said?
Yeah, he said something very damning to what your argument was, and I'd like to. Why was it? Why don't you have? I want to hear your response. Like, that's what I'm here for. I'm trying to listen to what you got to say. Like, you need to respond to what he said. That this is important.
But so Phil, can you repeat what Witz said so we know you understood it?
When I told you about SF6, I told you it would behave just like water would.
Yeah, but did you hear what he said?
Yeah, what did I say?
That's what I'm saying. Can you repeat what he was saying to you so we know you understood it?
You started off saying it was a synthetic gas, as if that makes a difference.
And what else did he say?
Because it's not naturally occurring, but move on. What was the primary point?
So what? So what?
What was the primary point, Phil?
Okay, the next thing you said was that I had to bring it there in a container.
Yes.
Which of course I would.
Could you bring it there without the container?
No.
Okay, so that doesn't demonstrate gas without a container. So then what was the next point?
Okay, so I brought it. I bring it to the scene in a beaker. You know what a beaker is?
That's a container. So what was the next point?
Without a lid.
What was the next
Understand?
point? Yes. And if I just leave the beaker there without the lid, and over the course of time, it's going to eventually dissipate, seeking equilibrium and omnidirectional dispersal. No. So this is not sufficient invoking of a practical demonstration. Do you understand?
No.
Okay, so okay, stop, Phil. Why did you say no to what he just said?
Because some of the SF6 would remain in the beaker.
What time frame are you giving this? Infinity, or like what are we looking at here? What's the time frame? You're saying some would remain in the beaker. What are you saying? Like in an hour, a day? Like what's your time frame here?
What's it matter?
Well, it's important. If it's 5 minutes later, if it's 5 minutes after you used it, there's still going to be some in there. So what you're saying would be correct in a short time frame, a minute, 2 minutes. Like if you left it over like a week, you think it would still all be there? Like even
if the temperature was say 0, yes.
No,
you're not like your IQ.
Wow. No, we're not talking about the temperature. You're changing the variables here, Phil.
No,
you just changed the. You did. When did we introduce the temperature was at 0?
When did you introduce the temperature at anything?
When did we?
You said that it was at 0 right now.
Explanation of no container.
I prefer.
So why don't you show us? Right? Why don't you show us this demonstration that you've done? So, why don't you show us and you tell us all the variables of it so we know what we're talking about? Because the temperature wasn't discussed, so just show us everything.
Well,
show us what you've done.
Bambi,
yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Can you provide what you've done and the observation you've made of gas pressure without a container so we can see it?
Phil, everyone here knows that temperature and pressure are intrinsic, okay? Do you agree?
Of course.
Okay, so the point here is we've asked you to invoke a practical demonstration of gas pressure without a container. You've invoked a synthetic gas, sulfur hexafluoride, that you bring in a container and then you put on a scale. And then actually what it reads is dependent upon the acceleration that you have introduced, right? The force and acceleration you introduce, That's what's it's going to read. And then if you leave it there on the plate over the course of time, it will seek equilibrium with omnidirectional dispersal.
You don't agree with that, Phil?
Over a period of time, if the temperature was right, of course it would, yeah.
Okay.
So this is
all right.
not sufficient.
Talk about something that doesn't have a container.
Right.
So I guess if the temperature was cold enough, it would stay in the beaker.
All right. Well, Phil, here's the thing. I'm still trying to, real quick, Adam. What I'm still trying to do is get to the point where we're going to measure some curvature, because we can't do that if your satellite is in a medium that can't exist. So right now, it's saying. Well, no. I'm saying. I know you're making a declaration, Phil. You're making a declaration right now. But what we've been trying to do right now is get you to at least understand that if you have gas pressure, you need a container. But you can't demonstrate that you can't have a container. Like this whole time, I want to say I've been here for like an hour and 30 minutes, Professor Phil, and you haven't demonstrated how you can have gas pressure without a container. It seems like every method that you've introduced, it fails on every level, and I'm waiting for the
your opinion of it.
I'm waiting for the demonstration so that we can move forward and provide the. I'm waiting for the demonstration so we can move forward to provide the measurement of Earth curvature with your Himawari 8 in the medium that you say it's in. But if you cannot do that, then that Himawari 8 image that you showed me, I have to throw it away because you're not demonstrating gas pressure without a container.
So, Professor Phil, let's ask him this. Can you provide any evidence of the convexity of terra firma without invoking something in the very medium that's in contention?
Watch the ships go over the horizon.
Okay.
If we see the ship go over
every
the
time
horizon,
every time you go higher, you see further.
I got a gift for that. Phil, tell me if this is...
all the other planets are all spherical.
Phil, tell me if this is not what you're talking about right here. Go to Livestream Voice 6. Is this what you're talking about, Phil? Look at that gift that I put in there. Please make that observation of what I'm showing you. Livestream Voice Text.
Looking, I didn't realize there were so many messages.
You've been. Go to the very last one. It's just a gift that shows what you're talking about.
I'm trying to get that.
Okay.
This has been really busy.
I've never seen it.
Yeah, because you keep mentioning containers.
Incredibly busy.
People keep pointing out how many times you say container.
So this is. I'm sorry, guys, but this is what Witsit was saying right now with what you just told him. So I'm just wondering, is this what you're talking about? Once you get there,
I'm just trying to get to the bottom.
All right.
Well, Boomer, if you click the arrow, it goes all the way to the
there's the ship. Yeah. That's certainly what I'm talking about, Miggy.
All right. What's it?
Okay, so my question for you is, if I go back the next day, will this disappear at the same distance?
It might vary slightly depending on your atmospheric conditions.
No,
wait. No.
Actually,
the size of Earth changes from day to day.
Yeah. That's what I was gonna say. So you're saying slightly, meaning that the position of where we would see the horizon would change?
Yeah. So what will happen is it's possible to have looming. On a.
So now we already went over.
All right. So we're saying that where we see the horizon change,
but the effect would still be the same.
All right, but we're talking about physical Earth curvature.
Yeah,
right?
The ship will still disappear the same way,
but not at the same place, will it?
How do you know if it's looming or actual curvature?
That's simple with them, right? Like if you're claiming that this is physical obstruction of the convexity of terra firma or Earth curve, then that means it would have a consistent location dependent upon your metric claim of the radius. Okay, but if I go back the next day, no,
because there's atmospheric refraction.
Right.
The horizon's dependent upon the atmospheric refraction, right?
Of course.
So then it's not a physical location then, right?
Well, it is. It's just where you see it.
Whoa.
It is. It's just where you see it.
Yeah, that's physical.
That's right.
How can you? Okay, so how can you measure that, Phil?
Genius said that.
But how can you measure that? It's something that moves all the time. How are you going to measure that?
Well, you can look at you can measure the atmospheric conditions.
Okay, so that means it requires a presupposition of a physical location, and then you take an approximation and just assume and reify the very thing that's in question. So calm down there, Mr. Professor. Professor, is there a difference in an apparent and actual location?
Sorry?
Is there a difference in an apparent and an actual location?
Well, apparent just means where you apparently think it is.
Apparently.
The actual location is where it actually is.
Okay, so is what we're seeing the apparent or actual?
You're still looking at the same object.
Hey, we're talking about the horizon. Is it apparent or actual?
Okay, so where you see the horizon is in this particular instant where it's pretty clear. Then the horizon would be just slightly different to where it actually is.
Okay, so it's apparent then, right?
That would be apparent.
Slightly. So are you saying the horizon? Wait, Professor Phil, you're saying the horizon's different from the Earth curvature?
No. So what's different is not the horizon. It's the horizon is still the horizon. It's just in a different place.
What?
Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks are in the back, bathrooms on the left, DJ's on the way.
I don't think so. This image alone, this GIF alone that you're watching.
You didn't listen to me.
Is
I said, welcome to Flat Earth.
You need that the Earth is a
welcome
sphere.
to Flat Earth, sir. And you invoked refraction. Did you know that you invoked terrestrial refraction? What do you need to calculate for terrestrial refraction, sir?
Oh, I know.
Temperature gradient.
Nope.
Yes, it does. Okay.
What else do you need?
Well, you need to have a different. You need to have a temperature gradient, or
Professor Phil. How often do you?
No, hold on a second. No, Professor
in
Phil.
Geometry.
No,
in geometry, you don't use atmospheric refraction.
No. Hold on. What do you need to measure terrestrial refraction?
Well, you need to obviously you need to know where the exact distance is to the thing that you're looking at, and then you can using your optics you can find out what your apparent distance is, and from that you can calculate.
Are you going to use in the formula? That's what he's asking you.
Calculate the atmospheric conditions.
Radius.
Well, it begins with R.
What about it? You talking about the
radius? Used to calculate your terrestrial refraction. What constant value within your formula for terrestrial refraction do you need?
Well, if you're talking about the Earth, you're talking about the radius of the
Earth.
Where'd you get that?
Isn't that what you're trying to prove?
Many ways to get that.
Many ways, brother. Many ways.
Yeah.
Well, the best way, obviously, is the Cartosat 3 or the Himawari 8.
No, are you saying that we can measure the radius from space?
You can't use your satellites, Phil. Remember, you can't use your satellites. You can't use your satellites because you said that we haven't gotten to proving that medium is actually there.
Mickey, I don't.
They proved the radius before they got to space. To prove the radius,
I do. I care very much because this is something that you're actually supposed to tell somebody is actually there. I'm not going to tell somebody something's there when I don't even know it's there because I can't provide evidence to have gas pressure without a container, Phil.
So, Miggy, let me explain to you how this works over here. See this image that you put up? It's actually very, very good. I love it.
I'll put it again.
We love it too because it proves that the horizon is nothing more than an apparent location that constantly fluctuates hour to hour, day to day based on atmospheric conditions. But I'm not done talking. But yeah, you claim that there's a physical obstruction. Shut up, dude. You claim there's a physical obstruction that's consistent based on the convexity rate that is necessitated by the radius. So whenever it fluctuates, as soon as it moves, it disproves the notion that it's a physical location. So once again, welcome to Flat Earth.
So, Miggy, this particular image that you've put up here is really, really good. Okay, and let me explain why. Because you don't have to do a lot to work out that Earth is a sphere just looking at this image. So one of the things you can do, Miggy, is over.
Can you get the radius from this picture? Can this picture provide a radius? We're talking about the radius.
Yeah, we're talking about the radius, sir.
If you just
where was the radius
value from this picture?
Who and by what method was the radius value established?
I'm about to tell you how to do that.
No. Okay. Who and when was the radius value established for the Earth?
Gosh. Can you just be quiet?
No. You need to answer this question.
So let him beg the question first.
No, we're not letting them do that.
You have to understand that we're trying to establish the verification process of the radius. You can't even go to your little natural law-defying medium without the radius because you can't even attain gravitational orbit or escape velocity without the R value. So you're reifying and begging the question. The very thing in contention is the R value. How do you establish the radius, Phil?
So Miggy, that gift that you got is brilliant.
I'm going to ignore everything. Just all of the questions I'm going to ignore.
And let me just explain.
We don't want to hear it anymore. Unless you're going to tell us where the radius is.
Why can't you debate the college dropout, Phil? I'm confused.
Are you actually the queen?
You're going to use your explanation to find radius by something in the space that you needed the radius to know before they went to space, right? How did NASA know what the radius was before they launched friggin' satellites?
I'm going to explain to Mickey how this image that Mickey's put up.
Mickey knows about that. He's the one who posted it. You're the only one here who doesn't understand.
I know, but you may not realize some of the stuff.
You're self-projecting.
I'd like to explain it to him.
You're spiraling.
I'd love to know how
it's a gamma spiral.
You can't talk to the college dropout.
I know that the rest of you don't want me to go there, but
no, we want you to answer the question.
Mickey, I know you care about what you.
Mickey doesn't care. I asked him; he could care less.
Yeah. So I'm going to explain to you and the audience.
Well, you're not going to.
This is a brilliant GIF. Okay. And the reason is.
Can you get the radius value from that GIF? It's brilliant and all, and I get it. But can you get the radius value? You can get the radius value from that GIF.
Yes.
How?
I would love to see. Oh, please enlighten us.
Well, exactly what I was trying to do this whole time.
All right.
The radius. You're going to prove the radius right now. Everyone, quiet. He's about to tell us about the radius from this GIF. Oh, yeah. Go.
Right. Okay, so one of the things you can do is you can plot the distance that the ship moves against the height that this ship moves away. Okay, so as the distance that the ship moves against the height that it moves away. So all we need to do is work out. All we need to do is figure out is how fast that ship is moving, because that'll tell us how far away it is at each given point when we're looking at the distance above the horizon.
Yeah, but it changes hour to hour, though.
If we plot the distance above the horizon against the distance that the ship moves away, we can then plot that against so that we get a curve.
But it changes the next hour, though.
No, the ship is a constant velocity across that.
No. But where it disappears, it changes, though.
The ship's moving at a constant velocity across the water.
The horizon changes.
Yeah. I'm talking about on the same day, on this image that you're looking at.
It changes in the same day.
The horizon's not going to change in the few minutes that this ship's going away.
No, it's a few minutes.
All right.
Actually, yes, it could. It absolutely could change in a few minutes.
Yep.
It will be insignificant even if it could.
Oh, so that's a subjective interpretation of what's significant.
I'm trying. None of you actually care.
You started this.
What if a fog bank
don't actually care, do you?
No, you started saying that optics couldn't define location.
I told you I'm going to explain to you how to do the radius.
Again, to back it up.
I told you how I'm going to get you to. I'm going to explain how you can use this image
have to reposition.
To work out the radius.
The only way you can reposition it is refraction and R. How do you?
I'm not talking about that. That's not
from
what
this
I'm
image,
talking about.
how do you know how far away the boat is in this image? By looking at this image, how can you tell how far away the boat is? Are you kidding?
All right. So this is
by looking at an image.
So this is what we have to listen carefully.
Oh God!
Right. So
if only there was like a demarcation point in the ocean, like an oil rig or something, where you could get an accurate reading.
No, you can, because they are sea lanes. Okay. Right there, specific.
And this guy, man, this fucking guy.
On a ship this size, don't just go anywhere. All right, they follow specific sea lanes.
And from this picture, how did you determine the distance? Just from this picture, how did you determine the distance?
You can go to a normal or a normal nautical map and work out where the sea lanes are. You'll be able to work out how far.
No. From this picture, you said from a picture you can determine the radius.
Yeah,
you said from this picture.
I'll use this picture. And where it is,
and a topographical map, and a calculator, and a whole bunch of other stuff.
See,
right?
because I actually do care what I believe in is true, so I would go the extra mile to do it. Okay, so
but you just said no. But you just said you can do it with this picture.
Yes, this
that doesn't make a lot of sense.
So
how did you? So we're in this picture. Where did you determine the distance?
Shut up! I'll explain it.
No, you won't.
So the distance.
So in this picture here, what you've got to do is over time, so you've got to take the time into account. Over time, you've got to measure, you've got to plot the height of the remainder of the ship above the horizon, plot that against the distance that the ship is away. And when you do that, two things will be possible.
Put that formula in here.
Update. Everybody here.
No, hold on. I want that formula in here right now.
Two things are possible if you do.
Now we want the formula in here right now, Dr. Phil.
Yes. Yeah, sure. Y squared plus R squared. Y squared plus X squared equals R squared.
Or you're using Pythagorean formula.
Y squared equals X squared minus R squared.
Oh, so we're using Pythagorean formula. Cool. Let's do it with this one.
All right. So
let's do it with this one. We already got everything here. Right here. On this one. Let's do it. We're doing it with this one. So we're getting the radius from this photo right here. Let's do it. So we got
we're not doing spherical trig then, John. We're doing.
You don't like to listen to the rest of this?
Well, you just said we're doing planar trig, not spherical trig. So why would we do that?
Fortunately, in fact, it's going to be a spherical. When you plot the distances, you'll notice that it turns out to be a sphere. And it's spherical.
No.
Shit.
You can't with the maths.
Why the fuck is he still talking?
Hold on. Let Adam at him. Let Adam at him.
You can't. You just described, as John correctly said, Pythagorean theorem. You can't use anything. Well, unless you can't steps, you shouldn't be using it, should you?
No,
how are you getting a ball from Pythagorean calculation?
I didn't use that, Adam. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you not know the formula for a circular function?
Go ahead.
Put it in live stream. No, so you don't go back on.
I'm thinking in whatever thing I was doing, if I was applying it over a ball, pi is going to be in there, and then there's going to be an R value. Whatever formula I'm going to say, it's not going to be, A squared is equal to B plus C squared or whatever. It's not going to be like that, is it? Because it's going to have to take into account distance and the R value, isn't it?
Nobody's
going to have to be proportionate.
No one said that, Adam. You just made that up because you don't know you.
Rate of change based on R. If we're going to describe any traversing across a sphere, and rate of change of R is fundamental in any formula, isn't it?
Oh.
No?
I'm just going to write the formula on the screen right now.
No!
If we're going to describe
why do you hate
this...
Okay. Can you see the formula I've put down on the screen now?
What are the assumptions? Yeah, okay, lovely, Phil. So what are the assumptions?
No, not lovely. What is it?
No, please describe. That's loaded
what is
full
the
of
formula that I put on the screen just now?
loaded full of assumptions to derive it down to that. So I think it would be relevant if you're going to reduce it to that level, Phil. You need to ascribe the assumptions you make to that level, that you're going to make it bring that down. So go ahead when you're talking about the Earth as a ball, what you do to bring that formula down to that, because that's not. Go ahead.
I told you that I would be able to use the that particular image to work out what the radius is. Now, right there in the formula,
I asked about the formula you're using to cite to back up the statements you're about to make. So please describe the assumptions for the derivation that you use to derive it down to that base level.
Listen to what he's saying, Phil. Stop interrupting him.
Doesn't there? If we're talking about the Earth, you've got to describe what you negate within that derivation.
No,
otherwise it wouldn't be. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so pretty, would it, Phil?
No,
we both know that.
No, I don't.
No, you don't. Well, I do. So clearly, once again, you demonstrate
you don't know what you're talking
you're
about.
at a much lower level.
No,
carry on. Of course I am. That's why I just pointed out the formula you pointed out to back up your bullshit. Yeah,
rubbish. You don't even know.
Assumptive.
You don't even
requires you to negate
you don't shut up.
Lots of the parameters in it for you to derive it to that. And I think you just should be honest when you're putting formulas up. It's a bit like with the assumption to the horizon calculation. You have to derive that it's negligible, certain components of it, i.e. the curvature, to get to that calculation. So, once again, with regards to yours, what are the things you have to consider as negligible and ignore? And I think you'll probably find it's rate of curvature, but carry on, Phil.
Okay, so you don't have to assume anything, okay? All you need to do...
You're already assuming R, because I've seen it in your calculation.
No,
I've seen it in your formula. There's an R squared in there. You're assuming it from the... Well, where did you get R from? Where did you get R from?
I can make that the subject.
No, you can't. It's already in your form. It's not R equals, is it?
You're not that sharp,
in your equation. You can't make it the subject
to make R equals for you.
No. Go back to the initial waffle you were starting. It's in there. Where did you get the R from?
You don't need to get the R. You calculate the R.
You don't need to get the R. You just assume the R then.
No, you don't have to assume it. Not at all.
No, you don't need to get it. You don't need to assume it.
Exactly.
What does it come from? Archangel Michael? Does he bring it? Where do you get the R from?
I'm just about to show you.
That would be Gabriel.
Pictures.
No, Michael. It's well below Gabriel. Come on, where do you get the R from in your formula? Is it optics? Are you going to put a picture up? Show me a picture of something after all we've just been through.
I know you
that boat miles away and I can't see the bottom 10 foot of it. Is that what you're going to show me now?
Have a look at this.
Prove you are.
I've written down.
I can see He-Man. That says it all.
What is it? What does it say about the formula? I've written down.
Where?
You can't see it.
36 minutes after the hour. You're using Pythagorean formula.
That's not Pythagoras' formula, by the way.
Oh my God.
So, like I asked them, Phil, if you're applying that formula to the Earth, you've rearranged it. Well done. Well done. Very good. Bag of shite. Okay.
It's Pythagorean formula.
It doesn't really matter. He just swapped his functions around. Scroll up a little bit. Look.
Yeah, I know. I see what he did.
Yeah, I see it.
Now,
sometimes this thing I don't know is the best thing to do.
Now, do you know where we get y squared from? Y squared is the height. Do you know where we get x squared from? X squared is the distance away from.
I already did that on the Black Swan.
R, Phil? What's R?
That's what he's solving for.
Exactly. At least there's one.
I already did that on the Black Swan. Guess what I got?
Yeah, actually, going back to the point that optically you're going to use X and Y to solve for R, even though what we've just been through.
What have we been through that's a problem?
With the Pythagorean, yeah.
It's not Pythagoras, by the way.
You can use Pythagorean formula on that, but you've got
not a Pythagoras formula
on a sphere, haven't you? You've got to place that triangle on the sphere.
It's not a triangle.
You've got to assume that the XY coordinate differences and any difference in there is caused by a change in the Y coordinate, isn't it? Yeah, based on curvature. So that's just absolutely shocking.
There's
some kind of evidence. That formula that you think that is any way supported, it's just bullshit maths, mate. That's shocking. You should be ashamed of yourself.
Is that not the formula for the function of a circle? Yes or no?
Do you understand that Pythagorean formula is a squared plus b squared equals c squared?
I'll leave you to it for you.
I know what Pythagorean formula is. That's not.
That's it.
No, it's not.
You just have different variables: r, y, and x.
No, it's not, Huey. I thought you would have known better,
dude.
I thought
everyone could see it.
I thought
Pythagoras didn't even exist.
You guys, we should listen. We really need to listen to him, okay? Because he drives a really nice car. So I really think we need to listen to what he has to say. His car is amazing.
He's a professor. He professes things.
Are you still not able to get pretty girls even with a nice car?
A squared plus b squared equals c squared is not Pythagorean. What?
Yes, that is Pythagoras, but not this one.
You can replace the variables and just it's still going to say the same thing.
This is a different formula altogether. This is a circular function.
This is good, Mickey.
This is a circular.
It's not measuring. This isn't measurement of Earth curvature.
No.
I feel like we've been spinning our wheels here trying to figure out measurement of Earth curvature.
I've just given it to you. This is how you work it out.
Yeah. You gave me the formula. Well done. Like when are we going to go out into reality and measure this curvature?
Yeah.
Remember that image I showed you of that boat? How can we figure out a measurement?
Oh, don't worry. I'll work out how we can work out what that sea line is.
Do you know how this should have? Do you know? Hold on a second. Let's get back to the original. Do you know how the radius of the Earth was first established and who did it?
I don't care, but yes, Aristophanes and also.
I'm sorry. Earlier today, you 10 minutes ago, you said you really care. He said he cares about what he believes.
Hang on, Quantum's on a point.
I'm not a historian. I'm a physicist.
Yeah. Okay. You're a physicist. If you're a physicist, I'm fucking Mahatma Gandhi. Fucking.
I don't care.
Aristophanes, do you have primary documentation?
I told you. I already. That's the historical information comes from Aristophanes.
No, there is no primary documentation. So I just corrected your history. It wasn't Aristophanes, and no matter how you can overtalk me, that's okay because I'm just going to say the same thing with you muted.
It's also
Eratosthenes. Oh, who was that?
They did different things, you moron.
Also, apart from that, there's many other mathematicians.
No. Who established the radius of the Earth for absolute positive sure, and we have primary documentation of it?
Spell his name. Does it start with an A or an E? You keep saying Aristophanes or whatever.
No, it wasn't Eratosthenes. No.
Well, he doesn't know his own religion.
And how did Al-Biruni or Aristophanes account for refraction?
Hold on a second.
Who's giving him clues?
Wow.
Now, obviously,
all right, I'm done. You take it. This is what I'm talking about. You need to shut the fuck up, right? But you can't do it. You just can't do it. Can't help yourself. So I'm out. Have a good one.
Phil, do you know how they supposedly got the radius, yes or no?
I'm not a historian, but I know that Aristophanes used the sticks.
Okay, but he just now told you that Aristophanes doesn't even have primary documentation. There's no way to validate the historicity of that claim. It's just a story. So I'm not done talking, Phil. So for one, there's no primary documentation. There's no way to validate the historicity of that claim. In addition, according to your little religion brought to you by Jesuit priests, that's not even the person that actually established the radius. Did you not know that?
You can go and do this experiment yourself.
Okay, it's not an experiment. And in addition to that, we are not talking about what you think. We're talking about what your little religion claims. Now, they don't claim that Aristophanes actually came up with the radius. Did you not know that?
You can go and do this yourself.
Are you like a robot?
What's the difference between coming up with the radius and circumference?
First of all,
What's
that
the difference?
Aristophanes experiment would work the same.
What is the
if the sun was
difference
closer.
between? What's the difference between coming up with the radius or circumference?
Well, the circumference was the supposed circumference, which again was just a fairy tale because there's no primary documentation, was much more vague approximation. They claim that they got a very accurate radius value with a different methodology. Do you know what that was?
I don't know I don't know the error that he made, but it would be around about 5%.
Don't you find it odd that you run around saying that we know exactly what the radius is, but you don't even know
yes,
what the methodology was?
Yes, because our modern instruments to give us exactly what the radius is.
Oh, how do they do that?
Satellites.
Oh,
yeah.
So did you need the radius value to put a satellite into orbit?
That would be a good idea.
No. There's no good idea. You have to have it.
What for?
Well, you have to know the radius of orbit. I thought you did this for a living.
What?
And I'm a college
for?
Yes, I do.
What?
Yes, I
Do you
do.
need the radius of orbit?
That's pretty obvious, yeah. But yes, that's what I do.
Do you need the radius of orbit?
Yeah. So
that means you need the radius of the Earth, then, right?
This
guy's a troll, man. He's
Yeah.
a fucking troll.
Yeah, I agree. I agree, Leo.
There's no way.
We're reaching the limit. We
509
are reaching
kilometers.
the limit. We still haven't provided measurement of Earth curvature. We're reaching
I have.
over 2 hours already.
Yep.
No,
yeah,
it's
we're,
been
we're,
3
we're
hours.
probably gonna have to
It's been
part.
3 hours.
We're probably gonna have to part ways, and maybe try again some other time, Phil.
All right, well, let me bring
It's
this up
not
real
happening
fast,
tonight.
Phil, before you get muted
all of
because
that-
people can't stay and listen to your stupidity.
You got nothing out of it.
Phil, here's the deal, bud. You actually would need a radius value to even supposedly go into space in this fairy tale medium that defies natural law. So whenever you just say, well, we measured it with Stop interrupting me, Phil. You're a little gamma male, okay? But you're not a special
we're
boy.
ending this
Hey,
stream.
you're not a special boy. You're not a secret king. You're going to stop interrupting me, dude. For real, okay? So to go to supposed space, you need the radius value because you have to know the radius of orbit, which means you have to know the distance from the surface to the center of a mass and the center of the Earth. This is objective. No one cares what you have to say about it. So whenever you claim to invoke something in space, you're actually begging the question of what's in contention, which is the R value itself. So you couldn't have gone to space if you didn't have the R value, which what that means is they objectively would have had to definitively establish the R value to even go to space. So how did they do that?
Many ways, and
Name
they
one.
Well, let's no.
okay. I gave you already. I told you how they.
He's
did
just
it.
gonna keep waffling. Hey,
Yeah.
I want to point something out about Professor Phil. Right before this whole conversation started over 3 hours ago, I gave him the Globe Earther role. He had plenty of opportunities to post links to information about what he's talking about, but we've been posting information, and it seems like he just found the live stream voice text like 30 minutes ago, while he just waffled on for 2 hours, and he wasn't even looking at the information that we were posting while we were talking about it. And so, and he hasn't posted a goddamn thing except for a couple of equations. And so, Professor Phil, you should be embarrassed, bro.
And the pictures.
Yeah.
Oh, a couple of pictures.
He's just an ignorant, stubborn person who, who wouldn't want to listen to people.
Professor Phil, here's the deal, okay? Professor Phil, listen, check this out.
I'm talking now. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking now.
No. Good try.
Shut up.
Okay, let him respond to what I said. Hold on, let him respond really quick to what I said. Make it really quick. Make it quick.
Now, I gave you the picture of the actual Earth.
Oh my God! Here we go again. Go ahead.
Professor Phil, here's the deal. So, in order to go to space and to send this little Himawari up there and take supposed pictures, which only come every 10 minutes and it's based on CGI composites, but you're just a clown. The point is, you'd have to have the R value to do that, right? And so we go out and we test the actual Earth itself, which is the only methodology that would be sufficient to actually establish the R value, right? And we've actually falsified the R value because the convexity rate of terra firma necessitated by the R value isn't on the Earth. It's nowhere all over the Earth. So we falsify the R value. What that means is when they told us they went to space, they had to be lying because that would be an impossible task without the R value. This is skipping over the fact that it's a violation of natural law. Okay, so with the falsification of the R value comes the falsification of the entire model. So you might want to pump the brakes and coming in here and making a fool of yourself. If you choose to live in fairy tale land where you believe the religion crafted to you by Jesuit priests without empirical evidence, that's your own decision. But stop acting like you know it's real because you can't even establish the R value or respond with any specific contention or rebuttal as to our falsification method.
That's what I was telling you, Phil, when you first came, when I first talked to you. That's exactly what I was trying to explain to you. And it seems like we haven't gotten the measurement of Earth curvature. So, I mean, you've been here, and just like Helioskeptic was saying, I mean, you had plenty of time to post as much information as you wanted. I mean, I knew you put that image in there.
Over 3 hours.
So, yeah, I think we're going to have to part ways on this one. So
Miggy,
hey, we're not going to ban you, Phil, but we do other things here. I mean, I appreciate everyone being here. Listen, no, it's just.
Do you mind if I speak?
You're going to give one more statement. Go ahead.
Okay, so the reason, as I told you, the reason that I'm coming here is not to convince you of anything. The reason I've come here is to explain what I think, why I think what I do.
I know
not to change your mind.
I know that, Phil, but you don't have a rebuttal to all this information that we gave you.
If you,
that's the problem.
Yes, I did. I rebutted.
Hold on. I'm gonna upload. I'm going to capture the part that
is there anything you have that you think that I can't answer?
Yeah. Why would the freaking RC bolts disappear bottom first in that video, Mike?
So the first question that I was giving you, the measurement of Earth curvature, is the only thing I was concerned with that you would actually be able to give me. That was, I don't care about any other argument that you would bring into here, but so long as you're able to provide that information sufficiently, and I would be able to test for it myself by what you said, then we would have something. But it seems like we didn't get anywhere, Phil.
Maggie, I was listening in, and what he said was, Phil, hold on just a second. What he said was boats going over the curve. And then just like 30, 40 minutes ago, he said it again. He's like, boats going over the curve. But he didn't really post any information about, any observations he's made or anybody else has made. He really just freaking...
Right. That's what I'm interested in.
I got a question.
Jailmaking the whole fucking time.
Question, Phil. You ready?
Crazy.
Can you explain the magnetic field on a globe Earth?
Yes.
Sit down. Okay, explain it.
Okay, so the Earth has a core. Inner core, so it's got an inner core, outer core, and the magma. So
when did they go to the core?
Bro, chill.
So like 1, 2, 3.
So basically, it's the movement between the cores, the inner core and the outer core that's caused by the rotation of the Earth. By the way, that causes current eddies, and it's these current.
Is it a permanent magnet?
No.
Okay, so do you know what the dynamo threshold is?
Let me just finish what I was saying.
Oh, you're speaking from ignorance.
If these eddies, because the eddies create a current, this current in turn creates a magnetic field because, as you know, a moving current creates a magnetic field.
Demonstration, please.
Yeah, what's the source? What's the source? It's okay. We don't need to make fun of him anymore. Come on, man. This is over.
Let me say this. Phil, you're not here to share what you think.
Flat earthers too right now. I must be confused.
You're here to share what NASA
It's because Professor Phil, we just don't.
We knew about the magnetic field long before NASA was ever.
All right, can we let Witsit finish his point because I was interested in that.
Okay, So actually, we have exact characteristics of a permanent magnetic field, but they say that it cannot be a permanent magnet because, of course, the Curry point and the dynamo threshold. So I have a Harvard article I can post just since you don't know what you're talking about. And they admit that they can't explain the magnetic field on the Earth. So we have what's called a dipole, right? But then we have an additional convergence point of the magnetic field, which of course is impossible. This would be called a monopole, which is hypothetical, doesn't exist in real life. There's a fourth convergence point missing because you need dipoles to establish a magnetic field. This is well known within the top. Listen, this is well known by the subject matter experts in your own paradigm, but you have no idea what you're talking about. They admit they can't explain the magnetic field yet on the globe Earth.
No, they don't.
I will send you a Harvard paper that says that you're an idiot.
Go for it. I'll call that guy an idiot.
You'll call the subject matter experts at Harvard, but you don't even know what the dynamo threshold is?
See if you can get some of my friends at MIT to say that.
What's the dynamo threshold?
How the hell should I know?
Can you prove a monopole?
There's no such thing.
Exactly. Do you know the problem with that? We have a third independent convergence point on the globe Earth. Did you not know that?
However small the magnet is, it will have two poles.
Yes, that's right. There's no way to have a magnetic field without a dipole. Okay, we have two poles, but then we have a third convergence point without the dipole, which means there would be a quadrupole. So they're trying to explain it.
No, bullshit.
No, that's your nuh-uh.
That's fear. No. Oh no, that's cactus. No.
Show me.
Objectively, just to wrap this up, objectively, here's the deal. The subject matter experts that try to explain the magnetic field using dynamo models, there's about 6 or 7 theoretical models that they're currently flirting with to try to figure out which one they're going to pick because they cannot explain the dynamo threshold, the characteristics of a permanent magnetic field, while, of course, it can't be a permanent magnet because of the Curry points. So we have the dynamo threshold problem, we have the monopole problem, and the very top people in this field admit that it's a problem explaining it into the globular Earth, but you just seem to have the confidence and arrogance of consensus that it must be figured out because you don't understand your own religion, right? And I'm a college dropout. I must not know what I'm talking about. The point is they're trying to explain a monopole, which is hypothetical, doesn't exist in the real world.
No, the point is it's a question you couldn't answer. It was a question he couldn't answer, which is the whole point of that, right? You asked a question, he couldn't answer it, right? And by the way, I've spent the last 45 minutes listening to him try to explain gas pressure without a container, and all you do is ramble on about bottles, beakers, containers, and fish tanks.
Couldn't I answer?
All right, so I guess
is this
for
what
right now,
Panda
Phil,
servers like?
Phil, you could probably just maybe go on mute so we can start talking to other people.
Yeah, coming on.
So we're gonna move on. So Phil,
waste of time.
You could probably come back some other time or put yourself on mute, whatever you want to do. But we're gonna actually start talking to other people.
Watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.
Right. Put a pause on that conversation.
I jumped in when you guys were initially talking about the gravity.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Wait, I need to make sure. Good morning, everybody.
Good day, sir.
What's up, man?
Nothing much. Just listening for 3 hours of this numpty dipshit.
Is that Phil?
Yeah, the Professor Phil.
I gotcha.
The amount of patience he had was insane, but yeah.
Well, I was just checking to see if I was muted or not, and apparently I wasn't. Yesterday I was in an attic and somehow it got unmuted and y'all, or whoever was in there, was hearing me taking out screws.
Oh, yes. I think someone commented like who dropped their kitchen or something in the background.
Yeah, that'd be me.
Yeah.
But yeah. Well, I'll be in here listening. That's what I do while I'm working.
Cool. All right.
You go back to the bot.
Yeah, I'll play another one shortly. I'm just taking a little bit break from there. Long session.
Yeah, I don't know how bad it is. Like right now, I'm driving in my truck with a Bluetooth in my ear, so like that's where it's like I don't know if it's sensitive or not.
Sounds fine.
Cool.
It's like he understands the concept of relativism when he says like there are things that are not certain, but he doesn't understand it in the context of are the stars moving or not.
Right. So this idea gets brought into the conversation quite often. As you heard, JCC brought in this idea that you can't be 100% certain about anything. And as I proved to him that you can, he changed his statement to some things can be 100%, you can't be 100% certain. So this is the mental gymnastics that happen when people are confronted with the truth and they can't get around it. So they're trying to justify what they believe any way that they can.
I'll be right back. At least he conceded. He didn't say he did, but at least he did concede.
Right.
Well, I mean,
we hope that people are honest. So that's
most people.
Well, I mean, it's sort of mental gymnastics. I think it's doing any sort of mental gymnastics to justify anything is always a bit of a dick move. If I apologize for swearing, but I do think it's a bit of a dick move. Which is why I think this whole thing is, complete nonsense. Actually, I think this is complete nonsense. To be honest, if I'm going to be honest right now, I'm only here for shits and giggles. I don't think that the Earth is flat, and to be honest, if there is a great degree of hypocrisy in saying that, the Earth, that you talked about earlier about all this sort of, mental gymnastics. Well, you do realize you are going through the very same mental gymnastics you are. And again, hypocrisy, I look at your rules and you're talking all about, proper debating standards or whatever. What the hell does that all mean when you're just going to, talk over people? The man didn't even get to finish his sentence and you just went, ooh, no, wrong. It's complete bollocks.
We're not going to let people continue with. Yeah, you sound like let people continue with logical.
More about 1 second. 1 second. First of all, I want to know what this hypocrisy is. You're talking about hypocrisy. What specifically?
Hypocrisy. No, I use the word hypocrisy. I think.
How about we say?
What I'm trying to say.
Can you be specific?
Let me say this really quick.
I want to get something specific because people can complain in big, wild generalities about virtually anything. Yeah, and it's wastes of time. Okay. So can we be a bit more specific? Because I can call you names, but let's just be specific.
All right. Well, let's go to talking earlier about when JCC brought up some what was it that you can't just disprove everything. I can't remember the exact thing. I don't tune into these things generally. I don't want my brain cells to completely die. But
See,
I think
hold on.
Okay, hold on.
No. I'm going to say this really quick, and I'm out. We're looking for a certain level of intellectual honesty.
Intellectual honesty. If we're looking for intellectual honesty, well, here's my intellectual honesty. I think
but let's not divert from what Crypto asked. I'm sorry.
Why do you think that?
We're diverting right now. Crypto asked a question, and I think we need to hear the answer to that. Thank you.
In the sense that you're being hypocritical is that you claim to be some sort of haven for safe debate or whatever, and yet you ban people who don't disagree with you.
Because they're not intellectually honest. This is what I'm just saying.
He's actually just made a statement that's it's actually further than just honest. You've actually just lied. We've never ever banned anybody here for simple disagreement. That's never happened. So can you retract that statement, please?
Did someone get banned?
Here's the thing, right?
So Hugs, you've just lied. If you're going to lie, dude, you can't carry on because you just lied. You need to retract that, or you can't continue. Simple.
My God. Okay. Do your rules not prohibit talking? Trying to maintain some sort of order. Trying not.
They also prohibit filibustering. I just want you to specifically address this. You've just said that we ban people who disagree. This is a flagrant lie. Can you please retract it?
Okay. Well, I will retract that after you tell me what intellectual after you tell me what intellectual honesty means to you.
I mean, intellectual honesty has a very obvious and objective definition. I don't need to define it for you. But sure, being honest with regards to intellectual subjects, intellectual honesty.
There's another word for it. It's lying.
Okay. Isn't that? Intellectual. I can't wrap
by
it
the way,
down.
JCC's in the chat. JCC's in the chat.
Hold on, Helio. Why are we trying to discuss what this means? How do you not understand what intellectual honesty means? Why are you trying to explain your way out of adhering to this?
Okay. I'll tell you what because intellectual honesty, you know what it means? The only thing I thought about was intellectual honesty as in, some sort of weasel word that you guys use to try and ban and create seriously, you have an admin who...
I was about to say we have an echo chamber.
Can I have a conversation with this guy?
He was about to say it, but he stopped.
Because I wanted to address the echo chamber.
He wasn't banned. He left.
Can you define echo chamber, please?
Go ahead, Crypto.
Hugs hasn't been banned or left. Hugs, please define echo chamber.
Echo chamber, that's really simple. I think echo chamber is actually what you guys think it is. It is a place where people all sort of congregate and have their ideas kind of tossed back at them, echoed back at them. Talking to other people when you have your ideas. You talk about, for example, if you go on social media, you have algorithms that tailor to your taste and creates an echo chamber. That's somebody watched
that movie.
Okay, so can you please tell me then? This is a conversation. I'm asking questions. You're answering. Please don't filibuster. I feel like you've answered this question. We can move on now. Can you please tell me why you don't live in an echo chamber yourself by that definition?
Because I bothered to do my own research.
But that doesn't have anything to do with the definition of an echo chamber. Let's define echo chamber objectively. An environment in which a person encounters only beliefs or opinions. Why are you talking over me? I'll let you talk for a very nice long time. Please afford me the same. Okay, an environment in which a person encounters only beliefs or opinions that coincide with their own, so that their existing views are reinforced and alternative ideas are not considered. Would you agree with this definition before I continue?
That was the definition I stated, so I don't...
Okay, well, it's close enough. We agree with the definition. Now, this fits you better than it fits anyone in here, right? Here's why. When you go out in the world, you listen to the media, they reinforce your worldview. You go to school, they reinforce your worldview. You go to college, they reinforce your worldview. You put on the news, they reinforce your worldview. You talk to your friends, they reinforce your worldview. In fact, where do you even go that isn't an echo chamber for your current worldview?
24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
That's it. It's only in here. So actually, the definition of echo chamber, I haven't finished. When I've finished, I will shut up and you can talk for as long as you like. The definition of echo chamber fits you better than it fits us, objectively.
I don't think that's objective.
We all have to live in the same world. We're all subjected to the same crap that you are, but we don't believe all the crap.
Calm down. Yeah? You talk. Okay, I don't think I don't think in any way that 24/7 Flat Earth Discord deserves to be afforded any level of exceptionalism in terms.
We don't need your opinion, thankfully. About being accepted. So whether you kick rocks or you stick around, it doesn't really matter one iota, right?
But what standard? This is man anyway. Like, he thinks that I'm lobbying for exceptionalism. That's another lie. What I'm trying to do is define echo chamber and show you that you fit the definition of living in an echo chamber, and you don't accept it, even though it's objectively true.
It's absolutely marvelous.
Is he concern trolling for everyone? It sounds like he's concern trolling for everybody.
I want to see how far he's going to go with this, because it seems to me like he has something's gotten under his skin.
Keep going, please.
See, JCC's
Let him talk, and we'll see where it's going.
Yeah, well, hang on. JCC has gotten under his skin because he heard his rebuttal to speaking in here, so now he's got a chip on his shoulder, thinking he's going to come in here and try to say something, but I really don't think he's going to. He's going to continue with this monologuing of how his feelings are and so forth, and I don't care. If you have no evidence to bring forward to the table about the shape of the earth, then why are you speaking?
Because someone's feelings got hurt.
Right.
Somebody's butt hurt.
Right. That's what it is.
That
pointing out the obvious.
Okay. Well, I have
red, big,
two points.
Pink booty.
I have 2 points to make. First of all, I find it extremely ironic that I got told to shut up because I was supposedly
All right. Does this have to do with the shape of the earth or your feelings?
Fucking guy.
Get him out of here, man. Get him out.
And well, second of all,
let's talk about the shape of the earth. Let's talk about the shape of the earth.
You guys are talking about.
We don't want to hear about your feelings, Hugs. We don't care about them. We want evidence of the shape of the earth.
He needs hugs. That's what he needs.
I would quite like Hugs to actually address my specific point. That's why I was shutting up for.
Hugs, I'm offering you a hug right now, buddy.
These are not. This is not the standard of debate I would expect from such a place.
Can you address my question?
We live on a ball.
I made a specific point. Can he please address the specific point so that we can move somewhere?
Right.
Otherwise, we're going to hear about everyone's feelings all the time. I'm not interested in everyone's feelings. I want to know why he thinks he's not in an echo chamber, even though he lives in an environment where his worldview is never challenged. I want to know why you don't think you live in an echo chamber. What is special about you?
I've heard your question. I've heard your
Please
question.
go ahead.
I've heard your question. And just one more point, if you will let me.
Now, just answer the question, please.
Fucking, all right, well. Oh my God!
You want to hug?
You'll give me a second to read.
Can I give you
give me a second to read?
You'd probably be better off just listening
from your overbounding stupidity.
He's spiraling, brother.
How do you know he's stupid? He could have a super high intelligence. You don't know him.
Okay, so you called me stupid because you don't like the. The answer is obvious. The answer is obvious in that you also live in one. You don't want to say that. That is true, and it fits the definition objectively. Yeah, but you don't want to say that. But that's fine because I'll say it for you. You live in an echo chamber, but that's not a problem because even if you live in an echo chamber, your worldview might still be correct. Yeah, that's not a problem really. What matters is whether your worldview has evidence.
I don't think they understand what an echo chamber actually is.
No, they don't.
No, and I think that's when he said echo chamber, that's when crypto jumped on him. And that's what it was. Because he didn't
Yeah, because the very fact that you're expressing an opposite position debunks the fact that it's an echo chamber.
If you can say
but
echo
they don't
chamber,
even realize
it's
that.
not an echo chamber.
Exactly.
You have been listening to excerpts from the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord Live YouTube channel. If you would like to join the discussion, simply type in your address bar discord.gg/flatearth. Thanks so much for listening.
Howdy, Gospel. How you doing?
Howdy. I completely forgot that I was in here.
Oh, by accident, eh?
Well, I was here. I was listening to Bot, and then I was doing other stuff. You started to speak, and I was like,
Yeah.
"Oh."
It was a short one. That one about some globy feelings. Well,
Yeah, I really liked Helio's outro. He really does have a great voice.
it sure does. Yeah. I'll see if I can play another one. Podcast of some. Cosmologist debate. Cosmic background radiation. All right. Oh. Are the links dead?
Well,
yeah, that link was not working. I'll check another one.
I do have a topic of
If you have one,
slight discussion for anybody willing to participate. So, a friend of mine, he's a city developer. He runs a radio show, and he's pretty well connected. So on and so on. He's very suspicious that that space is fake. I don't know all of his understanding and what he's looked into and everything, but he is going to be having some astronauts allegedly on his radio show in August. This is planned out. And he is planning on putting them to the test to prove to him that they've been to outer space and so on. And myself being so well aware of how easy it is to simply tell a story and give explanations is I'm a little Witsit was planning on interviewing some astronauts as well, and he was like, I need some questions to ask these guys. What do you think? And this is kind of one of those same kinds of questions. I would like to strategize to give him a leg up so that he doesn't make a fool of himself, basically, or be romanced by their trickery.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Actually, I would love to hear that. But you do got to ask the right questions, though. Otherwise, they just, tell you a story.
Yeah, exactly.
At the end.
They play their little games with their explanations, and if you don't know the right questions to ask because you only know what you've seen in a handful of memes, you haven't really looked into it, you're not asking them, it's hard to go part way, like, because I don't even know how aware of flat earth this guy is yet. I'm still getting to know this person. In fact, it was
Is there
news
any
to me.
signs of him?
What's that?
Is there any signs of him?
Yeah, I mean
looking
he's
into the affairs?
he's got a Discord server and he's putting out there to the people that are on it. He's like, yeah, guys, space is fake, because somebody was posting this this news article of a senator that was exposing a UFO crash site and making it, and he's like, we've got to. The guy that was posting this was like, we've got to support these senators that are truth tellers. At least he's telling the American people about what's really going on. You got people out there that believe in the narrative that the government is hiding technology from the people, which is a very generic belief. It could go both ways. Maybe they are, maybe they aren't. But there's a group of people that specifically believe that that the government is hiding aliens. That that's what the History Channel, all those different TV shows, that's what that's all about. And
I mean, I feel it as like more of a distraction, in my opinion, because I haven't seen anything of real substance when it comes to so-called aliens. And what we, or however you want to define the word aliens. So I don't know. It's kind of hard for me, in my opinion, to determine anything when it comes to that.
I hear you.
Based off their narratives behind the exposure it gets at the moment as well in the past. I don't know. Gotta be wary, man, about the wary of the information of that's being so-called leaked out there, basically.
Yeah, I want to set him up for success. So I'm gonna craft a list of questions and particular sticking points to not be tricked by. And so, for instance, he had posted the video of the hairspray. The NASA, like, apparently he knows about Dave Weiss's channel because he posted a video from that as a rebuttal. And the guy that watched the video in this server that I was talking with, who's like, yeah, I watched that video. I'm not convinced. I need definitive proof. Blah blah blah.
Sure. I mean,
this guy is a ham radio operator, and ham radio operators are under the impression that their technology that they're using is mutually inclusive in the paradigm of satellites being in a specific location. They'll say things like this. Devin Stack used to talk about this. Devin Stack is the guy of Blackpilled. I keep forgetting. Hold on, sorry.
I don't think I'm familiar with that.
Devin Stack from Blackpilled? No,
I don't think so. No.
He has a really good. He had a really good YouTube thing going on, and I think he moved to a new platform. Pretty decent guy to listen to on cultural. Very very much sociological commentary. I liked his content a lot, but he also addressed flat Earth at one point, and basically was like, "No, I've done ham radio, and for instance, if you have an 80-foot tall ham radio tower, you can only hit this distance, and if you go up 10 feet higher, you can hit this distance, and 10 feet higher, you can hit this distance, and that's why I know that." That's why I know that it's got to be curved, and this was his personal reason for.
Okay, which direction was he pointing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Radio.
Yeah, I don't know whatever. I'm just giving you the anecdotal,
generic
reason that he was providing, and it begs some questions with Marconi.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about. Has he looked into that?
Yeah, well, I never had access to to talk to Devin Stack directly, but I left comments on his videos on that topic, and oh well, never know. But I've just noticed that the vast majority of ham radio operators are all in. They think that they can talk to the ISS. Well, they are talking to what is proposed to be the ISS, but how and why that works isn't absolutely proof of anything.
Yeah.
So that's the issue.
Can they determine like the origin of the signal, like exactly where it's coming from with the ham, or is up? I don't think it's. I don't know.
I actually I don't know enough about the back and forth to know if you can ping a specific location. Yeah. I think you do. I mean, it is directional. I know that much, and but I don't know about distance wise. I don't think it's specific. But yeah, put a list together.
Yeah. I mean, could be interesting to look into. Maybe see how they work and the distance and everything. How it interprets the signal, like.
Yeah, what's going on exactly, preventing one thing or another. But yeah, I need we should have a list on standby for questions to ask people that have allegedly been to what they call outer space or even low Earth orbit or any of those things.
Yeah, definitely.
Trinity, you must be listening on YouTube, Trinity, I suppose. Or maybe he could just be replying to
above
other chat. But I guess Donato would be listening on YouTube too, because I mean, whatever the case, I'm not talking about that as a subject. It was more of a segue, or rather the catalyst for all the other questions and comments. And yeah, I'd like my friend to walk away victorious and resolute. I'd like the astronauts to walk away with their proverbial tails between their legs. Maybe I should say metaphorical tails between their legs. Aye, aye, aye. Yeah, exactly. Except for the just a little awkward of a GIF. You can queue up whatever you want. Quetzal. Apparently, there's not enough of a quorum to make that topic a bustling conversation. Ooh. Doo-doo. And they need to be simple questions too. That's the trick. Like, because you can write down a question and then be the person that asks that question. But if you don't know the details, like let's say the question was, what's the pressure differential between your suit pressurized level and the exterior pressure when you guys are claiming to do a spacewalk, and then they answer your question and then have a follow-up question, and you don't know how. Anyway, some questions could get certain people in trouble, so to speak, because they wouldn't even know how to reframe the question if they needed to, or I have to think about all of those sorts of things too.
And also it has to, like you said, it has to be something they can actually answer. And they'll say, we didn't have that program or training, whatever. We don't know anything about that.
Yeah. That, I mean, we know that the pressure differential exists, but we're not sure what the actual numbers are there for you. But and then they, you start get awkward. They'd be like, especially when they feel like they're in an inquisition, right? You have to ask the questions. I don't know what attitude he's going to have when he does it, but his quote was, let me see what his quote was, because he said what he said, and I was like, oh, gee, this is gonna be awkward. But he He said, "Come meet the NASA astronauts we are inviting to Redacted in August. Watch us give them heck." Laughy face. And I'm over here like, yeah, I gotta help the brother out. Although North Dakota has a lot more flat earthers than I would have ever imagined. I've spontaneously met more than one, so that's more than I would expect. So it's just
sure does increase the odds to our favor.
Yeah, I think North Dakota has a lot of people that have done a lot of research over the past couple of years. 2020 happens and they're like, not gonna fly with me. And you roll up your sleeves, you start doing research, and you go, oh my gosh, there's way more to this than just 2020. Ah, 1992. What does 1992 have to do with anything? 1992 was a special year. A lot of important people went down to Brazil. I think it was Sao Paulo. Let me see what city it was. No. No, it was Rio de Janeiro. That's where it was. Man, it's such a long document. I've never read the whole thing. Agenda 21. One, 2, 3. Interesting. How many chapters? 40 chapters.
disagree, and I certainly haven't come here to come and crap on what you believe. I think it's actually genuinely fascinating, and you guys have as a community have done in the very least like an actually fascinating job constructing these theories. I study philosophy of science myself, so seeing how you guys do this is actually pretty cool. I'm wondering, as part of your the way you see this, why is there a global conspiracy to make us think that the Earth is round?
No, you're going way too far.
Oh, am I?
The point he's sorry, Remy. The point he's saying is you're actually looking at why did this happen instead of like what the evidence provided. The evidence.
No. I mean, let's assume. I'm going to assume your proof is correct. So if your proof is correct, why is there a big cover up about the Earth being flat? Why do people want us to believe it's a globe?
Dr. Science, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you gotta look at it this way. It didn't just start like recently. This has been worked on for quite some time. The globe Earth is kind of like the new kid on the block. Flat Earth has been around a lot longer than that. So within the past 500 years, it's been really propagated throughout history. So before that, it was only conceptualized, and then it's been actually.
Don't cut them back in the Greeks.
We're talking about like.
Don't cut them.
Yep, we're talking about like where Copernicus and everybody's looking at the sky and conceptualizing, planets and ideas of these sorts, and putting forth into the mainstream. Notion.
In Copernicus's time, there was no debate about the Earth being round. The debate was whether the sun was at the center or whether the Earth.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. So there you go.
Sorry, that brings us back to the earlier question of when the Earth was proven to be a ball. All right, so we've worked on like disappearing from bottom up. Now we can provide you with visual demonstrations of things disappearing from the bottom up on a flat surface. So we have another mechanism. So if we moved on to when was the Earth proven to be a ball? Because the boats disappearing was working on the presupposition that the Earth was a ball, and boats disappearing was caused because of curvature. The next one will be the presupposition that the Earth was a ball and a guy sticking sticks in the ground and measuring shadows to find out the circumference of the presupposed ball. What you'll find out is as you look through history, like you just pointed out, it's always presupposed. The Earth was already a ball. So the question is, when was the Earth actually proven to be a ball?
So my understanding, as someone who studies the history of science, is that the Greeks were the first to manage to prove that the Earth was a ball.
Right. What was the test that they used?
BC.
What was the test they used, Crazy? Since you know a lot of history, right? So what was the test they used? How did they know that?
Well, as I said, I think they didn't have proof before.
What timeline? I want to see.
Hold on, you just said that they were able to prove that it was flat.
That's what you just claimed, Crazy. We want to know exactly.
Give me a second. I want to do this justice.
All right, I know you want to do it justice, but here's the thing, though. You're looking up an answer right now that you already assume is true, which is kind of crazy, right? Because like you're coming in here thinking, well, yeah, it's a ball, duh. And these guys here, it's interesting to know that these guys look at the world differently. But I'm kind of looking at this like I'm a man of philosophy, and I understand things. Yet I have to look this up when it should have been a given. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of like, well, where's the information that you should already know? You should be like, oh, bam, here it is, Eratosthenes, right there, where he measured the sticks and shadows. Like that's. But you didn't even have that ready. So how do you know that information is true? Like you're going back into this thing where you're trying to verify what you already think you know.
You're being very philosophical here by doing what's you're being very no. which is good. I mean that's very like
I can give you all your maths on this globe that you believe in all time. Every spin, what you gonna give me, I can
Yeah, you're just proving that you're not very knowledgeable and you're fighting a losing battle.
Right.
If
And
you
that's what it sounds like.
Well, I don't know
Just
if it's a
wait,
losing
sorry.
battle when most of the world
Just
still
because
believes it.
just because
Losing
crazy
battle,
didn't
if you've got no
just
idea,
because sorry.
if you're asserting that they've proved it, then and you've got no idea what it is that they've proved and how they've done it, then how do you know they've proved it? You're just going off what
Indeed.
other people say. You're a sheep in the system.
Sorry, but just singling out a person and just because he didn't know a fact and calling you a sheep.
That's not my fault.
Actually,
To be very
Eris
polite
is
with you
very
guys.
popular.
And you guys
A lot of
are
people
being
know
pretty
that.
personal at me now. I mean,
No, it's not putting crazy in the hot seat. This is the point. Okay, this is the point. When people come in here, they already have this idea in their mind, like, yeah, it's a ball, duh, for sure. But okay, so the thing is, when you say, well, the Greeks proved it, let me look it up. That's saying like, well, I didn't know that they did. Well, let me see if it's true. Because when you look it up and we're telling you, yeah, we've already looked it up. We're telling you that they had an assumption that the Earth was a ball. That's how they derived the information that it's a ball, because they already started with that without even verifying that first the information to see if it was a ball.
The Greeks
absolutely, and that's why I'm kind of astonished. I'm kind of astonished that you didn't know that, being a person who studies this. Like, I thought maybe you would be like, of course they.
No, I know that they used to think that it was flat.
So guys, out of interest, sorry.
Hold on. Let me have a go at this. It's fair enough, you know what I mean? Because when I came here, like, if flat Earth was never pointed out to me, you know, I'm a researcher. I like looking into conspiracies. But if it was never brought up, if it was never pointed out on the internet, if all these videos didn't keep freaking popping up with all the other searches I was doing about flat Earth, I wouldn't even have thought of it. I wouldn't even thought of questioning the globe Earth. So let's be fair, right? Let's be fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody believes it because they were taught it to be the truth. And everybody believed it to be true because what reason? My parents sent me to school. Are you saying my parents are incompetent to not even know that what they're sending me to learn is bullshit? Yes. I'm saying that these people are so freaking ahead of us, so ahead of the curve, that anything you can think of, they've already thought of first. So to speak. Right. I know, right? You like that? But that's what I mean. Okay, so once you see it, once you've heard of it, okay, once you hear people are believing in flat Earth, and they don't seem to be stupid, crazy, psycho, culty people. They sound like they know. They sound like, then you have to. Then no matter how many people believe in the globe,
you might have a bit of a paranoid perception.
Wait. No matter how many people believe in the globe, you have to check this. You have to look into it. Else I wouldn't have checked flat Earth. I told my friend about it. Hey, did you know that people think the Earth is flat? And he flipped out at me, right? He flipped out at me, and I didn't even know what flat Earth was. So I had to look into it because it was like, all right, let's clear the table. Let's take everything off that's not true. All right, we got this hollow Earth. We got this flat Earth. What is this crazy stuff? You know, let's remove everything that's false. And once you do that, you're going to see that you have to remove the ball. I mean,
made a presupposition that it's false.
No, what I'm saying is, if 3 people are saying the Earth is this, that, right? You have to pick, because you're saying, well, everybody, the majority of the world thinks it's a ball. Nobody cares. If there are three Earths presented to you,
I'm not so much won over that it's the majority. I'm won over by the fact that the experts, the people who I say, in the same community that experts my health. I trust
the experts
with my health.
Exactly, and that's what I'm talking about, and that's exactly what I'm talking about. See, no one is responsible for your health. No one is responsible for what you learn, what you accept as truth, but you. If you put that responsibility into the hands of the doctor, then now you have to trust the doctor no matter what lies he tells you. If you put that responsibility on the schools, on the government, then you have to accept what they tell you, no matter how nonsense or how ridiculous it is. It's your responsibility, not theirs.
But if it's my responsibility, I mean, that's a huge responsibility. I basically can't believe any science at all because I'd have to go and run every single
But no, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I hate to use that analogy, but you can't throw the baby out the bathwater. You can't say, I can't trust anything.
Hold on, Mickey. Let me adjust this. If you cannot trust yourself, then who can you trust, right? Are you even capable of understanding the reality you live in without the experts? See, this is a big transformation. This is a big thing you're about to go into. You are about to trust yourself. I mean, how crazy does that sound, right?
You're expecting me to trust you, actually, in this community.
No, I'm saying to trust yourself. I said yourself, bro. Like, serious.
One of us has said
Wait.
One of us has told you to take what we say as gospel truth. You're here to hear a different side of the story. Go figure out what the hell you want to believe in. Never take what we have to say.
I actually have some.
Wait. He's not done.
Phrasing it that way. That's actually quite fascinating. That you phrase it that way. That's good. You're right. Yeah, absolutely. I need to figure it out for myself. And I certainly will never say about your community that you guys are force feeding people beliefs. You have clearly said to me many times to think about it myself.
No.
And
I'm asking you to take the journey yourself, and you're saying, well, I don't have to take that journey. Someone else has done it for me. It's like, dude, are you going to take the journey, or are you just going to sit here and tell us why we've taken this journey? You know what I mean? Like, take it. Go see for yourself.
Clear. Wow.
space is a war-fighting domain, just like the land, the air, and sea. We have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, the Space Force. My new national strategy could be Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. We're doing a tremendous amount of work in space. I said maybe we need a new force. We'll call it the Space Force. And I was not really serious. And then I said, what a great idea. Tremendous. Tremendous. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. I say that you can use hairspray because hairspray is going to affect the ozone. They say it. I say no way. My apartment is all sealed. You're telling me that affects the ozone layer. I want to put a little spray. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force. Space Force, space, 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 force.
Song of 5, this.
Before you have to up and go, make sure to watch another episode. And you can get the track too, if that's something that you'd like to do.
Have a great day and a great life. Remember, you can get behind the scenes and other goodies at Patreon.
Hamburger prices. Can't people say anything? Hamburger prices.
Books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic. Following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic. Made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
Yeah. Are you tired of being lied to? Are you tired of being manipulated? Are you tired? Do you want your freedom back? Or are you worried about what people think about you? Amish space station. A lot of our kids want to kill themselves. Bill Gates, they don't need your help. The new normal's a prison cell, and your jab won't go over well.
Things like producing child to death and just shoot them right into the vein.
Hold on. First off, Bill Gates, viruses are dead cell debris, and you telling me it ain't a felony to perform experiments on humanity? Hold on. Let me back up. I don't talk big or even act tough. If you ain't heard about the flat earth or the resistance, that's us. Neil Tyson, I don't like him, always lying. Pseudoscience, now they claim helicopters flying somewhere on a Martian island. Don't they just love NASA? Astronauts in swimming pools splashing. They get a huge bucket of cash, and we gotta survive on only rations. Sorry, lost my composure. Tends to happen when I start exposing. Fields of passion just start exploding like the Challenger, but they're alive and going. NASA, what a moon mission tapes. Oh, you threw them all away? Getting AK from Mars, but 5G towers are 1,000 feet away. Killing trolls every day. We are not out in space. We are not on a spinning ball as shown by Eric Dubé. And if you ain't on that level, better get up out my way. When you break up out that matrix, the truth is on display. If Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3959 miles, that means any horizon distance measurement is currently on trial and can be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's why the black swan killed the globe. And here's how we know, cause the horizon is beyond 9 miles from 1 foot, you clown shows. Glovers, annihilate them. Space is the second law violation of thermodynamics while you're waiting. Research entropy and educate them. Oh, and Newton's gravity was changed by Einstein. You'll be mad at me. Look up his theory of relativity, and then you realize the globe's your enemy. Shout out to the Freak Alliance. Killing trolls every day. We are not out in space. We are not on a spinning ball as shown by Eric Dubé. And if you ain't on that level, better get up out my way. When you break up out that matrix, the truth is on display. It's on display. Truth is on display. The truth is on display.
Earth is black, give me my mind back now. Earth is black, earth is black. Earth is black, give me my mind back now. Earth is black, give me my mind back. Earth is black, earth is black. Earth is black, give me my mind back. Mainstream media, legit as Wikipedia. All these transformers walk around deceiving you. Did I hurt your feelings? Too bad you won't be needing them. I'm a space station using hate speech again.
Live your life with no regrets. Detox the metal so you don't forget. I wipe my ass with a Baphomet, like on the real. Disrespect. They wanna vaccinate you, then dumb you down. Lights on, no one's around. Zombie nation with ghost towns. Depopulation, how does that sound? Better wake up for it's too late. Got Man, Linda, and Billy Gates. Few plans for the world's fate. A lot is at stake while you sit at home with your dinner plate. And the food on it is a printed state. Your digital currency's a minute late. Bring truth to you and you like, can it wait? No. No, it can't.
All I wanna do is live fast, die young. If this new normal's what the world's become, so alone yet overrun. And the best part is it's just begun. All I wanna do is live fast, die young. If this new normal's
I was told nothing exploded so long ago, and it's noted that as a child I believed that what they said, they could show it and prove to me without a doubt that they finally figured out our origins and who we are. That's what science was all about. But they lied about what science was, and they lied about what it does. The scientific method's clear about all of that kinds of stuff. Step one of that method: observe a natural phenomenon. Evolution debunked. Let's put an end to your insomnia. Darwin just made up stories, Freemasonry, homo orgies. He knew it was important for brainwashing and abortion. Make you think you a monkey. Now you feel like an animal eating on other corpses. Now you feel like a cannibal. Homo erectus, Neanderthal, it's all a method. Carefully constructed and intelligently deflected. Darwin's buildings erected. Teaching scholars the message that we all come from nothing and nowhere is where we're headed.
show me the definition of evolution. Any of the evidence ever been proven? Knuckle dragging Darwin constructed illusions to take your mind and rape your mind. Now all we need is a revolution, overthrowing authorities, prostitution. Arm the sleeping masses with truth as a movement to free your mind and realize
the lies your mind hides behind your blind eyes. You'll find a fine guy who tries to fly high like pies and white skies, but sighs and denies, then sides with Bill Nye. Come on, let's not be an idiot. Darwin's dead, that guy is illiterate. 8-man frauds were all illegitimate. Lucy Piltdown, time to get rid of it. While on trial, Haeckel admitted it. Forced his drawings, for he submitted them. Fooled since birth and paid for the privilege. You got duped and now you're a simian. That is what you think you are. Magic dust within a star. Big Bang shot you from afar. Now you're driving in a car. Monkey with a typewriter. Tilting on a turning ball. Throwing poo against the wall. Yep, that's what you think. Your uncle was a monkey in the fucking missing link. Your gullibility's driven me to the brink. Macro revolution isn't even a thing. The snake's in the hood and you're getting hoodwinked. Believing bullshit must just be a kink. With 4 hair fingers stuck up in the pink and opposable thumbs getting lost in the stink.
Show me the definition of evolution. Any of the evidence ever been proven? Knuckle dragging Darwin constructed illusions to take your mind and rape your mind. Now all we need is a revolution, overthrowing authorities, prostitution. Arm the sleeping masses with truth is a movement to free your mind and realize
destruction has never created anything. All it did was cause more division, like social distancing. Running from all their sentencing. Sodomites aren't worth mentioning. Poisoning all our children with lies. Meanwhile they're censoring. Truth is all over creation. The ones who are no longer trapped in the matrix, sending their robot algorithms to eradicate us. Cause we discovered that the earth ain't spinning? Or was it because we discovered that Hollywood girls aren't women? Or was it that viruses aren't living and cannot survive hot conditions? Or was it all of the fake moon missions? Or was it exposing prison systems and the politician? Or the sacrificing of so many children? Or was it the fake feminism? Or was it the fake anti-Semitism? Because we broke out of your mental prison? The truth is right here if you take a second to listen. Information is supernatural by definition.
Show me the definition of evolution. Any other evidence ever been proven? Knuckle dragging Darwin constructed illusions to take your mind and rape your mind. Now all we need is a revolution, overthrowing authorities, prostitution. On the sleeping masses with truth is a movement to free your mind. Realize.
Yeah, this is going out to all the globe heads out there.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the main event of the evening.
Where my FE Warriors at? The earth is flat. What you know about that? Waking up and realize 500 years of the lies. It's flat. A material plane. You got the balls on the brain. Heliocentric insane. No matter how high we rise, even up into the skies, the horizon meets your eyes. They told us it was a globe, just so they could control our mind, body, and soul. Born into a brainwashed society, had you believing in the ball since you were age 3. Scientism, the new religion, put you inside a prison while constantly drilling that you live in a solar system. Space! The final frontier, keep them hooked with Hollywood. New movies every year, we've been hypnotized. All we've been told is lies in a heliocentric haze since Copernicus staked his claims. They tried to hide the truth. The fake landing on the moon was because they needed proof. So they had Apollo take a picture of the globe outside the window for the television show. Was it a painting or photo? I think math for the intro and Dubé for the info. Yeah, they put me in the know that NASA is just a show. Sayonara to the globe, cause it's flat, I'm gonna go.
By turning Earth into a spinning ball thrown around the sun and shot through infinite space from a godless Big Bang, they turned humanity into a random, meaningless, purposeless accident.
The Earth is flat. What you know about that? Waking up and realize 500 years of the lies, it's flat. They mess with our brains, terraformer remains a flat and motionless plane. No matter how high we rise, even up into the skies, the horizon meets your eyes. NASA lies to our face, there's such a big disgrace, never been to outer space. They try to hide the truth with pseudoscience proof to brainwash the youth. They told us it was a globe just so they could control our mind, body, and soul. It's flat, the material plane. You got the balls on the brain, heliocentric, insane. Infinite plane or a dome, it may never be known, but the Earth is our home. Yeah, want all my flat earthers out there to sing along? Yeah, come on. The Earth is flat. 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 The Earth is flat.
The biggest cover-up and conspiracy in history. We've been completely deluded for 500 years.
FE unity. Peace.
Check, check.
Yep.
Hey, Gospel, how are you?
Yep. Doing
How
well.
are you? Oh, well, okay.
Yep. Here's another one for everybody. I don't know how many years ago did he do this one? 2016, 6 years ago. So, nearly 500 videos in 7 years.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, isn't it? It's been 5 years for me. I have like over 200 videos just on my channel alone.
Oh, yeah?
Not including the liked videos.
Like you've made YouTube videos? Is that what you're saying?
I've made my own YouTube videos, but I only have a couple of my own. Most of my channel is just mirrored videos.
Mirrors. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I haven't done too much with it in a while. I have to admit my my investigation is kind of stalled. I really haven't done any more research in quite a while, other than what I hear and get shared on here. You know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, once you find out Earth is flat, and yeah, you go through that first stage of, oh my God, I got to devour all this information as fast as I can. After a while, you just kind of go, what else is there? Have to start looking elsewhere, start looking out in the world itself.
The only thing left is really thoroughly honing your strategy of communicating the facts.
Yes.
And developing that. That's really all that's left. That's why I still watch some content and stuff. More details, more ability to coherently point to the evidence for different things. So
right, I agree. That is kind of that's what's left. Yeah. So it's not bad. This is a great training area that we have here, you know.
Well, I brought this topic up a little bit ago. Oh, I had to get a yawn out. You're welcome. One of the most contagious things in the world.
I know.
I yawn. All right, so I've got this guy that I know, a friend, I consider a friend, who runs a radio show, holds a politically nominated office of city developer, whatever. And he seems to be, I don't know to what level of newness to the topic, but of the impression that NASA and stuff has fakery. He seems to be oscillating. But whatever the case, he's got some astronauts that are visiting the radio station in August.
Wow.
And I brought this topic up earlier because I want to give him helpful resources, methods. I want to set him up, set him up for success.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
And so I'm going to keep on bringing this up for a little while as it gets closer and closer to that time. I know we've got a couple of months, but it may take that long to put together a good level of information.
So what is his stance at this point?
I don't know. I just started learning about, like, we've been hanging out on Saturdays at kind of what Patriot prayer meeting type thing.
Oh, okay. Cool.
And I didn't know. He's kind of, what do you call it when somebody holds their cards close to their chest,
right?
Especially as a public figure and stuff. But he says provocative things. He's had protesters outside of his radio station and all sorts of opposition. But we're in North Dakota, so there's also a lot of strong support for people that aren't afraid to put themselves out there and talk about difficult subjects and the truth and all that. So anyway, yeah, I don't know who the astronauts are. I just know astronauts and NASA astronauts and August. That's all I know.
Wow.
So any and all ideas, I'm happy to discuss it.
Yeah.
Anytime.
It's too bad somebody couldn't actually do an interview with astronaut or astronauts on the 3 points and see what their response would be.
Yeah, and I definitely thought about the 3 points. The issue is I think he's only on the level of trying to establish the fakery of space only.
I see.
How you can do that without going into flat Earth, I think is it's too. I can't conceive of it, because you can
Yeah,
do
it's
the gas
very,
pressure without a container, but then you say that there's a container, and then everybody's like, what do you mean container? What are you
yeah.
talking about?
Then you get into that gravity argument every time, man. It's so
Yeah, of
weird.
course. So I don't think you can go part way. Part of what is always so peculiar about On the Fence. Yeah, I know it's flat, but I'm still confused about this. Isn't be confused. Know the facts though.
Yeah.
Like, don't there's no On the Fence really. It's yeah, okay, you're in the stages of grief. You can't
That's
quite get over the facts. Well, being emotionally knowledge and acceptance are two different things. That's how I
absolutely.
put that.
They sure are.
Yeah. It's like the phrase, these two words, believe in. That preposition is a really powerful preposition. Right? You can believe in me. You can believe that Gospel Bearer exists, and that I'm a person, and that I'm saying words. You can believe in me. It's not hard to do. But believing somebody versus believing in somebody, it's a big difference. Not a lot of people recognize how significant of a difference that is. Anyway, kind of off topic.
Yeah. I would agree with that.
Yeah, these astronauts, who knows what they'd say. Somebody, I think as it was Quetzal, was saying that, maybe the kinds of questions you're asking them, they might not even know the answers to, and that could be a letdown too.
Yeah, I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, these astronauts, wouldn't it make sense to know who they are, so you could read on quote unquote their mission, so they wouldn't have the excuse of saying that part wasn't included in our mission or whatever.
Yeah, it'd be nice to know who they are ahead of time, and stuff like that, and or to frame your questions in such a way that they're generic enough that they can't dodge.
Like, is there a way to know who they are, or?
I don't know the answer to that question yet, but I'll be seeking the information of who they are.
I'm gonna message you if it's all right. So, can you tell me whenever if you find out?
I'll be talking about it until August. It's a it's a thing. It's interesting though, because the Smarter Everyday guy that was interviewing Don Pettit and doing his little video, when he's talking to him about the cupola and the gaskets and all that, the Smarter Everyday guy, being not a skeptic, naturally disbelieved the plausibility of a rod going through a vessel from inside to outside and maintaining a pressure seal. Like,
Yes.
he just did it. He wasn't a skeptic. He's not a conspiracy theorist. He runs a channel, very similar to the SciShow, very similar to Veritasium. He's just a normie. as normie as it gets. And he no, and then he felt awkward. Like the awkwardness came through, and there's a cut scene, right? It cuts because he says no, I think twice, right? No, maybe even 3 times. Well, how many times does he say it? You remember the Smarter Every Day Don Pettit thing? I know we play the video all the time.
I do, but I don't remember how many times he said no.
Yeah, I know he said no at least one time, but I'm pretty sure it was 2 or 3. Don Pettit.
Who was he talking to?
Don Pettit, Smarter Every Day. All right. Let's see here. 7 holes in the space station. Smarter Every Day, 135, 4 million views. Well, by the way, that video has far more views than any other Smarter Every Day video that I'm aware of. All right, let me see here. Okay.
I got it pulled up right now.
No, you don't.
Okay.
Not you. Sorry, I'm quoting. I'm quoting him, not rebutting you. All right. So the Smarter Everyday guy, I don't know what his name is, says, "No, you don't." When after Don Pettit says O-ring type fills, right? He says, "No, you don't." Yeah, but how? My brains.
Let's play it. Hold on a second. I'll see if I can play it on my speaker for my TV here.
Yeah, it's at like the 2 minute and.
Yeah, I got it. It's 220 or something.
210.
Let me see if it's loud enough here for you guys. Hopefully it won't echo too much.
Type seals. No, you don't. With a rotating shaft. All our hatch seals are O-ring type seals. Yeah, but how? My brain's here. Let's go inside. We can see it. Okay. Watch your head. All right. Oh, oops, thunk. So you have a whole series of O-rings in here, and a shaft that you rotate.
So I mean, like on the space station, how many of these would you have?
7, because we have 7 windows.
What happens if you get a leak on that?
Then you have a leak.
You just have a leak,
and what you would do is
lose air.
Yeah, you would probably seal the whole cupola off, and then there's probably a plan. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's probably a plan for replacing the mechanism. Might require a spacewalk.
So my question is, how can you operate a lid on the outside of the space station by manipulating something mechanical on the inside of the space station without losing air pressure?
It's called real good engineering.
Okay, you heard Don Pettit. He said that it takes a really good engineer to design this sort of thing. I'm told the guy quit working on the space program and now owns his own motorcycle parts business. Is Charlie here? Is he?
Well, that was it. Then it goes on to the guy's motorcycle parts business.
Yeah.
I guess we could play the whole thing. I don't know.
No, it's fine. I guess he only says it one time. No, you don't.
He's like, no. Hilarious.
Yeah. So the guy he goes to visit is the inventor of the artificial hand?
Yeah. Looks like.
You're doing an interview, right? I'm doing an interview. What is the name of this place?
Pitbull Products.
Pitbull Products? Yeah. Are you Charlie?
Yeah.
Hey, I'm Destin. This guy is Charlie Van Valkenburg. He went to Auburn University as an industrial engineer, and he's got like well over a dozen patents. 20 years ago, he was the lead engineer over the cupola shutter design, but after the project finished, he stopped and went and built his own business. Now he's building this. It's a special stand that uses leverage to pick up a motorcycle so people can work on it.
Nice.
He's so humble about his skills, though, that even the people that worked with him had no idea what he did for the space station. When Charlie's team was working on this, they called it...
The rest is...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Is my microphone picking that up pretty well, though?
Yeah, pretty good.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. Good enough in a pinch, as they say.
Yeah, I like having different options. Like if the bot goes down,
Mm-hmm.
I suppose I could take the bot down for playing something unauthorized, and I could be playing something unauthorized. Oh shoot. Man, I have these terrible freaking cramps sometimes, man. It's just horrible. I swear to God, it has me on the floor crying. No
Do
kidding.
you ever do Epsom salt baths or anything like that?
All the time. Yeah, like
Oh.
almost every night. And trying to take C and B vitamins. And I've had this problem for years. I don't know what that, like if like what it is, it has to do with my knees. Like I have to pop my knees or else like, and then this morning when I pop my left knee, then the cramp starts and it goes from my knee up to my groin. And I can't stand up. Like it's got me bent over. It hurts so bad. It's pulling this muscle like a string from my knee to my groin.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't let go until I just lay there as still as possible. And then finally it just like uncoils like a freaking snake in my leg. It's the weirdest thing. I never experienced anything like this as a kid, as a young adult, ever. So since I don't go to doctors anymore because I think they're liars and I don't trust them, I got to figure this out on my own. I'm not going to them for help. That's for sure.
It's a good thing you said you thought that, because Wikipedia can teach us that we can trust all the doctors.
Jeez.
This is the truth, so saith Wikipedia.
Yeah.
A man and a woman. It's about as facetious as I can get right on that topic.
But of course we can trust them. Always.
What was that part?
Me.
Oh, you're saying we can trust you always? Is that what you said?
No, the doctors, we can always trust them in everything.
Yes, according to Wikipedia, the arbiter of truth. Yes.
Yeah, I don't hear any sarcasm in Bumblebee.
Yeah. Remember, Wikipedia is the arbiter of truth.
Yes. And always remember that governments will take care of you.
If you let them.
Yeah.
Because if you don't let them, they'll take care of you anyway, but it'll be in a different way.
Exactly.
That's so true. That's so true.
One way or another.
They'll just
They're
steal
there
all
to
your
take
money.
care of you.
They'll just steal your money and starve you to death.
Only if it says that on Wikipedia, I would add.
I am wondering that my government has basically straight said that in emergency, before they used to have these storages full of food and petrol and stuff. Now they are straight saying we don't have it. So if something happens, sorry. Well, I'm also wondering, I just saw news that Russia is saying they will give a, war kind of response to joining to NATO. I'm living in Finland, so yeah, it makes me a little bit concerned.
Yeah, you're pretty close over there, aren't you? How far from Kiev is that?
I'm not living, well, I'm living in Finland, so it is close, but I'm not like next to the border.
Right,
I'm
right.
not.
Ooh, I didn't read the other policy page. Copyright, paid services, CCPA. How long Discord keeps your information. Interesting.
Isn't it funny? So you can't go to Antarctica because you can't leave any of your junk there, like your poop or your garbage or your extra fuel containers, which you can't have anyway, or food, or you can't leave anything there. But they can go, supposedly, allegedly, to the moon and leave all their crap there, including their poop. Who cares about the moon? Funny. Someone should make a skit about what they told the astronauts after Apollo 11. Well, you see, you're going to be in the studio. Did you tell the public in plain sight? Yeah, we released Capricorn 1, yeah. They should know. Oh, wait a minute. That was in 1978. Yeah, Kubrick released Space Odyssey 2001. They know the movies can make it better now.
I would love Discord to define societal harm.
Say that again?
Discord's community guideline on being honest. Here, I'll post it in the chat. It says specifically content that is do not share false or misleading information, otherwise known as misinformation. Content that is false, misleading, and so it has to be all three. It's just weird. It doesn't seem appropriate for legal protection. But anyway, content that is false, misleading, and can lead to significant risk of physical or societal harm may
Yeah,
not be shared on Discord.
I'm sorry, go ahead. You weren't done.
Yeah, it may not be shared on Discord. That's it.
Yeah, how would they quantify societal damage? Hello.
Injury. It has to injure. See, this is the problem with the redefinition of words and colloquialisms.
Yeah, so we haven't been taken down because we're not saying anything that's not real. Earth is flat, stationary, and contained. So there's that part. Why don't they have to abide by the same rules? They can let these Globers come in and lie all the time, the whole time. And that's okay. All their content is safe.
And it can be argued that the heliocentric model has caused the colloquial version of harm.
Massively.
And it could probably be argued physical harm too, but yeah, harm, hurt, pain, evil. Grief is in there. grief is in there, grief and sorrow.
Someone should take them to court and try, file a suit against them for being dishonest and causing harm through fraud.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, the day that ever happens, I'm sure hell will be having a ice cream sale that day.
Hmm. What in the world? Like all they need to do is change that one word from and to or. I'm just surprised that they use the word and. Sometimes things don't make sense.
It's not okay to think that the Earth is flat.
Is the Earth flat or round? It's round. Okay, now let's see. How do we go about proving that?
Earth, throughout its life, even when it formed, it was spinning, and it got a little wider at the equator than it does at the poles. So it's not actually a sphere. It's oblate, and officially it's an oblate spheroid. That's what we call it. But not only that, it's slightly wider below the equator than above it. A little chubbier. Chubby's a good way. It's like pear-shaped.
Upside down and zoom in on the people walking round. The people walking round upside down. You got a balloon, I got a balloon. Boats reappear with zoom, they reappear with zoom. The horizon line is flat, and the sky it looks the same. Of my senses at peace upon the plain.
And what you're seeing here is a mirage.
I'm actually on mute.
Moon makes light so cool at night. The luminaries, they all rotate around you. From the point of truth, where is the curve?
If anybody's interested in having a talk, I'm happy to just keep the bot muted. If anybody's
Actually, I got
there.
a question.
Go, bro. On you go, man.
Why does Earth get thinner the higher you go? I just can't figure it out.
Well, the more heavy stuff supposedly is down here because more dense stuff's down. Less dense stuff goes higher. So it's all about the relationship with the
Yeah,
medium.
but like air is the
Why?
same. Like it's just
Well, no. Air's made up comprised of all these different gases. Depending on how high you are, it'll dictate what gases are there. Like what's way up the top, man. I mean, helium goes up, other like stuff, hydrogen and stuff. Like their stuff goes up, stuff goes down. But why? It's the big question, brother. That's the big. Well, things go down, so it must be gravity. They basically say that the effect proves the cause, which is a bit stupid. But yeah, man. Apart from that, man, I don't know why things go down.
no. I mean, not why things go down. Just why is like Earth thinner? I don't know. Because like things, yeah, one thing, the other thing, it's okay, it makes sense, but like it's one continuous medium, you know?
Well, it's comprised of all these different particles, different densities of gases. But why? I don't know. If you're asking why, I don't know, bro. I'm not even gonna. I wouldn't even make a claim with anything like that. Anybody who does, then they're just basically making shit up, or the belief, pushing their belief system. You take it. I mean, have you been looking at the subject for a while? Is it relatively new to you, or
like week, 2 weeks maybe?
All right. Come on. How did you come across the server?
Like Googling?
Right. What, specifically for Discord servers or just
Yes.
Flat Earth in general?
Discord server.
Alright. Cool, man. Yeah, bro. I've been around for a while. I've only been here like 3 and a bit years. But some of the other people that work here, man, have been here for, I think, 5 years plus. Good place, man. Honestly, if you want to find out information that's non-biased. I mean, obviously, some of the people they sound biased because they're pushing information that they've found to be true. But as a server, like as a staff member, we try our damnedest to give out information as best we can, as open as we can do it, man. And hopefully, others bring their information so we can find a consensus on where we live, or for sure where we definitely don't live. That's a spinning space ball flying through a vacuum. That's just ridiculous. Back then, people would say it's not ridiculous, but it's up to you whether you believe it, man. Who was that was speaking there? Was that you, Adam?
No, I think it was Treelicious.
Yeah, it was me. But I just muted myself because I don't have my noise suppressing thing software anymore.
Right, yeah, sorry, man. Just UK time, round about this time's like quite often it's dead at this time. Once the Americans and shit start getting up, it gets a little bit more lively. There's no noise in the background from your mic or anything, man. Like you
Yeah,
sound-
but that's only when I speak because even typing or clicking my mouse would be audible.
Oh, right, cool.
Yeah, for
Yeah.
example, but I was thinking if you got a tube,
I'm going
like,
to buy
I
a
don't know,
piece
10,
of mic.
15 meters, 20,
What's that?
like any tube, like glass, PVC pipe, whatever,
Right.
and filled it with one gas, like oxygen or nitrogen or carbon dioxide or whatever.
Right.
So it's the same composition. And if you measure the pressure at the bottom and the top, so would that be the same?
Depends, I suppose, man, depending on the gases.
Like
I'm not a
inside
professional
the
when it
tube,
comes
I
to that
mean,
kind of
it's
shit.
sealed, you know?
Yeah. Well, I mean, there is pressure gradients, but a pressure gradient's only possible, as far as we know, within containment, like within like boiler systems and shit like that. Like, but you definitely need containment for to have pressure that we know of, at least. And then for to have pressure maintained within a vacuum, like that's even more extreme than just claiming that there's pressure without containment. To say that there's this near perfect infinite, as good as infinite vacuum called space, and it envelops this tiny little bubble of pressurized, well, gradient pressurized gas, like that's ludicrous, man. Like surely it would just equalize. It would have equalized. We would never have lived, let alone been fucking dead a long time ago. How did the pressure even start to build up? If it was in a vacuum, it would just, if anything was from this lump of coalesced rocks and whatever else, like surely as soon as any pressure was or any gas was released from within the coalesced lump, surely it would have just continually equalised. It never had the chance to build up. In my opinion, anyway.
We summon thee. Glow
What's up, bro? What's up, bro?
I noticed the chat pinging glow earthers. Yeah.
Like, is there a role where, they can glow? We can ping them?
Yeah, man.
No.
Yeah, globe earther, flat earther. We've not got a concave earther role, I don't think, even though there's the odd one comes back and forward. But for some reason, globe earth concavers, they just don't want to like produce any information. Like you ask them, and the
Really
9 out
cool
of 10 of
if
them,
it
they
were
just say,
true, you know?
"Do your own research." That's their answer. Like fucking surely, if you've been if you're convinced that you've been in flat earther and then you found out about concave earth, surely you would want to inform other flat earthers that they've been fooled. But for some reason, they just don't want to give you anything.
Most of them are only here to report the belief and no citations. But yeah, the more you hang out here, you learn more. You'll see
of course.
which side makes more sense. And
Yeah,
the rebuttals and the arguments are just based on nothing, basically. Or they can't even refute it properly, even.
The more you hear it, the crazier it sounds, man.
Yeah. To me, it sounds like recycling crap over and over. I haven't heard anything new.
It's like, see, when I hear some shit that comes from NASA, bro, I'm like, did it always be, like, was it always as insane as that? I just never noticed it. Or is it increased and it's fucking mental fucking shit? Because, I mean, some of the shit that they've said, like, since I've been a flat earther, like, when the moon's in the Earth's atmosphere and shit like that, it's like constantly just keeping people that are in a belief, at least, keeping them on their toes and constantly, like, jumping from one belief to another. And, like, was it always as fucking extreme as what it is now? Or,
yeah, I was scrolling through some news today, mainly on Reddit in the space forum, and all the NASA stuff. And I was thinking maybe that's something on topic that I can bring to the chat, is to like gather those topics and then we can discuss them. Like today, they said Japan is teaming up with America to build a lunar base, and also scientists have grown plants successfully in soil that they had collected in the lunar, like the Apollo missions. And 60 years later, they're using grandma soil and they're growing plants with it now. Just all this ludicrous shit, right? That I don't even bother to read the article because I'm laughing about it. I think it might be something, in the dead airspace to bring to the chat.
Possibly.
So we can pick it apart,
You just need to be careful what the topics are, man. The last thing we want to do is spread disinformation that they've already disinformed us of. or we find out the truth about it, like, then they might class that as disinformation. If they spread something, we crack it open and bust it all over the place. Like, they'll be fucking accusing us of spreading disinfo. I sent a message to, I don't know if you know, there's a rapper, a Welsh rapper called Mr. Traumatic, and he does really like woke stuff. Like, he's always kind of hinted about flat Earth, but never like blatantly said it. But he did have a video, a channel saved on his on his subscriptions that was a flat Earth channel. Plus, one of his video had a high altitude footage, like from weather balloon or some shit. So I just had a look at his merchandise and stuff on his website, and you can buy a USB, like it's a terabyte USB or something, that's got his whole discography. So I sent him a message saying, like, if I buy your discography, is it cool to add your music to our meme bot? And I gave the server name, I gave the invite and shit like that. So hopefully it gets back. And I was like, but I need something official that says it's okay for it to play your music on our music bot. So hopefully it gets back to me, man. Because his shit is really amazing, man. Some of it's like breathtaking. Get a link for him if you want, Adam.
I'm kind of rock and roll only with it. It reminded me of couple
Right.
months ago, I
Well,
discovered.
he's a rapper. He's a drum and bass MC, but his stuff. I mean, like when you listen to it, like especially for the people who like that kind of music, but they're not really into like conspiracy stuff. Like it's a way of sort of getting them into it without really them having to like hate the music or hate the shit that they're listening to. Or intriguing. It's really intriguing.
Yeah, you can send it if you want. It reminded me a couple months ago I discovered this instrumental rock band that's in a couple cities away, right? And I watched some of their videos, and I was looking at their song titles and the album name and stuff, and I'm like, this all seems really like Freemason based, right? So I just messaged them and asked them, if that was the deal, and they were really vague with their answers, right? But like they got like, there a lot of symbolism in their videos, like these white orbs, and the album's called Snake Behind the Sun, and I'm like, that seems suspect.
Sounds like the type of shit that their label or their manager or something's making them fucking do if they're not forthcoming with their information when you first got them. Spoke to them.
Yeah, I was kind of amused by it, like, like say less, right? Like you're saying a lot by saying a little, and I'm thinking instrumental rock is safe from like the Freemason influence, but even without vocals, man, they're still trying to influence. But I listen to it because it's good.
Better look for a track that I think that you'll like, man, for someone that doesn't really like that kind of music.
Yeah, send it through.
Yeah. Well, this one you might like. It's called Life. It's got like a animation sort of running through it. It's quite good. And if he lets us fucking, if I'll buy the fucking terabyte drive if he lets us play it. Good music to have on the bot, man. He just posted the You Are Non 6-hour video about a couple of weeks ago or something. So now he's like, but he turned the comments off on it. But every time he brings out a track, almost I always put either the server link or some kind of shit in there, talk to people back and forward. And like some people were still arguing, like, don't be stupid, man, flat earth's dumb, unknown that they've not even noticed that he's been hinting at it in his music literally for years.
Yeah, I found out that Steph Carpenter from the Deftones is an avid flat earther, and for years he's been throwing out flat earth t-shirts into the crowd and stuff. I would love to be one of the recipients of that.
Deftones, is that like ska or reggae or something?
Karen B and Mark Sargent did an interview with him, and he's been into it for a long time. I had no idea. And
what genre is
it? Deftones, one of the biggest rock bands in the world, like new metal.
I'm not a rock fan, bro. I mean, I don't mind some of it. Like, I used to like the Black Crowes, and I like some System of a Down tracks. I like some Rage Against the Machine tracks. Like, I like Bob Marley and Floyd and shit like that. But it's not like when it comes to genres, especially to go out like on a weekend for a night out or something. I'm into techno, bro. I love my fucking banging hardcore. I just put the link to Mr. Traumatic in the live stream.
All right. Yeah, Deftones probably been on tour with System of a Down probably a dozen times, I'd say. Cause,
is it quite hard rock, quite heavy stuff?
Yeah. Deftones are one of the originators of that genre. So, they've been around forever. And, David Weiss was saying that if we could just get some big influencers, somebody with a real big following to kind of put this out there so more people can discover it. He's definitely one of the guys. I think he deleted his Instagram, but if he had it, I'm sure he had millions of followers on there.
Right. Well, that Mr. Traumatic's got like over 100,000 subs. So I'm hoping that if he at least gets back to me, I could have a back and forth with him, try and get him into the server at some point.
Yeah, I think we should try to get Steph Carpenter in here too, if he's not in here, because, he said he was all about it. But I think one thing that maybe, I won't say like discredit him or whatever, but he's also known for being like one of the biggest stoners, right? Like you can tell this dude is hot as shit at all times. So you know, when he starts talking about flat Earth, people might just assume that he's high or something.
No more. Yeah, you should message him, bro, see if he can get back to you.
Yeah, I'd like to, but like I said, I think he deleted his Instagram because I know I was following him, and I tried to look him up yesterday, and he wasn't on there. I don't know any other way to get a hold of the Deftones guitarist, right? Like, I'm telling you, man, this is one of the biggest bands in the world. They're worldwide. They huge followings in every continent. It'd probably be easier to get a hold of like Karen B or somebody to get a hold of him to tell him to come in here, right? Does she come in here or Mark Sargent or anybody?
I don't trust Mark Sargent as far as I could spit.
Yeah, they were kind of dragging him on here yesterday, talking about him.
Well,
Some people.
anybody who's on all these TV shows and fucking like constantly and getting interviews and getting paid flown over to Australia and shit, man, that's dodgy, bro. But again, you could never tell, eh? There's no way to know. It's all about fucking just stirring the pot, whoever the fuck it is. Like, I don't know, man. Like, these people, I don't really watch much YouTubers. Like, I can sometimes stomach 10 minutes of a video unless it's really interesting. Like, I watched the UR videos because I thought some of the shit in there was interesting. But a lot of stuff I just can't watch, man. It's like watching TV. I just like watch it for 10 minutes and I'm like, fuck this.
Right on. I gotta take care of a few things. I gotta
Go, bro.
get some money. I gotta pay the county to start a little business up, a little side
Yeah.
hustle.
What kind of business?
Um, I'm a truck driver,
All
and
right.
we don't. I'm gonna get contracts to steam and extract the seats in the trucks, get them cleaned up. Because some of the trucks are 5, 6 years old, and the seats are just flat out filthy. You know, we slip seat. We switch. You know, you just pick a truck every day. So you know, some people aren't as clean as I am. They're getting this shit filthy. So I talked to my company. They said I get the business license, then they can hire me on to clean the seats. And then there's like 50 other trucking companies in town. Um, you know, I'm limited with my amount of time that I have to put into it since I have the day job. But you know, who knows where it might lead?
Cool, man.
Might take over.
Good luck,
I
bro.
don't know.
Keep my
I got to
fingers
get it
crossed.
off the ground first, yeah, and then we'll
Yeah,
see.
man.
But
Yeah, bro.
for now, I definitely need the side income because things
All right.
cost more.
Yeah, bro. All right, good luck, man.
Well, man.
What?
What's going on?
Pardon, monsieur.
Pardon, méchant, no one replied to Global Ping yet.
Je flat earth.
J'ai pas collé de roule.
Toro merde.
Je m'appelle Flat Earth.
You are flat earth.
Ouais.
Or your name is flat earth.
J'habite Flat Earth.
J'habite à Flerf. Je joue au Flerf.
Je joue Fluff.
Globe Toro merde.
Flair.
Globe est mer.
Ah, man. Bored.
So in French, do you say fluffer or do you say fluffé?
Je flerf.
Fluffeur.
You got Frenchman in here.
It's like tomato, flurf air or flurf a.
Yeah.
Comment allez-vous, flurf a? Sorry. Silly flat earther saying the earth is flat just like we experience it. Ha ha ha. And not moving just like we experience it. Ha ha ha. And I always have my coffee with gas pressure with no container.
You just pour the kettle in your mouth.
How do you even fucking boil water without a container? What the hell?
Yeah.
Just put water over the stove and then let it boil and try and get it in my cup.
Just put a big tent over it and just breathe it in. Done it. No coffee necessary. Just breathe the steam. You'll be fine. I guess we shouldn't tell jokes in the morning. Maybe we'll have some Globers come in. If we're really nice. Come on in, Globers. Tell us what you believe. We do want to hear what you believe. Glober.
Joined. God rockin'. Dun, 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 dun. Drum, bum, bum.
How are you?
Oh, good. How you doing there?
How's it going up there with all the Utes?
It's doing. I'm a little busy at the moment, but I'll get back to you guys. I'm just going in. We're having funeral services here in like 5 minutes. So I just got here. And I'm a little bit late, and my sister's mad at me.
Aren't sisters always mad at us? I think that's their job.
This is true.
Condolences, God Rockin', man. Take
All
care.
right. Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Thoughts with
I
you,
will
dude.
I was just listening on my way out. Figured I'd say hi. And I'll get to you guys on my way to wherever we're going next. I don't know where we're going.
Righto.
There's my son. Required? I was told 11. I know. Sorry.
Oh, he forgets he has his mic on. Hold on. I'll... Wait a minute. I want to make sure he was done. Hold on. Hey, do you know your mic is still open, God Rockin'? Yeah. Okay. That's all right.
Maybe you guys should reinvite the Professor Phil guy. Get some content here.
Hello. Am I back?
Yes, you are.
Okay.
We don't know if you're back. We don't know if you're back, but we do hear your voice.
Okay. My headset does some weird things. I was asking why. What happened
to
Spake? What was the deal?
What with? What happened to what?
You were server muted and deafened. I didn't know what was going on.
No, it was just Citizen shared a video that Artemis, so I just definitely muted myself just so I could hear what they were saying.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
To see if it was worthwhile to put on my YouTube channel, but it's quite shit.
There's a lot of that out there. We need. I mean, we've curated a lot of good content, but
For sure, it's on the internet. So far in my sort of view, like that, I've found that you can find like a lot of fucking shit that you can't find much other places.
Mm-hmm.
Find better, man. Even if you don't like really want to look into the subject, but want to give it even just a once over, like it's quite a decent place to come. People call it a fucking echo chamber, but I don't see why we're fucking going against everything you hear in echo chambers, for fuck's sake.
Yeah, exactly. And for crying out loud, there's a lot of disagreement in this server.
Of course.
Anyway, so which is natural.
Even between fly earthers.
Exactly. But it should be. That's
of course.
On opinion, at least, there should be disagreement from time to time. Anyway.
I think as long as you don't like claim your belief without saying that it's a belief, like at least this is about the only place I think I found that at least the people, like especially staff members, but if they come out with something that's just their opinion, they will say that prior to finishing whatever they've got to say.
Yeah.
Whereas most other places they'll just come out with it as a matter of fact, this is what the deal is.
For sure. Yeah, I try to foster that environment too.
Well, great place, man. I'm a bit biased, but it's a brilliant place.
Having a good lunch. Brown rice and chicken. And some spices with some bok choy and onion and bell pepper.
I'm trying to think of what I can get from the store and get some food soon, but I don't know what the fuck to get. Gotta start trying to eat some better food, man, more nutritious.
Mm-hmm.
Just because I've hardly been eating, man. I've got this issue digestively. Like I fucking just put up with it kind of most of the time, but I'm just trying my damnedest to find some better food. I've been looking online, trying to find what's easy, what's decent, what's quick.
Yeah,
Greg's will sort you out, Panto.
Who?
No kidding,
Greg's.
man.
Do you have Greg's up there?
Greg's.
No kidding.
What, the
I'm actually
bakers?
starving.
That's like
I live in
fucking.
America and I'm freaking starving.
So, do you have any probiotic things that you consume, like sauerkraut or kimchi or kombucha
Bro,
or
I
kefir?
barely eat anything, man. I probably in a week, I probably eat what most people eat in a day. I only eat once a day, and like I'll pick at other stuff like fruit juice from the store, but I'm going to
Mhm.
buy one of those NutriBullets that you get, like the little blender
Yeah,
things. They're meant to be really good, man. I just saw it on online today. I was watching a couple of videos about it, and they look like they're quite good, man. They're only £60, so I may buy one. That,
Yeah, they can be helpful to mix in veggies and incorporate that. But yeah, probiotics. If you're having digestive issues, I would highly recommend some type of not a pill, because those things are stupid expensive.
yeah, man.
But I'm talking about like real sauerkraut or any real fermented food. It will introduce natural probiotics into your gut, and it really, really does change and help belly stuff.
Yeah. Well, no, that's the thing, man. It's a problem with my esophagus, and it's a psychological problem. It manifests physical symptoms. It's called globus hystericus. It's basically fucking the most ironic problem a flat earther could get. It's like, when you get a lump in your throat at a funeral, that's a globus sensation. So I've been getting, I mean, it's not as bad as it used to be, but sometimes it's like, especially when I'm stressed or angry or whatever, it causes stuff to go so far down my esophagus. And the esophagus works kind of like a wave function. And then when it gets to the bottom of the esophagus, the sphincter opens and then seals, so the stomach can't allow it to get back up. But stuff that basically doesn't even make it down to my stomach, man, it just goes so far down, and I'll burp it back up and comes back down, and I'll burp it back up. Eventually I have to spit. Sometimes I have to go to bed basically with a little bottle, and then sometimes, like, after so long, I get that pissed off with it, I just end up spitting it out. It's fucking torture, man. But years ago, it was really fucking bad, man.
Yeah.
I had stomach problems like that when I was a child. Most of my childhood, I was in absolute pain and torture. Yeah, my stomach. Yeah, I was a colic child, so I couldn't drink my mother's milk. Horrible. They were probably drinking martinis and smoking Pall Malls, though. Anyway, so that might be a good thing.
Come on.
We got a new guy called Crisis Making. Do you wish to speak? And
I unmuted him.
Oh, he was in VC check-in earlier with Miguel.
Now he slipped
Who is
out.
it?
They always think they're going to get unmuted.
Is it Pete Drinker again?
No, banned earlier.
Huh?
I doubt it.
It'd be
Miguel,
back.
is it the same guy?
No,
Well,
I didn't speak. What they do is they come in.
I couldn't hear what Miguel said.
Sorry, man. Go ahead.
I just
Correct. Do you want to wish to check in your friend?
Who?
He's starting his phone, still trying to get
Oh, that was his friend. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
But he did leave though.
There's no one in checking.
As soon as I unmuted him, he split.
What's his name?
He's probably new to Discord.
He has some problem on his cell phone.
What's his name?
Correct. What is his name? Christ something.
Christ is my king. That's his name.
He has some cell phone problem.
Yeah, so if they leave and they're not VC verified, my understanding, when they come back in, they'll be muted still.
Automatically.
Yeah.
But he wasn't visa checking, so you didn't vet him there, Miguel?
Oh, but a lot of the time, See, if you unmute them and they bail instantly, they think that's it, that they're unmuted, they can just jump into the live stream. That's usually a telltale sign.
Yeah.
Seems like game playing when they do that to me.
Yeah,
Well, I mean, he's sitting right next to me, y'all. So.
No, this guy just had some problem on his cell phone.
Yeah.
So you couldn't hear him at all.
Yeah.
Right, and it's good because, like, on his phone, it'll have a green light, and he can hear all the audio cues of Discord. But when it comes to voice coming through, it's just both ways. He can't hear, and we can't hear him. So we're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, gamer, your mic is terrible.
Yeah, I'm on my bad Bluetooth. I'm sorry. That's why I'm muted.
It's okay. I just can't understand you.
Captain Caveman. Captain Caveman, you're VC verified, so you can talk anytime you want. You've been on here before. We've spoken. You was asking to be unmuted in the text.
Oh, I thought that was Captain Dan or whatever.
Oh, I know, yeah.
Yeah, that was Captain Dan that was saying, "Can I join the chat?" Captain Dan has had repeated issues of spontaneous utterances during awkward timing, and so he'll just say something or make a weird noise during weird times, and then say sorry. He'll not mute himself and do weird things on the mic.
Strange.
I'm undecided on what all that means.
Oh, you may have had a bit of a nasal problem as well, from what I remember.
Yeah, but that doesn't affect your finger.
No, on your mute now. I get you.
See, I don't see if somebody has legitimate issues, whatever that may be, even like actual Tourette's or whatever. You have fingers. No, you're a heavy mouth breather. Okay, fine. You have fingers. So use your fingers properly. That's all.
That's what she said.
Okay.
Imagine, or maybe don't imagine. We'll just let that based. Right. Panto, you've been in this a long time.
Yeah.
And people are gonna get sick of me repeating this story, but so I apologize. I'll try not to do it every day. But I've got a buddy that runs a radio show. He also holds a position in the city as a city planner, and he's fairly well known in the western North Dakota area, so on and so on. This August, he's going to have quote unquote NASA astronauts on his radio program, and he is prepared to shame them if that be what ends up happening. And what I mean by that is he is suspicious of NASA fakery and stuff. I don't know to the degree of his awareness. I'll find that out over time. But with that said, I'm trying to think about what kind of things you could say, especially, or what kind of things could you ask somebody to say to NASA astronauts, or questions that wouldn't get them in trouble. And what I mean by that is wouldn't get them stuck in a conversation that they couldn't pull themselves out of. You know what I mean? How do you keep it simple, but also expose the lies in a conversation with the NASA astronaut? That's the general question.
Yeah, fucking hell. I'd have to think of some stuff, bro. I'm usually quite good at finding questions that people, if they answer, they've got no choice but come to the same conclusions I did. It's usually the best way, I think, to do it. But I'd have to think about some, especially if it was like somebody from NASA, man.
Exactly.
But Yeah, when are
Captain
you talking?
Caveman, yeah. What's that?
When are you talking about doing this?
August. So he has these. It's planned. It's already scheduled and planned. Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, of course, that'd be good, man. Suppose you could start off by asking him, like, I suppose that. Yeah, it's quite risky, man. If he's got a job and he's fucking wanting to feed his family, I suppose you've got to be careful what you ask.
He's financially independent. He doesn't have to have those jobs. Yeah.
Right.
He's ready. Like he's been in this so long. He's only in his 50s, but he's been in this long enough that he's ready to. He's not afraid. He's not afraid. Yeah.
Cool.
So it'll be interesting. I just want to help him out and set him up for success, basically.
Of course. Yeah, man. Yeah, let me know closer to the time, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll share the radio program when it when it gets to be the time.
Do I take it he streams on YouTube as well, like the chats?
No, he doesn't do YouTube.
Someone has to then, man.
Oh, stream it on YouTube? Yeah. Yeah, I could do that.
If I've got a PC sorted by then, man, I'll get to do it. I'll do it as well. I should have a PC soon, man. So I wasn't sure whether to get someone to build it, like somebody who knows their shit, rather than going and purchasing a second-hand one, or just going to a shop and buying a new one. I've been told by loads of people that you're always best getting them built or building them yourself.
You get more for your money, definitely, man.
Excuse me.
Man, I managed to put on low power mode on my iPad, but I found if the screen clicks off on my iPad, I lose the fucking microphone and the audio, and I don't know how to switch it off.
Oh. Yeah, that goes down to how the app is connected and stuff. You don't know how to switch to the low power thing?
Yeah, I mean, wait a minute, I think.
Slide down from the top right corner. See if it's in your, like that home screen kind of thing. Yeah.
Just turned it off. Turned it off and it's still doing the same. As soon as the screen blacks out, the fucking audio disappears.
Yeah.
You go to settings and screen time off. Just turn it to never go off.
Yeah, but I don't want to have to do that, man. I want to be able to.
Or do it for like 5 minutes or something.
Yeah, but I want to be able to just let the screen go off and then sit on my Bluetooth headset if I want to.
Yeah, you don't have to be constantly like waking it up or whatever. Yeah, I get you.
I feel like resetting the whole thing because it was okay until I fucking put low power mode on. Now that even when I switch it off, it still fucking stays the same. Maybe even go to the Apple shop when I think about it now. Just take the iPad up there and see if I can get booked in. I'm going to buy another one soon anyway, man. Bigger one, because it's only got 32 gig. It's not good for me.
Well, I just got somebody just watched one of the documentaries I shared. somebody completely new to the topic of flat Earth. Ham radio operator guy I was talking to on another server.
Yeah. Yeah, man, CBs can go some fucking distance as well, man. I used to have, I think it was I'm trying to think of the kind, but it was just it wasn't like a sidebander or anything like that, just a standard 40 channel FM CB. And I had like a little mag mount aerial on top of a biscuit tin on my chimney stack. It was like, wasn't it like an actual chimney? It's not been a chimney for decades, but the stack was still there. Oh, I've done it again. I was talking away there and it fucking switched off, man. That's fucking brutal. Yeah, I was just going to try to say I had a CB, man. I don't know how much you got at that, but I had it on a biscuit, and I was hitting Lincolnshire from Scotland at the end of the scale. Literally the best signal I could get. And it had it was like a 3-foot aerial. I'm going to reset this and see if the low power mode comes off.
Mm-hmm.
Back in a sec. Right, check.
Yep, I can hear you.
Right. What? Just give me a couple of 1-2-1-2s and I'll switch the screen off, see if it works.
1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2.
You still hear me, eh?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
Perfect, man. I think I fixed that, mate.
Oh, cool. So it was just a glitch.
Yeah, man, possibly. Or maybe just never took effect until it was switched off and on.
Yeah, that's interesting for an Apple device.
I know. Well, mate, they're usually the fucking most stable at anything I've used.
Yeah.
Especially when it comes to like coming in and out of apps or like using quite power intensive ones like the music making software. Like they can fucking just run and run. I've never had any issue with Apple ever. That's the first even problem I've had that I've had to ask someone. I always wanted to jailbreak them though, just to see what like extras you can get on them.
I think that the only, I don't know this for a fact, but I'm under the impression that the benefits you get from jailbreaking a phone is you can put unauthorized apps on it.
Well, you can do that anyway. You don't have to jailbreak it for to do that, bro.
How so?
I'll give you a link just now. 1 sec. It's literally it's for people that make apps. So you literally you have to go onto Safari, like whatever. Like there's one called App Valley There's loads and loads of them, man. And you
Okay.
literally just, you go onto it and then download the app, or like you click on something. Before you download it, it opens up something in your settings, and you click on it, and then fucking it allows that app to be installed, and then you can literally use it for sometimes a month, 6 weeks. But after so long, for some reason it stops working, and you have to delete the app and then reinstall it, and it works again. But it doesn't. After the first time, in my experience at least, it never worked for that long. Like the first time it worked for 6 weeks, 8 weeks, or whatever. But after that, it used to only work for a week or two, and then it just cut back off. So you had to keep reinstalling it.
Probably because of the Apple iPhone version. Each time it changes, they have to update the software to accommodate the new iOS.
Actually, it's because what do you call it? Apple allows corporations to sign their own apps, but that program is only for corporates and their employees. So whenever they catch on, when a company is giving random people access to apps that are signed by a corporate license, they
Right.
shut down their license and they have to get another one.
Right.
Wow, I thought it would have been less manual than that, but that's interesting. Really great news.
I just dropped you a link for App Valley. That's you can install out app the app store apps in there. There's loads of them, man.
I like that graphic.
See, if you put App Valley alternatives, there's fucking hundreds of them.
Yeah. Whoever made that graphic, though, I like that. Great news. This will be shipping next week. You for calling. Oof. Little baby onions sauteed up in my lunch. They were not all the way sauteed. Whew. Raw onion is it'll make you sweat. I don't know how many people here have eaten raw onion.
Yeah, I like raw onion on my
pretty good.
If I have a salad sandwich, man, I love loads of raw onion on it.
Yeah.
Like if I go to Subway or something, I always get them to put extra olives and extra onions.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, I think that's where I might just go for it to I'll go and get a foot long. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do, man. I better hurry up because I've not got much longer before this shot.
Ah, yes.
Hey, man, I'll be back in a little while, boys.
Yep.
See ya.
Could you do me a favor?
Klaus Schwab. Don't take my freedom away.
Yeah, I'm kind of happy and a little surprised about a new person watching the Ethereal documentary. It's almost 2 hours long, and this guy, you know, I posted it this. I'll post in the chat. It's basically it's a good overview flat Earth documentary by the Truth is Stranger Than Fiction channel. Now, fair warning, it is from a, as it says in the title, biblical cosmology. So, Truth is Stranger Than Fiction, you know, comes from a Christian perspective on the topic. With that said, there are plenty of non-Christian people that really appreciate his content because he's a really good researcher and he does an excellent job exposing and connecting the dots related to what modern theoretical physicists and philosophers and quantum physicists and astrophysicists, all these different special people, connecting the dots between what they're saying now and what has been said in days of old in the Hermetic principles and the Mystery Babylon teachings, and connecting the dots. I haven't found anybody as easy to listen to and watch on that subject as him. Second to him on the topic would be probably Alexandra. I think she does a pretty good job on that topic. But not a lot of people, I think, are well designed mentally to be able to draw the dot or connect the dots in a coherent way and walk people through the connections and all those sorts of things. It's tough. Yeah, I'm glad you like it, Sleepy Joe. Yeah, she does a really good job. I really like her. She acts. I don't know if sarcasm's not the right word. Feigned innocence. I don't know. It's a weird communication technique that she uses, where she's talking about very difficult subjects and she talks about it in a provocative way, intellectually provocative. I don't know. It's weird. It's a neat technique the way that she does what she does. There's maybe a handful of other channels that I regularly recommend, but just because Truth is Stranger Than Fiction has made nearly 500 videos, it's easy to constantly recommend his stuff because he stays on point. He doesn't get lost in the weeds. Yeah, feigned innocence. But then if you look at probably Alexandra's background, she comes from a life, her prior life of atheism and stuff. Yeah, if you're interested, you can read more about it on her website, which is just probablyalexander.com. This has been a commercial. This message has been brought to you by probablyalexander.com. I kid. Whoa, somebody's got a crackly situation. Who was that?
Extraordinary. My crackly situation.
What? Rookie, how did you just make yourself sound just like Godric?
I don't know. I do.
That was really weird.
What are you talking about? I didn't make myself sound like I was doing a voice.
Were you
like-
intentionally trying to impersonate Godric?
No, I was impersonating a character that what's his name does. That comedian that does the puppets.
Oh, gotcha.
I was doing the Ahmed.
Well, you failed at your attempt but not sounded like Godric because you sounded just like him.
Yeah.
It's
That's weird.
fine. It's
Maybe I'll
all
work on
good.
that. Is he in here? Don't tell him.
No.
Don't tell him that I sound like him.
No.
No, I was just recording. I thought you meant my microphone was crackly or something.
It was there
What do
for
you
a
mean?
second. It didn't come in very clear. You're fine now.
I had it buried in the shirt or something. So what's going on in here?
We've been chit chatting.
That's it.
All right.
No curvature, no nothing. Just another day.
Correct, except for an interview that's going to be taking place on a local radio station to me. I know the radio host, and he's going to be interviewing some astronauts from NASA. And he
Really?
is.
Are you gonna get it?
I don't know if I'll be on there, but I have the means to provide him with the necessary tools to make it the best possible interview that it can be. I just need time
he's with you.
and friends, here to help provide meaningful, tactical questions.
That sounds like fun.
Yeah.
Kind of like, do you see stars or not?
Well, it would be a good one. That's an easy question.
Well, it's not really easy because you have to ask more questions than just what do the stars look like from up there. You have to ask them, okay, when you're going up, like how do the stars change? You must have been looking out the window, right? Like you must have been able to see something, right? You would think that they'd be able to tell you whether the stars stayed up there, whether they disappeared, or whether it seemed they got closer or what, right? See if they would give you an honest answer or not.
Comic book cosmology.
I'd like to ask a question to them though. I'd like to ask about all those little backflips that they do. They come out wrong, and all those oopsies that they do on those rocket launches that they post on the internet. Little oopsies where the rocket tube falls off the wrong way and stuff like that. Just little oopsies.
Yeah. So what would be your rebuttal to? Yeah, it's a matter of perspective.
Matter of perspective.
Yeah, the camera angle is just making it look what you're describing, but that's obviously not what is happening.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that's the thing. I want to set him up in such a way that that he doesn't have to worry, and that's why yes or no questions are actually the best, because a question like "Did you see stars?" That is an excellent question because it's a non-abrasive, curious question.
You could ask him if he's a Mason or not. Of course, we don't even know the answer to that, don't we? Well, I guess if I had a chance to interview an astronaut, I'd have to show video and then ask them questions about it. That's what I'd probably do. But I know I couldn't do that on the radio. Oh, I have a good question. How about who stayed behind to take the video of them launching back into space in the NASA in the Apollo mission in '69? If they were able to get that guy on there, or one of them. La 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 la. La 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 la.
So is centrifugal force a force?
What?
Or centripetal?
Hello.
Centripetal or centrifugal? Is it a force?
Something about a triple toe and a what?
A triple toe? No, centrifugal force. Is it a force?
Centrifugal or centripetal?
Either one. I guess.
Well, I guess it could
centrifugal.
exist if we were spinning, but since we're not, I guess it doesn't.
I don't think it's. I don't really think it's a force. Like, let's take a 12-inch ring, for example. Would you consider it a force? 12-inch ring.
What?
A 12-inch ring? Is that what you said?
Yeah. So we're going to take a 12-inch ring and we're going to place it on a tape. And we're going to take a pool ball and we're going to roll it inside that ring.
Yeah.
The pool ball is changing direction because of the ring, right? Would you consider that
It
ring
would probably
a force
just drag
because it's
the ring along, depending on what kind of surface it's on.
As the pool ball's spinning, we remove the ring. The ball goes in a straight line, right? So
I don't know. Does it?
It would be considered a force in that example by
But
default.
it all depends on which way the ball's spinning too.
No, that's besides the point. He's talking about taking a pool ball, putting it in a ring, and rolling it, and the ring itself forces the ball to change direction. So the question is about whether or not the ring that you're putting the pool ball in is a force.
No, not by itself.
It is. I don't know how to word that right. That is a little bit of a riddle. It is applying a force by its nature of being there, or rather, if it weren't there, the ball would go where it was going to go. But because it is there, it it does force the ball to go in a direction.
What's making the ball? roll around in the ring, though? And what's holding the ring down so that the ball doesn't push the ring?
That's besides the point. The question is what the action between the ring and the ball and what you call that. It's a container. It's a track. It's a there's a lot of different analogies you could come up with besides the 12-inch ring and pool ball example. The walls of any container would do the same.
Well, you could do the same with a tennis ball tied to a string too. You could swing it around in a circle.
The string itself. Would you call the string applying a force? This is all the same question.
I would say that the force being applied would be the finger holding the string or the person holding the string that's swinging it around and making it turn. That would be cause of the force.
Yeah, I'm not talking about cause. But I get what you're saying. Maybe cause is integrally.
Well, I was just wondering if that had anything to do with it.
String. Wall. Power. The term.
Wouldn't the actual force actually be coming from the thing that's with momentum? Like the ring is stationary.
As an object in motion remains in motion unless an equal or opposite force. No.
Because you get it, the ball has momentum, so it can apply force when it comes into contact with something. The ring is just there, stationary, redirecting it, basically.
Are we talking about physics force? I'm going to say, because in that instance, it's an influence that can change the motion of an object. So I guess in that sense, it would be like a railroad track or like a roller coaster track or something would be considered a force, I guess, in that sense, right? But it's in conjunction with defying gravity, magnetism. So we would be considered a force if we move something from a state of rest. Then we would be considered a force, I guess, according to this. The force can cause an object with mass to change its velocity. Example, moving from a state of rest to accelerate. The force can also be described intuitively as a push or a pull. The force has both magnitude and direction, making it a vector quantity. It is measured in the SI unit of newtons, and force is represented by the symbol F, formerly P. I get where this inverse square law thing comes in. It's starting to make sense to me.
I think this is related to the second law.
You're talking about pressure and empathy.
No.
Entropy. You're talking about entropy.
No.
Well, that's the second law, isn't it?
Different law. Newton's law of motion. Newton's second law of motion. Because the fact of the matter is, sometimes if the pool ball was 10,000 pounds and the 12-inch ring were made of cotton candy. I'm just picking absurd examples here. Obviously, the 10,000 ball would not be mitigated by a string of cotton candy. It would just keep on rolling, right? So it matters. Anyway, it's just. But is that thing? What is it called? Particle. Momentum mass.
Frictional force, tension force, air resistance. Lots of applied forces, gravitational forces.
Well, wouldn't centrifugal force isn't that just a pseudo force anyway? It's not actually a force.
Well, maybe it's this is the good old first. You've seen this image before. I guess it is referred to as the third law of motion. When you're talking about a wall of some kind, which is
You bugged out, bro.
He's getting a call on his cell phone.
Yeah.
Oh. I see. Centrifugal forces are an apparent force that acts outwards on a body moving around a center. In other words, I guess I'm assuming that it probably has something to do with being symmetrical as well. But I don't think it has
imagine you're in a vehicle and you're doing a certain speed. Your body's in motion, right? You're going in a straight
Centrifugal
line.
force is a fictitious force. Wow. Peculiar to a particle moving on a circular path. Wow, that's interesting.
So you turn the car to the right. You feel like you want to you lean left, but that's only because your body wants to stay in that motion, right? It wants to stay going in that straight line, but you're forced to track with the car. Now, you take the doors off the car and you don't attach yourself to it. You're in the car, and if you're going fast enough, you hang a right turn, you're coming out of the car, right? Your body still wants to go straight. The car is making a right turn.
Centripetal force is a force that acts on a body moving in a circular path and is directed towards the center around which the body is moving. Interesting. Learn something new every day. Yeah, baby. Yep. I'm gonna remove all of these. Whoops. There we go. There's a good one. That's my favorite. That's what it feels like all the time, right, guys? I don't know what that ride is called. Probably the brain blender or something like that, right? The
Well, I'm too old to
pukerator.
go on. I'm too old to go on those anymore. But now, if you weren't attached to that ride, you wouldn't go in that motion, right?
No, you would though if there was a big fat ball of helium fire in a nuclear reaction 93 million miles away.
Oh, I mean, when you put it like that. But like in the case of just like a simple merry-go-round, right? If you spin it kind of slow, you're gonna stay on it. You're gonna follow the motion of the merry-go-round. Now, if you spin that sucker up fast enough to where you just get tired of holding on, you're gonna go flying off that thing. But you're not gonna go flying off in a circle. Like you're not gonna still be going in that same direction as the merry-go-round. You're gonna get flung off in a straight line.
For sure.
So if you're not attached, see you.
Oh. Mm-mm-mm. Oh, I found the heliocentric model. Here we go.
That's wild right there, bro.
Bruh.
You couldn't get me on that thing. It's
I
got to be
can't.
sped up, though. It ain't really going that fast.
I don't even understand mechanically, from a structural integrity standpoint, how that could physically happen without just snapping in half. I don't know if it's made up or what, but that's basically is right up there with the heliocentric model, though. You know, all these different directions and vectors, 11 different vectors. Oh, wow. We got a big brain in the chat. Big brain in the chat. Let's hear you say hello, big brain.
Is it Professor Phil?
No, this guy is really big brain here.
Can't wait.
Yeah.
I've been hoping the big brain would stop by.
All right, D's. Say hello. You've been unmuted. Come on, troll, dance. Dance, troll, dance. Too bad.
Oi.
All right. Well, I'll just help you out the door then. Oh, you're there? You're really there? Oh my goodness. Say hello then.
We need help finding Earth curvature, D's nuts. The situation is desperate. Please help.
That's why nobody voted for you.
He just left.
Yeah, I DC'd him.
You saw the writing on the wall.
Yep.
Next big brain, perhaps. We'll get there. We'll find that Earth curvature.
I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced.
It's got to
All
be out there somewhere.
You're in a conversation. You're with two NASA astronauts. What is your question to these NASA astronauts?
Why they didn't turn the Hubble telescope to Earth to take a picture?
Where's the curve at? Why ain't the Earth curving the way it needs to be that thing that you're showing us in your doctored videos?
Someone did that. Someone did ask this to an astronaut, and he said nothing.
I'd be like, we measured the ground and we know that the Earth can't be that thing that you're showing us in your cool pictures. What's going on here?
That's a good question.
That alone would probably be enough to make him sweat.
I like the roundabout. Hey, Neil deGrasse Tyson says that you can't see curvature from the ISS. What?
Yeah.
Why do you think he says that?
Because you can't see the curvature. That's why.
Yeah, I know. We're talking about questions you would ask NASA astronauts if you got the opportunity.
Is it because there's no curvature to be seen?
Yeah, when he says, you can't see the curvature of the Earth, that's because, yeah.
You can't see the curvature of Earth from there.
You have to turn on the TV to see it.
I love when people double down and they're like, yeah, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson is wrong.
All you gotta do is see it on the sofa, turn on the TV, you can see the curvature.
Oh, I was corrected on this. I'm sorry. He wasn't talking about the ISS. He was talking about the Baumgartner guy.
It's the planetarium guy who says you wouldn't see it from the ISS either.
Yeah, thank you. I get that mixed up. But anyway, it's funny.
It's laughable, but it's not funny.
Touche.
Some serious business.
Can anyone hear me?
Coming through.
Grand, thank you. I'll just set my mic's back then. Thank you.
No problem.
Wer ist die Globos? Globe. Globe.
Don't you have
My
any
safe
globe
space.
friends? Klaus Schwab.
They're hiding in my safe space.
Globe friends, no.
What do you mean? You got globalist friends. You should have some.
Yeah, but they know the earth is flat, man.
I heard a really good globe proof yesterday. He said, just because I'm bad at arguing doesn't mean the Earth isn't a globe.
Interesting.
Earth isn't a globe, then how did they make the cartoon Captain Planet?
You're right. I gotta shut the server down.
Yeah.
Hello. Headset's been doing weird things today. The typical Glober argument is, just because not A doesn't mean not A.
I think my favorite is the ball is too big, we can't measure it. Like, okay. I think that's a wrap then.